chego e começo na cama meia hora antes. Vai, caramba.
Ok, 7 horas e 20 minutos, mais uma vez, bom dia a todos. Vamos chamar agora para o check-in oficial e para a área de competição. Começamos às 7h85, 15 minutos para o início, 15 minutes to start. We're going to call you to go to the beach marshal to do your check-in. And you may pedal out first meet Laura House, Sheila Tomoda, Sara Wakita e Tia Pissington. First meet, you can do the check-in and you may pedal out. Pessoal, dentro da água, por gentileza, liberar a área de competição. Dando um bom dia especial ao Surf Resgate, pedindo já o auxílio deles aí nessa função. Gentilmente, ele pediu para a galera levar em direção à igreja, não sair da água. Ok, we're going to start in less than 15 minutes. I ask you to clean the area now, please. You may clean the area now, please. Thank you.
Waterproof camera. Esse cara dá bom dia pro
Laura Alto do Brasil.
Henrique Brati.
Ela Tomoda do Havaí, Sara Wakita do Japão e dos Estados Unidos.
Vira pra cá. Aqui.
Henrique Brati.
Henrique Maia.
Começaremos com as mulheres, categoria feminina. Entra na área primeiro, ladies first. We're going to start with women's division until the heat number 8, round 2. And right after, we're going to pass for the men's division, round 3. Change the heat number 1 until number 8. This will be The schedule for today. Começaremos com as mulheres, bateria no round 2, 1 a 8, depois passamos para os homens no round 3, bateria de 1 a 8 também. Esse será o cronograma do dia.
Mas é sempre bateria hoje, rapaz.
Pessoal dentro d'água, por gentileza, remar em direção à igreja, ou então sair da água. All surfers in the water, please, you may clean the water now. The competition area, you may clean the area now. Thank you. Obrigado.
Tá chamando pra uma comidinha. Louco, já levou uma. Logo de cara.
decorrer do dia. Bom dia, Henrique, bom dia a todos. Aloha, Itaúna. Sejam muito bem-vindos a esse belo dia. Hoje o sol apareceu, brilhando a praia. Com certeza teremos um belo dia de competição. As condições do mar, né, o mar não está perfeito, teremos ondas assim, com picos variados, mas realmente se a gente conseguir manter esse vento favorável, teremos um dia intenso em competições, o dia inteiro vai dar onda. As nuvens do mar vai perdendo força, o céu já vai passando, vai perdendo força, mas ainda teremos até o final da competição, até na segunda ou terça-feira, teremos ainda bastante ondas competitivas. Você tá lindo, né? Água quente, mar azul, sol brilhando agora na praia, muitas atividades para vocês que vêm passear e vêm assistir essa competição. Então realmente aproveitem bastante, espero que todos tenham um ótimo trabalho, tenham um dia divertido e agradável. Desejar um bom dia para todos que estão remando juntos aí para esse evento sucesso especial, as câmeras Cigano e Marcolini. Valeu, Cigano, valeu, Marcolini. Luiz Inácio também e o Mineiro.
Ah, é? Ele falou? Não ouvi. Ah, é? Ah, moleque.
7 horas 29 minutos, estamos a 6 minutos do início, 6 minutes to start. O pessoal pegando a última onda aí já saindo, se apresenta na educação, para um evento internacional. Thank you for being the area. International event right here, Saquarema. Challenger Series 2022. Let's start. Vai sair para 6 minutos, pessoal.
Ele soma.
Pois é, Henrique, então hoje teremos um dia um pouquinho menos intenso do que ontem em relação à quantidade de baterias, né? Hoje faremos apenas 16 baterias, serão 8 baterias do segundo round feminino e mais 8 baterias do terceiro round masculino. A competição se inicia às 7h35 por volta das 16 horas da tarde. Hoje estaremos completando essas competições. 5 dias da janela, 8 programados para essa competição. Aí temos o playoff, sem condições, né? É bastante onda, é muito vento. 5 minutes to start. É isso aí, 7 minutos com você, 5 minutos para o início. The heat will be 30 minutes heat.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Good morning, bom dia, and welcome to Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, site of stop number 6 on the Challenger Series. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in day 4 here. I'm Kaipo, this is Mitchell. And coming off of yesterday, Mitchell, I'm just settling in because yesterday we had a number of highlights. We had incredible surfing going on. One of the highlights for me was the performance by Jet Schilling against 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. What were some highlights that you thought of?
I really like the list of Spencer's performance personally. Kaipo, I think it's still the best performance that we've seen all event long, but, a couple of the men really stood out too, as I agree with you. Jet Schilling in that heat to me has still been the best one I've seen all event long.
Yeah, and right at the end of the day, we also had another highlight. We had a buzzer beater with Dylan Moffitt coming through and giving himself yet another step in the road to qualification for the championship tour. That's incredible. Speaking of championship tour, we also, one of the highlights of the day is we celebrated, and we're going to continue to celebrate the career of Willian Cardoso, the Panda. Talk about resilience, talk about persistence. A man who was the eldest qualifier for the championship tour, coming out of the qualification series, went on the championship tour, won a CT event in Uluwatu. Just an incredible character, one of my favorites.
Yeah, and a huge role model, not only for the generation that he really provided a pathway for, but I think future generations to come too. Kaipo, he's got a lot more things to do here in Brazil, and good fortune to him and good luck, and I think we're going to have him in the booth later today too.
We promise you Willian Cardoso later in the booth today, but right now, let's take a look at some of the highlights of the career for Willian Cardoso, the Panda.
Tour. It's his persistence that paid off.
It's been 12 years trying to qualify. It was a long time, a long way to go.
E ter que correr atrás do meu sonho sozinho. E foi aonde que a minha família entrou para me ajudar.
It takes some serious mental fortitude to stick it through that long. You have to be a little bit insane. It was Bells in 2013 where Willian really showed what he can do and took down some big sculps.
Round 3 contra o Kelly Slater, o mar estava perfeito, realmente foi uma bateria espetacular, tive 3 ótimas ondas acima de 8 pontos. Eu soube que o meu lugar era lá no World Tour. Todo mundo espera que eu vá muito bem ano que vem. O meu surf se encaixa muito bem nas condições que a gente vai ter durante o circuito. Então é algo que me encanta, saber que eu vou ter essas condições para surfar com ondas boas com grandes atletas. Minha meta agora é essa, entrar e permanecer uns bons anos dentro da elite.
And just a chicken skin moment right here as Willian Cardoso was eliminated from competition, but that signified the retirement of the Panda. But just we celebrate his career. And like you said, Mitch, we're going to have Willian on the show later on today. But well, what a moment. That was a chicken skin moment.
It was, and I think out of that celebration came probably the greatest T-shirt ever made too, Kaipo, with the one Panda being taken away. No, but an incredible career, and he's got a lot more to provide for future generations to come here in Brazil. And, not only a celebration of his moment, but I think Brazilian contingency too. You saw the camaraderie between them, and it was a beautiful moment between all of them, Kipes.
Yeah, beautiful moment. Hey, let's find out what we're doing today. It looks sunny. There's still waves here. So for the call, let's go to Rachel. She's with Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie. Rachel, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Travis. Tell us, what is the call for today?
Yeah, it's a glorious Saturday. The sun came out just in time for the weekend, so we're going to split this day between the men and the women. We're starting off with the women, 4 hours of women, 8 heats, the round of 32. Straight after that, straight into men's round of 24, 8 heats. So another amazing day.
Yeah, that's the Saquarema we want to see. So thank you, Travis, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel, and great news from Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. And here we go. Heat number 1, Mitchell, round of 32 for the women. Laura Ropp, Kiala Tomono-Bannard, Sarah Wakita, and Kira Pinkerton. We're starting off the day with a bang.
Yeah, and it's hard to overlook the rankings of both Pinkerton and Tomono-Bannard, 15 and 16 respectively right there. But Sarah Wakita still within striking distance too, in the mid-30s, Kaipo. And a huge opportunity for the young surfer from Brazil, Laura Hopp, to overtake some big names right here, maybe potentially eliminate a few of them. Seems like we already had a wave too. Laura, this is what she did. Competed in the first heat of the round of 64 for the women. Little down carve right there for the surfer in red, and she's just gonna kick out. So seems like early on we're gonna see a lot of these waves really be brought down. Kaipo, there's still quality waves out there, and I'm expecting big numbers out of the ladies this morning.
Yeah, this is a key round. I mean, you got to make it out of this round to even, when you talk about qualification scenarios, you got to make it out of the round of 32, at least into the round of 16, really quarterfinals for a keeper result. Sarah Wakita up and riding. And Wakita, nice glide off the top there. Sarah got more section on the inside, throws a bunch of spray. Second turn, wave gives her a little bit more before she kicks out. So that's going to be a nice score for Sarah Wakita.
Love the patience on that wave and the read that she had on this opening ride, Kipes. As you can see right here, sets up that first turn really, and then is just looking down the line the whole time. Manages the backwash right there. Nice little lip glide, and then the third one even better. So should be quite a decent score. Probably going to be thinking that she's going to keep the score in her top 2 waves at the end of this heat.
Yeah, and it's really to strike early, Mitchell, and to get a keeper score mentally, that really helps you in the heat.
Absolutely, and especially it puts on pressure to the other 3 surfers out there as well. And when you have surfers that have really competed worldwide and been successful globally too, such as Keala and Kira, they've both made finals of World Pro Junior Championships before, and in similar kind of conditions to this here in Saquarema. So I expect this to be a big heat for Sarah, and especially if she wants to qualify for 2023, she needs to be making, as you were saying, at least the quarterfinals, but more than likely semis or better.
Yeah, really. I mean, with only 5 women qualifying and 1 spot already taken. So if you're just catching up with us today, Macy Callan has already clinched a spot via the Challenger Series onto the championship tour. So there's actually only 4 spots left for the women. So with that being said, you're right. Semifinals, finals is really what it takes.
Yeah, and since you mentioned that there's only 4 spots now, there's a couple of scenarios even for today too that could potentially happen, where some people could even qualify based off of other people's results too. So it's an important day.
Hey, we're starting off the morning. We may as well talk about that scenario. And the scenario is going to be coming up because in heat number 2, Bronte McCauley is going to be out there. We're going to get to that scenario because we got live action right here with Keala Tomoda Bannard navigating the backwash. A couple of snaps on the forehand from the surfer from the island of Kauai. Unfortunate not to find the finish there. Keala Tomoda Bannard.
I really love her style, Kaipo. Draws off the bottom super well, very patient too, and she has that kind of point break style that you see from a lot of Kauaian surfers. And we had a paddle there from Sarah, but you know, growing up with people like Kaimana Hakia, seeing the Zeitz brothers too, she knows how to surf a point break well.
I want to get back to the scenarios after this replay of Keala, but talk to us about this.
And I think the real thing to see from Keala is her eyesight. She's always looking down the line, and that really resembles the surfer of a point break too. And unfortunately wasn't able to get a finish there, but still going to be a decent score, Kipes.
So we'll wait for that score to populate. A 4.33 for the opener for Sarah Wakita. More waves on the horizon, and we'll see if we have any takers with this set coming through.
All right, Kaipo, show me the money.
Well, I mean, the scenario, next heat, we have Teresa Bonvala, Sola Gary, Bronte McCauley, and Shino Matsuda. This is heat 2 of the morning. If Teresa Bonvala or Bronte McCauley fail to advance in that heat, Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum will clinch their spot. So 2 more spots will be taken if that scenario plays out.
And both of them have to lose, right?
No, either.
Oh. Ooh. Dang, that's different. That's different. And you know what's different is this turn here from Kira Pinkerton. Huge close at re-entry right there from the surfer from San Clemente. And you know, we're talking about qualification spots. If that is true, then there's only going to be 2 spots available, either at the end of this event or even going into Haleiwa too. So, man, I didn't realize that. When I read the text, I thought it was just one person losing out, both of them losing out, but it's just one. That's a game changer, Kaipo. All of a sudden you have 2 people qualify, and now there's only 2 spots available.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scenarios given to us. We do all the number crunching there in the headquarters, but yeah, I mean, when I look at what the info that I've been given me, there's a big either or eliminated.
I just got goosebumps right now, honestly. Like,
we got to get through this heat first. You're going to be calling that heat number 2, and that's going to be a big
way to put the pressure on me early on in the morning.
Howdy Montero with some words to Shino Matsuda. And for Shino's camp, I mean, you couldn't ask for a guy with more local knowledge than Raoni.
No, and especially with the success that he's had globally, too. Surfs different waves extremely well, especially when it comes to heavier waves. But knowing a beach break that's difficult to surf, like here at Saquarema, Praia da Itaúna, Shino's looking to get any kind of advice that she can in order to succeed out there. But, wow, decent score for just the one turn for Kira Pinkerton, 5.83. She's been doing this her entire career. She just turned 20 years of age, I think a few weeks ago, Kaipo, former World Pro Junior champion. And, you know, I would really like to see her on the CT. I think a lot of those waves suit her style, too, with a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean, the generations just kind of continue to fill in, you know, on both the men's and women's championship tour. So it would be great to see some new blood with Kira Pinkerton joining the crew there. She's already proved that she's able to manufacture those numbers when it comes to wave scores.
Yeah, and getting those big scores off of one turn, too. Imagine, you know, if she actually gets a set wave and is able to do that on a much larger wave, much larger section. We're probably talking 8s or lates right there, too, and seems like Sarah's interested here, Kaipe.
A beautiful looking wave for Sarah Wakita. Long bottom turn, carves off the top. Has to cut it a little bit short as that wave closed out. Taking off on that wave, it looked like it was going to have a perfect wall, but there was a surprise at the end.
It seemed that way, too. I was really surprised to see that wave not really draw out, but you know, we do have a lower tide this morning. It is beneficial for Saquarema, but what happens, though, is a lot of these rides closer to the rocks tend to close out a lot quicker than we saw yesterday afternoon with the higher tide. And 22 minutes to go. I mean, priority with the surfer from Brazil, but just looking at the two scores that both Pinkerton and Wakita have, the other two surfers really going to have to make up some ground here in the last 20 minutes, Kaipo. And looking at the replay here, just a small down carve there for Sarah. I think she was also caught off guard by how quickly that wave was moving down the line. And, you know, she comes from Rocky Point on Oahu and tends to surf a lot of these long rides too. But every now and then you get that sand over at Rockies, and it can be quite similar to the right they're surfing right now.
Yeah, there's a certain surprise element here at Itaúna where these waves, you kind of got to be ready for anything because they're very hard to predict what they're going to do when you're taking off on them.
That's why I kind of like to have that comparison of that part of the North Shore. You know, you have Turkey Bay, gas chambers, you go closer to Pupukea and Aukai Beach Park. Really similar water. Obviously, you see how glassy it is and how crystal clear the water is too, and that brings you a sense of familiarity too with a location that you're very fond of, and mentally and psychologically that actually impacts your performance quite a bit, even though you don't necessarily think about it all the time, Kaipo. So having that sense of home actually brings a sense of comfort to you competing out there in those 30 minutes.
And maybe that's why so many surfers surround themselves, you know, with certain things that might be their comfort, whether it's bringing a friend on tour with them or hanging with a local crew, or just the familiarity of staying at the same accommodation every single time. Anything you can do to make yourself feel comfortable is going to pay off for you.
Well, there's an example. Yo-Yo Hopkins there with somebody that she's been around with for a long time. Paulina Du, same thing. A lot of these people, especially with Glenn Micro Hall to your right, they've been around for so long, and they've been to majority of these spots that we have on both the CS and the CT, that you're getting their sense of knowledge, and they're just catapulting that information into your brain too and getting you that sense of comfort that they have, Kipes.
Yeah, and here we go with Laura Ropp, and a nice finish there, so hangs on. She's going to chip away at it, just only has a 1.5 right now on the scoreline. She's going to add to that two-wave total with a second wave ridden. But yeah, when we look at Itaúna and Saquarema, it was funny, I was talking to Brody Sale just yesterday, and he's such a smart kid. But if you're a professional surfer, you got to get to know this break, because likely there's going to be more Challenger Series here, and this is part of the championship tour, this wave.
That's true. And looking at the replay here for the Brazilian Laura, decent turn right there. Score comes in as a 3.2. I was a bit surprised that she actually waited so long and held priority and ended up going on that wave, but you know, it's a little bit more difficult to really examine and kind of analyze which waves are going to be the best ones out there with a little bit of a decrease in the swell, Kipes.
So Wakita, heat leader, just up and out on that one. So she'll do a little bit of repositioning. It appears that, and obviously I haven't been in the water this morning, it appears that the current maybe a little bit less of a factor today?
Absolutely. That's why they're staying right on the right the whole time. Yesterday afternoon, you saw a few heats, especially I think the last one of the day where Luca Messinas was able to go to the left early on, got a 6.5, and then immediately had to move over because he knew the danger that the other three surfers presented over at the right. But I don't know if you remember, Dylan Moffat actually had to do the runaround because he got sucked over so far that he was over on the left.
After the heat, Dylan was saying that for the first 2/3 of the heat, or maybe first 3/4 of the heat, he was just lost out there, completely lost. He turned that heat in the last 5 minutes. So yeah, it happens. You got to be aware. There's a lot of variables, but also it indicates that anybody can take a heat within the last couple of minutes of these 30-minute heats.
And anybody can lose out here too. And we've seen that fact over the first 3 days of competition. Wouldn't be surprised to see that same thing happen today on day number 4. But you know what this place has is it's sneaky, and all of a sudden you think that this one little set isn't going to push you back or maybe catapult you up into the beach, but it has a lot of sneaky power, Kaipo, and if you're not careful, you get caught inside. Next thing you know, you're way out of position, and you're even out of priority rotation too.
Yeah, and in the context of the championship tour, which is everyone's goal, you got to get to know this wave. You got to get to have this wave wired, and you really have to realize, hey, a win at Itaúna here at Saquarema is just as many points as a win in Tahiti, just as many points as a win at J-Bay. So, of course, those are very iconic waves, but when you look at the math of the Pro Tour, this is a valuable stop.
It counts the same. It doesn't matter, you know, just the name changes, the spot changes, but besides that, you're still competing with the best of the best.
Laura, couple of snaps off the top, and that's better. Finding the rhythm right there, and she will ditch that 1.5 that she has in her score line.
Yeah, smaller wave, only needs a mid-2 for second place. Probably going to say that she's going to get this score right here, but, you know, I think in the totality of the heat, just don't really see this being in her top 2 at the end of it. Decent first turn right there, and a better second one where she actually releases the fins just slightly, Kaipo. But as I said before, looking at the 5.83 from Kira, I don't think that's really going to score.
Keala, a little frustration there, and a talented surfer from the island of Kauai, and not able to showcase her actual talent with just looked like a frustrating wave. Had to just ease through a cutback and didn't get much else after that.
Now, it seemed like her timing was off there for the second turn too. She might have been caught in between thinking 2 different maneuvers as well, Kaipo. And the score's in for Laura. It's just enough.
Yeah, a 2.93 for Laura Rapp, and she goes into second and advancing position. Kira Pinkerton just need a fractional score. She just needs to get to her feet to retake that second place. Keala Tomona-Banner's got a little bit more work on her plate. She needs a 2.97 at this moment. We're halfway through the heat in 15 minutes and 30 seconds, and sets continue to come through here. I like the fact that we're still seeing some consistency in the swell.
It's quite consistent. I just don't think it's as determined of a peak anymore. I think yesterday we had seen a lot of rides a little bit deeper. Now it seems like it's a little bit closer to the rock. That's where they're closing out a bit quicker. But, you know, halfway through the heat, a lot of these ladies still have at least a few more chances to get some better waves. And, you know, you brought up a great point a while ago, Kaipo, and that it doesn't matter where you win, it's the same amount of points. And I think you got to look at that the same way you look at the scenarios, too. If you're somebody that's on the cusp of qualifying, good. If you're just behind the cut line, even better. Because that means that you should still have the mentality of always coming into an event thinking that you need to win, Kaipo, because that's really the only way you're going to make it onto the CT.
And that is the goal for every single surfer on the Challenger Series. Here we go. Laura Rapp found this little corner and is able to wrap a couple of turns. Let's see if she gets the finish. Times it with the backwash, but again, this has been just the factor every day of competition is dealing with the backwash here at Saquarema for that finish.
Yeah, and she's been, you know, catching as many waves as you can. Already 4 waves in the first 15 minutes of the heat, and she's been trying to better them, each and every one of them after, but this comes in as a 2.53 small score. I like the way she started off, though, aggressive, wrapped it back a few times, just unfortunate right there that the wave flattened out. And then this final section, thought she was going to be able to ride out of it, but just didn't have enough speed. Her fins didn't engage the way she wanted to. And unfortunately for her, that's just going to be a throwaway. And then behind her, Kira Pinkerton with a great combo. And This should easily move her up into first, Kaipo.
That's right. Kiala got a wave on the backhand.
Yeah, one of the few lefts we've seen this morning so far. And Tamara Banner looking good right here. The one carve back into the whitewater, and then unfortunately with the foam climb there at the end, wasn't able to ride out. And then Sarah also joining the party too. You know, her patience is something that I think a lot of people can learn from, and just a great approach there to finish that wave. Knows that she only needs to better a 3.17, and she just might do it, Kipes. This is a great heat.
It is going to tighten up once these scores lock in for Sarah Wakita. Kira Pinkerton and Kiala Tomono Bannert. We're waiting for those numbers to set the situation at the 13-minute mark here.
And priority, I think, today is going to be a much more important factor than it had been in the first 3 days of competition.
True.
So I like these paddle battles that we're going to see. I like the intensity that a lot of these ladies are going to bring, and especially the men, too, knowing that there's a lot more points on the line and there's more spots to qualify for them. But, you know, knowing that they only have one chance to surf today, it's all or nothing, Kipes.
Yeah. Well, we're waiting for those scores for Sarah Wakita, Kira Pinkerton, and Kiala Tomono Bannert. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll give you those scores, the situation. Stay tuned. We're just getting started here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Esporte é vida, é emoção, é disciplina, é inclusão. E é por meio da Lei de Incentivo ao Esporte que grandes eventos esportivos acontecem. Viva o esporte!
Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o Estado do Esporte.
Yeah, we're in the state of sport, Rio de Janeiro. It's Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. When we left, we're waiting for some scores, and I can report to you on those scores, Kira Pinkerton, 6.83 on her last ride. She's gone and taken the lead off of Sarah Wakita. Sarah checked in with a 4.27. Kiala Tomono Bannert still battling out there, 2.82. Kiala needs a 5.43 to get into second place. Laura Ropp, the Brazilian surfer, needs a 5.4. I'm Kaipo with Mitchell, and we got 10 minutes remaining to see if any of these positions change.
Yeah, and a super crucial heat for both Pinkerton and Tamara Banner. 15-16 in the rankings at the moment. They're needing at least a semifinal finish to keep their hopes alive here. And looking at the way Sarah Wakita has played out this heat, just an excellent performance to stay in the top two spots so far, Kaipo. Did improve on her low score, got a 4.27. And a 5 for both ladies in third and fourth is not an easy score to get right now. They've had some struggles to be able to get something above a 3-point ride. So interesting decision right here with priority, Kipes.
Let's see. It's going to be Kiala rolling into this one. Nice snap off the top, times it with the backwash. One more time to the lip and goes complete there. So nice pace and a nice line selection for Kiala Tomono Bannert.
Well, an excellent execution when she needed it too. That sharp eye surfboard looking good under her feet, and that's more like it from Kiala too. Been expecting big things from this young lady, and looking at the replay right here, love the way she drew off the bottom right there. Nice snap, and the second one just as critical, where she needed to stay on her feet and just complete the ride. Should be her personal best. And look at the drone angle right there, Kaipo. You can see how shallow it is at the alligator's mouth right there at the end.
So we'll be waiting for that score again. Like a 5.43, like you said, is going to be enough to get Keala into second. It's not going to be enough. A 5-point ride. So she did reduce her requirement, Keala Tomona Banner, now needing a 3.6 to go into second. And we'll see if Sarah Wakita can improve her score to distance herself from Keala. Again, a 5.43 is the need for Keala Tomona Banner.
Well, not anymore, actually. She needs a 3.6. And
actually, yeah. Why'd I look at the screen? 3.6.
But they set the scale this morning with the one turn of Kira Pinkerton, though, the 5.83. And it goes to show you that the big sections, the most critical sections, will be scored the highest, Kaipo.
Kira Pinkerton, here's our heat leader, and not a lot of opportunity there for Kira. So battling and just proving the point that we've been kind of echoing starting off today is it's really unpredictable of which of these waves are going to line up.
Yeah, an interesting decision right there with second priority too, Kipes, because not only is she looking to better something close to a 6-point ride, she is clearly way out in front. So I probably would have liked to have seen her rather wait and maybe kind of let this heat pass by and just add some more pressure to the other three surfers out there in the water. But sometimes you have those moments of inexperience when you haven't been to a location before, and this lady has been competing here for a long time. She's been a champion a few times too.
So
a lot of competitive knowledge here at Saquarema.
Yes, Solagere is going to be coming up against Teresa Banvala, Bronte McCauley, and Shino Matsuda in the next heat. That's going to be a great heat because all of those surfers, in my book, are so talented, and I've seen like highlight performances of each one of those ladies.
Yeah, and Sol has competitive experience here at the CT event too.
Yeah, she had a wild card. That's correct. This year at the Rio Pro.
Almost beat Carissa Moore too.
Very close.
Yeah. So I think she only they almost even tied, I think. But you know, that's not an easy heat. Both Teresa and Bronte need to make it through in order to keep their hopes alive. And Shino Matsuda on these little rights. It's going to be a lot of danger for those ladies out there right now. But this heat still winding down. Kaipo, 6 minutes to go, and the surfers in third and fourth don't need huge scores, but those waves just still haven't popped up for them.
Yeah, and that is something that I think we're going to be dealing with just a bit today on the backside of the swell. Good news, the weather's improved.
It is. It's much better today. I'm so happy that the sun's out. I'm actually going to jump in the water today.
There you go. Here comes Shino Matsuda, looking poised and confident.
This round tail board right there from Shino should help out with the drive here on these rights, especially when you're talking about such a shallow wave. Interesting decision here by Kira. It seems like she's moving over towards the left now as she is in fourth priority. And Laura might be looking at this, Kaipo.
Yeah, and here goes Laura, strokes into it. Snaps off the top, timed with the backwash. One more snap, work it down the line. A little curb cut there to get over, and that's going to kill all of her forward momentum, but able to put two snaps together, so nice outside moves for Laura Ropp.
Well, don't think it's going to be the 5.4, but it should help her out in a big way, too. First turn was great. I thought it was excellent use of priority. Unfortunately, the wave at the end just didn't stand up the way she wanted to for a combination. And here's the replay, Kipes. Looking at the way she draws off the bottom here. Love the way she engaged the lip line right there with the first turn. Maybe not as vertical as she wanted, even on the second one too, but when you talk about critical sections, those first two were as critical as it gets right now, and the score's in.
And the score comes in at a 4.57, not enough, as we look at Keala with a hanging on the lip there. Nice floater lip glide for Keala Tomona Banner in third place. Ness needs a 3.6. That was a strong maneuver.
Yeah, I didn't mind this wave at all, honestly. She knew that it was going to be a closeout, but just went for the one big one, and great engagement right there. Looking at the replay, though, it was a little bit more lateral.
Yeah.
It seemed from the other angle that she maybe engaged the lip line a bit better. More of a transitional turn, it seemed, but there was size to that wave. You know, wouldn't necessarily say that it's going to be the score, but if it is, it's just right there. Oh, and it's in.
And the score comes in at a 3.3. She needed a 3.6, and she's going to continue to search for that 3.6. Keala Tomona Banner, blue jersey, in third place. Sarah Wakita in second place right now with under 4 minutes remaining. is in an advancing position and has priority. So our Japanese surfer needs to play this last 3.5 minutes really, really smart. Let's take a look at our heat recap and how we got here with Kira Pinkerton in the lead.
Well, Sarah Wakita opened up with a 4.33 here, Kipes. Nice little carve to get things started, but then really attacked the lip line. And it's been some very solid and smart surfing from the Japanese surfer. Love her style, great technique. But then this wave from Kira Pinkerton really set the scale for this morning. Bigger wave, bigger section, and an incredible turn right there from the second generation professional surfer from San Clemente, and was able to back it up with the best wave of the heat so far. Great combination with the down carve and then a stronger turn right there at the end. 20 years of age, this young girl from SC. And then Tamara Bannert right here. She's been battling back. Got a 5-point ride on this one, Kaipo, but unfortunately for her, she just hasn't been able to execute those top turns in those most critical sections out there on these waves.
Zooming by all the activations that we have here, 51 Ice, Banco Do Brasil, Corona, all represented and all supporting this Challenger Series event. Remember, Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every Corona sold, and we're anticipating recycling about 287 million bottles, and that's Corona's give back to, you know, we got to lessen the impact to the environment, get rid of that single-use plastic water bottles, get you rid of all those single-use plastic containers that you use, reuse and recycle. Sarah, well, we're talking about playing it smart at the end when you're in second place with priority. That's a priority error for Sarah Wakita, handing it over.
It was a good sell, too, by Kiala on that instance.
She slapped the water. She knows that, yeah. Now she's vulnerable.
Well, but if I were her in this instance, get back out and add some more pressure. I mean, under priority, in fourth priority, you can still be moving around and still kind of deceive them into catching some waves that aren't there, Kaipo. So just over a minute to go, if it were me, I'd be as close as I could possibly get.
Well, this is going to give the opportunity for Laura Ropp right here to stroke into this one. Looking good on this wave. Let's see what she's got up in the lip. Gets through that first section. Snaps on the second section. Carves it around. One more snap on the inside. And the finish for Laura, 4.03. I'm pretty sure she got that number.
I agree with that, 100%. 50 seconds to go. Should be a switch in positioning right here, and that little mistake from Sarah Wakita is going to cost her this heat at the moment. Wow, and what a buzzer beater, too. The way to control her nerves, number 50 in the ranks, competing at home in Brazil. This would be a huge opportunity for Laura.
Numbers in already. 6-point ride for this.
Yeah, and just great execution, controlled her pressure. Love that carve right there. The way she was able to bring it all the way around. And some smart surfing here at the end, too, Kaipo. 2 decent sections, but it's really that one carve that gave her the score, I feel.
Yeah, and as we said, Sarah, with that advancing position and holding priority, made that error and is going to pay for it. Kiala on the backhand, just things aren't going right for Kiala Tuamona Bannert in this heat, unfortunately. But another buzzer beater. We've seen that finish. We'll review to see if Kiala was up before the horn.
I think she was.
And she was, but she needs a big number, 5.61.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be it. And, you know, this is going to be a heartbreaker and, you know, a tough pill to swallow right here for Sarah Wakita. She was in the top 2 spots the entire heat, Kaipo. And, you know, this is the replay of Kiala. Just a smaller left. Unfortunately, she's going to bow out of competition. She's probably going to have a chance to compete in Haleiwa, though, and make up some ground right there. But huge, huge props to Laura Ropp. And obviously, Kira Pinkerton moving up in the rankings, too, came in as number 15. This is a big heat win for her, Kipes.
Big heat advancing on into the round of 16 will be Kira Pinkerton and Laura Ropp. And some big numbers for Pinkerton. 12.66 two-wave total. That's a keeper. You keep on doing that, you're going to make finals.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back with more Corona Saquarema Pro. Stick around.
Welcome back to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Qualification implications out there in the water right now. Teresa Bonvalo in red, Sol Aguirre in the blue, Bronte Macaulay in the white, and Shino Matsuda from Japan is in the green jersey. Huge result here for Laura Robb. Moving through with Kira Pinkerton taking the heat win in the first heat of the morning. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Popst in the booth, and Maida, if Bronte Macaulay or Teresa Bonvalo loses in this heat, automatically we will see the qualification of both Molly Picklum and Caitlin Simmers for 2023.
Yeah, it's amazing. So very important heat for everybody here. We gotta see, look, and who's surfing already?
Shino Matsuda, great surfer on the backhand, and she is down in the rankings, needs a huge result here, and has an incredible backhand in terms of, the surfing that we see out here in beach breaks. And this lady, no stranger to competing here in Saquarema, Sol Aguirre, Maida.
Yeah, she was here last week. Yeah, she went through some heats here. She knows how to compete in Brazil. She likes Brazil. She's very prepared. Yeah, good heat right there. Very many things to happen.
Yeah.
In this beautiful morning here at Saquarema.
And the first day that we've seen the sun from the early part of the morning, Matsuda opens up with a 5.17. Bronte Macaulay has a couple of throwaway scores. Sol Aguirre with a 3.33. And waiting to see Teresa Bonvalo catch her opening ride. Teresa did win a CS event earlier this year at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly. And it seems like she's just going to wait outside for the first wave that she can catch. And, speaking of the intensity of this heat, both surfers in white and red really have a lot to prove. Both goofy footers with a lot of experience in competing at high levels. But we're talking about a heat that is make or break in terms of qualification, Maida.
Yeah, it is. I can imagine like Caitlin Simmers sitting at home watching this heat and hoping for the best for her, but then these girls need to prove themselves here in Saquarema. And also Molly Picklum, we lost her so early in this competition here. And look, I think Teresa is asking for priority, isn't it?
Well, we don't have a graphic so far in terms of priority, but it seems like Teresa might have paddled for a wave, and since all other three surfers have caught a wave, you'd be thinking, okay, if she's out there in the primary takeoff zone, she'd be rewarded first priority. There you see her ranking number 7, just 23 years of age. And she is in first priority. Just heard the beach announcer say that in the background 25 minutes ago. And, not only was I talking about the excellent performances that we've seen by both Bronte and Teresa, as we're going to see Bonvalo up and riding on the backhand from Portugal, and a bit too aggressive there to start things off in this heat. She's going to get back out there with a lot of time. Both come from incredible families, too. Bronte's father, formerly known as Mr. Brazil. Many event wins for Dave. Mother is a teacher and comes from a beautiful part of Western Australia to a beautiful family, Maida.
Yeah, how nice. And Teresa also, it's a very lovely lady. She went to Tokyo as well, so she competed there and she's
To Tokyo, yes.
Yeah, to Tokyo, to Olympics. And also she's skiing as well on the QS. She won 3 events in her home region this year. She serves a lot and she's looking for a spot in the big leagues.
Yeah, and there you see Bronte McCauley, number 8 in the rankings, 28 years of age, looking to requalify. You know who's looking to qualify for the first time? Kira Pinkerton. She's with Rachel.
That's right, Kira Pinkerton. What a way to start the day. Well, you could guarantee the leading with your 2 first waves. You didn't waste your time on waves. How was it for you to make decisions there today?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. The waves aren't easy to read for sure, and this morning it looked like there's a lot of good ones, and in our heat there actually wasn't as many, and it looks like even now. So when I got my first wave, I just felt like a huge load of confidence, and then it just pretty much lined me up for my second wave.
It must feel easier. And what about your surfboard? Which one did you choose for today?
I'm riding a Lost Surfboard Sub-Driver. It's the board I ride in every contest, no matter the size. It's kind of my magic board. So, yeah, it's my secret weapon. No.
Really nice. So congratulations, you're into the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel. Parabéns. Congratulations to Kira. Huge win for the 20-year-old from San Clemente. Here's Bronte McCauley, a huge turn on the finish right there for the surfer from Western Australia. Love to see it right there, and really capitalizing on a big section and maybe the biggest turn we've seen all morning long. 22 minutes remaining, Maida.
Yeah, I love it. And Glenn Hall there, love it too. She's surfing pretty strong. Look, she managed that bump there, and then a very nice, strong, just one maneuver, but really strong. I think she's going to be rewarded.
Well, I love this one, personally. Straight up into the lip, vertical, great bottom turn. And as you can see right there, kicking out real quick with a lot of intensity. I love the passion. And then Sol Aguirre was also up, Maida.
Yeah, nice first turn there. And then another one, very sharp. And she's looking for something else, but the wave didn't offer.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wave just died out after the first 2 carves. 21:30 on the clock. Matsuda has a 5.17 and a 2.43. Sol Aguirre about to get her second scoring ride and waiting for what is potentially to be a huge score for Bronte. As here's Sol. And another right-hander goes for the big layback jam and pulls it. The Peruvian with one of the most progressive maneuvers we've seen out of the ladies so far in competition.
I like it so bad.
Me too.
Here we would say like irado.
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 Which is like aggressive.
Yeah, like very cool.
Okay.
Irada.
Like
Irada,
muito legal.
Muito legal.
Okay.
Very nice. I love it. Very progressive, stylish. Yeah, she surfs pretty well here in Brazil. This year she competed during the Oihu Pro. She beat Carissa Moore during the opening round, and then, but after all, she got beaten by her in the next round. But she knows how to compete here.
And there's Vagina Fierro. She'll be coming up in the next heat. She is number 9 in the rankings so far. The surfer from Huahine in Tahiti, the French Polynesian, will be hitting the water against Ando Santos, Rachel Presti, and Tessa Thyssen. And Vagina riding those CI shapes underneath her feet. Lovely style does Vagina have. And there you see the Challenger Series for 2022. This is event number 6 of 7. Coming down to the wire, a couple of qualification spots on the line in this heat. As Teresa Bonvalo needs to make it out of this one in order to keep her hopes alive of qualifying. If either Bronte McCauley or Teresa Bonvalo lose in this heat, we will automatically see a qualification by both Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum. Just over 19 minutes to go. Sol Aguirre gets a 5.5 for the layback. And then the score comes in for Bronte, a 6.5. And Teresa, so far 2 waves, Maida, and she's fallen on both.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think pressure might be on her right now? She also has like 20 minutes left, so plenty of time to get in tune, get rhythm. But since now she has like 2 waves uncompleted.
Yeah, and you mentioned pressure, more than likely right there, but I would love to see a surfer from Europe qualify for the championship tour on the women's side. Not too many right there, and especially Portuguese, flag bearers would love to see Teresa on the CT for the first time. She does have a lot of competitive experience on both the QS and the CS, but we still haven't seen her make it all the way to the CT. Sol Aguirre in the lead. Shino Matsuda with priority, having a look at this wave right here, and she might be using it. Up and riding, the Japanese surfer on the backhand. Great hit right there to start things off. And mistimes the second one. Uncharacteristic right there by the Japanese surfer in green. Normally don't see that kind of mistime by the surfer originally from Japan. Loves to spend a lot of time in Hawaii too. And she has been traveling a lot globally for the last 2 years, Maida.
Yeah, it was kind of different to see her like do this kind of mistake. She was a little bit late for the maneuver, but I mean here Saquarema, it's a very, very tricky spot. So yeah, I think she cannot throw away this 2.343. What do you think, Mage?
Seems hard, but it was a decent turn to start things off. If she does, it'll be right around there. But either way, probably not a score that you would like to keep in her top 2 at the end of the heat, though. But how about Sol Aguirre so far? A 5.5 and a 3.33. The surfer from Los Órganos in Piura, Peru. The northern part of Peru, a lot of lefts over there. Close to where Luca Messinas is from in Máncora. And an excellent surfer is Sol. Older sister Leilani also used to compete in the QS, and now Sol Aguirre, still in her early 20s, looking to be the first Peruvian woman to qualify for the CT since Sofia Milanovic did it in the early 2000s. Seems like Bonvalo breaking away here, Maida. She's looking for the lefts now on the other side of the peak, and she has second priority at the moment.
Yeah, but look, Bronte has a good spot right now in the heat because she has the best score of the heats, a 6.5, and she's with priority. We are almost in the middle of the heat, so she can throw away this 1 point and advance to the top.
So priority with the surfer in white, Akole. 16 minutes to go. Has a 6.5, only needs a small score in the 2s in order to make it up into second place. And here's the heat leader. Underneath everybody else's priority, Sol goes for the first snap and then loses control of her footing with that carve. And here's Bronte on the backhand. Little wrap to start things off into the whitewater foam climb for the second turn. And you love to see it. She's passionate. She's really knowing that she wants to win this event in order to solidify her number in the top 5 to qualify. And she had a great result at Margaret River, her home break. But she's looking to get a world championship next year in 2023. She needs to qualify first. She has 15 minutes to make it out of this heat, Maida.
Yeah, very nice first turn there. And then she looked for another one. It was a good finishing maneuver as well. She had a 3rd spot in Balido, was her best score, best result this year. And this is Sol. Sol is keeping busy.
And did it quite well at the Vans US Open of Surfing as well.
Yeah, she was 5th.
Yeah, quarterfinal finish there. Very effective in the way that she caught her waves too in Huntington Beach. Well, she takes the lead with a 4.33. Matsuda down to second place. And Sol Aguirre and Teresa Bonvalo close to being eliminated from competition. Ando Santos coming up. We still got half of Heat 2. Don't go anywhere.
That's the goal, I think, for everyone here, to re-qualify and get back on tour. And I feel like I've got the ability to win an event, so even just winning an event would be pretty incredible. So I want to get on tour to surf those good quality waves. And yeah, I've got a lot to improve on too. I think every girl on tour has a lot to improve on. I just want to get better at tube riding and really enjoy those opportunities that the women are now getting on tour.
Well, a very graceful surfer from Gracetown, Western Australia, out there in the water in the white jersey. That's Bronte McCauley. Great work by Shannon Waller and crew with the challengers right there, as we saw in Teresa Bonvalo. 4 waves ridden so far and nothing better than a 1.4. You can see the disappointment and the frustration right there for the Portuguese surfer. She still has plenty of time, though. 12 minutes should be more than enough. And Maida, she's just been out of sync so far in this heat.
Yeah, it looks like really weird because whenever she puts the board, or the maneuver, it seems like her legs are not, compromised with the maneuver, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no connection.
Yeah,
right?
no connection. I don't know. It doesn't look like her surfing right now.
When Shino Matsuda improves her situation, gets a 5.57, that keeps her in second place. But now adds more pressure to Sol Aguirre, needing a 5.25. And Teresa Bonvalo in fourth in a mini combo, needing a 9.34. 11 minutes remaining. Priority with the surfer from Peru in blue, Aguirre. Macaulay needs a keeper result here. But remember, if both or either Macaulay or Bonvalo lose in this heat, we're going to see qualification by both Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklem. Both Molly and Bronte actually being coached by the same person in this event, Glenn Micro Hall. And Bronte knows what's at stake, but either way, what happens, whether or not both Macaulay and Bonvalo move through, her mentality is still the same. Winning the event at the end of it is the most important cause. And the end result for her is always to win. Same thing for Sol Aguirre. Nice little setup snap right there and straight up into the lip. And won't ride out of the second one. So it seems like Sol started off well, but has also struggled to stay in the top 2 spots in this heat, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. She's surfing well. Look, this first maneuver was good, but she couldn't stand in the second one. Yeah, and Bronte and Shino Matsuda doing the right job, you know, surfing well, competing. Look, Shino again, up riding.
Great bottom turn there by the Japanese surfer. Oh, and just as I say that, slides out. Seems like her fins weren't really in the right place at the right time there for the second turn. And that's just going to be a throwaway for Shino. She was on her way to a great score, too. Potentially even taking the lead. She was only requiring a 5.27 on that one or better. She's going to go back out there and, you know, she's still very young, graduated high school a few years ago, dedicated her whole life to qualifying for the Champ Tour. She wants to be the first surfer from Japan to qualify for the CT. And it seems like Bruno Bocaiu will have some info. Where are you at, Bruno?
Hi, Mitch. Good morning, everyone. We're here at Área dos Atletas, Banco do Brasil, the athletes area is starting to fill in. The entourage, the teams are starting to be here. We can see Glenn Hall here with Molly Picklin. Freddie Robin is here, the coach of Marina Maheda. In the next heat, right there, Yolanda Hopkins, a couple of competitors from this round of women, round of 32. And nice view from here, huh? And the sun is shining, the waves are good, and we keep on moving, huh?
Hey, Bruno, does it already seem like it has the intensity of qualification implications out there in the water right now? Does it feel like that in the athletes area?
Yeah, we can feel in the air the kind of a tension. the emotionals are coming up. And yeah, a lot of implications.
Well,
they know.
Hopefully you can stay around, and if things remain the same, we could get an interview with Molly Picklin after this heat.
All right. I'll be here, bro.
All right, obrigado, Bruno. Thank you very much.
De nada.
8 minutes to go here. Teresa Bonvalo up and riding. Needs a couple of great scores. Beautiful bottom turn there, and excellent execution by Teresa. Don't call it a comeback. She's been here for years, and guess what? Gets a beautiful finish, too. Just under 8 minutes to go for the young Portuguese surfer in the red jersey. And she is a fighter. She is scratching to make it through this heat.
Yeah, look how she's paddling. Now seems that she woke up, like, very nice wave. I love this maneuver. Nice little one, and again, I love it, the finish of this wave.
Yeah, and I bet you the boys in the truck, our Portuguese crew, probably stoked on that wave from Teresa. She's making a comeback right now. You know, she does need the highest wave of the event so far, a 9.34. A mini combo, I guess you could call it. Still has 7 minutes, and you'd be thinking this is going to be very close, if not even better than the 6.5 that Bronte already has.
Yeah, probably it will be. Like, Bronte is in a good spot right now because she has priority, like 6 minutes and 45 left. But Teresa Bonvalot, for sure, she will be back in this heat.
Well, it's a 6.5. It matches the best wave of the heat so far, but still in fourth, needs a 4.24, excuse me, for second place. And she did that on the left, too. Really the best left we've seen in the first two heats of the morning. Not a keeper score in the first heat on the left. And guess what? Teresa Bonvalot says, bang, bang. I'm here to stay. You're not getting rid of me today. Still has 6 minutes, though, to get that 4 that she requires. Shino Matsuda still in second. Macaulay in the lead. She's looking to better a mid-range 4. And it seems like we have some sets approaching on the outside, Maida. There's still some size out there in the water.
Yeah, it is. I hope Teresa can find another opportunity just to at least give her a chance to prove that she can stand in this competition. So let's see, some sets coming. She's here more for the left side of the reef. And yeah.
5:30 to go. And you can see right there the consistency that Praia de Itaúna presents. Here's Bronte, though, paddling for this one. Nice looking wave. And straight up into the lip. As I said that, maybe I jinxed her because that wave unfortunately closed out quickly.
And she was a bit late for the maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a, clean wave to start things off, but then all of a sudden, a straight closeout afterwards, 5 minutes to go. And it seemed like a good wave initially, Maida, but the thing just didn't offer up a section afterwards.
Yeah, she saw the same as you because she used her priority in the very 5 minutes remaining of the heat. So now the priority is with Sawagi that wants to qualify as well. So she needs 5.25. It's not a big, huge score right there. and she's with priority with 4 and 30 seconds remaining, sorry.
It's not a small score either, though.
Yeah.
We've seen 5s be as valuable as 8s in the first 3 days of competition. And with just over 4 minutes to go, she does have priority, as you mentioned. Looking for a 5.25, but really the story of this heat now is going to be whether Teresa Bonvalo gets a 4.24 and is able to move through into the round of 16. She's looking at this left. She's going to let it go. Has third priority. And once again, if either Bronte McCauley or Teresa Bonvalo don't move through this heat, we're going to see 2 people qualify. Caitlin Simmers from Oceanside, California, and Molly Picklum, who is here on the beach, looking at this heat closely. Let's look at the recap. Bronte McCauley opened up Maida with a 6.5 for one turn.
Yeah, very good turn. One of the best that we've seen so far this morning. And then saw Aguirre with this one that I loved. For me, it was the best one.
Yeah, great layback right there. Smaller wave, but she really executed well. And then the experience right here by Bronte put her in first, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. Very nice wave as well. And then Shino Matsuda that did a great job during this whole heat.
Yeah, dropped a 5.57 for just the one turn right there on the backhand. And Bronte gonna elect to go on this wave right here. Around the section, starts things off with a wrap on the backhand and straight up into the lip afterwards. She's looking to better a 4.33. We shall see if she does so. 3 minutes to go. And the real question, where is Teresa at the moment? Priority still with Sol Aguirre. Shino Matsuda in second. She's playing spoiler right now in big time, making things difficult for not only Teresa, but for everybody else that is looking to qualify too. Because the thing is, Maida, one person has already qualified. There's 4 spots remaining. If this heat remains the same and time winds down, there's only going to be 2 spots after this.
Yeah, and then things gonna be like really hard for everybody that wants to qualify. Less spots, and we're like heading from here to Haleiwa. So, but look.
Wow, it seems like Teresa was able to get a wave. And she is stoked. Love to see the expression right there. And it is a close heat, 10.83, 10.8, 10.74 between first, second, and third. Hopefully we can get a replay of what happened right there with Teresa last wave. Comes in as a 4.3 here, Maida. Just the one turn, but it was a beautiful one. She stared down the judges too. And with 90 seconds to go, here's Sol Aguirre. He's needing a 5.31. Starts off well, clean turn right there, and needs a bigger finish. Goes for the layback and pulls it off. A little over a minute to go. And is that the score that could move Sol up into second place?
Yeah, she needs a 5.31, and she took a 5.5 with just one maneuver, layback. So let's see what the judges think right now. This one, she got a little hooked down there, but then this one was good. What do you think, Mitch? Yeah.
It is going to be a tough decision, but Teresa does not want to leave it in the judges' hands. Up and riding, wraps it back, and up into the lip right there. Can she ride out of it? Yes, she can. So whether or not she also betters her 4.3, we shall see. But I really think it's going to come down to the last wave of the surfer in blue, Sol. Here's the replay, though. Carves it back, and then the one turn to finish off. A little dirty at the end, though, Maida.
Yeah, it wasn't a high to top first maneuver. It was like, look, the middle of the wave. The wave was kind of flat. And yeah, let's see what the judges think. I mean, she really wants to put some water in Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum beer. We know how. Here we used to say
water
like,
and beer, yeah.
Yeah, water and beer. Água na cerveja.
Well, either way, it wasn't enough from Sol Aguirre, and guess what? Nobody's qualifying today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep the party for later as both Bronte Macaulay and Teresa Bonvolo move through. Look at the passion right there from the Portuguese surfer in the red jersey. Love to see it. And we're going to lose Shino Matsuda, who surfed a great heat, and Sol Aguirre as well. Woo! Things are heating up here as soon as the sun came out in Saquarema. And we're going to be able to hear from Bronte and get her thoughts on the impact of that heat right after the break. Woo, a great heat out there. Teresa Bonvolo actually takes the lead with a 5.2 on her last ride. And the agony of defeat right there from Sol Aguirre as both Teresa Bonvolo and Bronte Macaulay move through. Heat 3 coming up. Ando Santos, Vagina Fierro, Rachel Presti, and Tessa Tyson about to hit the water. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Corona Saquarema Pro coming up after the break.
Bom jogo na tela, countdown to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
It's been a fun first 2 heats of the morning so far here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Teresa Bonvolo takes a huge heat win and makes life complicated for both Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum, who had a chance to qualify if either Bronte or Teresa lost in that heat. Heat 3 out in the water now, though. Ando Santos, Vagina Fierro, Rachel Presti, Tessa Tyson. I'm Mitch, Maeda to my left, and Maeda, another great heat out here with sunny and beautiful conditions at Praia da Itaúna.
It's true, Mitch. Very nice heat, very exciting heat. We saw Teresa and Bron make a very, very interesting morning.
And here's Ando Santos, the surfer that resides in Australia, competes for Brazil. And I believe both parents are Brazilian. 27 minutes on the clock. And you know who's very happy is the surfer who's with Rachel Apolonio. Teresa Bonvolo, take it away, Rach.
That's right. I'm here with Teresa Bonvolo. And wow, another buzzer beater for this event. What are going through your mind when you were placing fourth?
I mean, this was definitely like one of a tough hit. Like obviously the conditions there are some amazing waves. But I mean, until the last 10 minutes, I had nothing, literally nothing. And I was like, wow, like, I just got to focus on one big thing, like one big turn. And I try like to find, I tried to move, I tried to change tactic. And I guess it was until the end and fighting until the last wave.
You made it, that was a good strategy. And what about the conditions today? How different are they from the first day?
Definitely, it's like so much different. it's still like hard. Like I swear this beach is like super complicated. Like from the beach you see something and then in the water you see other thing. But yeah, I'm just like super happy for this heat, for how I changed my mind and all my thoughts and fighting until the end and putting everything in the water.
Yeah, that was important heat for the ranking. So congratulations, you're into the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Muito parabéns to Teresa Bombolo, a huge heat win for the surfer from Portugal, just 23 years of age. And she is number 7 in the rankings coming into the event. So a huge result for her. Already has a win, at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly, Australia. Back to the heat in the water, though. It's been an action-packed one. Vahine caught a wave right here, Maida.
Yeah, very nice turn there. Just one, but really strong, sharp, and vertical. Look, not so vertical as I thought before. In this angle, we could see that she hit the lip, but it was really nice.
And then Tessa Thyssen with her opening ride here, too. The surfer from St. Bartholomew in the Caribbean originally, represents France. And there you see the beautiful area that we have here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Nice little landscape and a few different things to do as well. I've gone to the store twice already, Maida.
Oh, yeah? You did? Yeah.
I had to buy some souvenirs.
Nice. And if you're around here, Saquarema, it's very nice to come down to the beach. There's a lot of things to do here and watch the competition pretty close. And yeah, lovely day. You should come if you're around here.
What's the estimate on people that you think we're going to see both today and tomorrow?
Wow, this is kind of hard to say because like the beach is so big. I think around like 10,000 maybe.
Okay, that's a good number.
10,000 people.
Probably maybe double that tomorrow, you think, for Sunday, for Domingo?
Let's see. Probably if it's sunny, can be.
Well, we do have Gabe surfing in the event, too. And you know who's also surfing in the event is Vahine Fierro. The surfer from Huajine opened up with a 5.83, and you saw the replay right there. Scores coming through for this last wave. Should be a decent backup as well. Here's Ando Santos, the surfer in red. Ooh, great combination right there in a short space for the youngster that resides in Australia but competes for Brazil. We saw her compete actually in the first event that she did this year at the Sydney Surf Pro, which is the second of the stops on the CS. This wasn't a bad wave right here, Maida.
Yeah, it wasn't at all. She was pretty quick to manage to finish the second maneuver. And she knows here Saquarema pretty well. She made quarterfinals during the Saquarema Surfing Festival last week. So, yeah, and she's only 21 years old, like pretty young lady. Knows how to compete here. Nice surfer.
Yeah, and traveling here with her dad as well. Here's Rachel Presti, also known as Ray Ray, and the surfer from Florida originally, surfing for Germany, excuse me. And Ray Ray has been along, you know, the ranks of the top 100 for a few years now. It's surprising to me that she's still, you know, very young. She has been an ISA gold medalist before, and she has been on the verge of qualifying a few times for the championship tour as well. A surfer that is very adept at surfing beach breaks well, and that is a paddle from Tessa Thyssen. Priority will switch right here as Vahine Fierro on the outside. Having a look, it might switch again, who knows. 22 minutes remaining, and it seems like due to that, Tessa Thyssen is gonna stay in first priority at the moment. At least that's what our graphics say. They're gonna let this wave go right here. Fierro with a decent lead at the moment, 5.83 and a 4.23. Tessa Thyssen in second. And it actually seems like Vahine is gonna hold on to first priority after that. So Dos Santos in third. Her last wave comes in as a 3.4, her best. Rachel Presti in fourth. Nothing really better than a 1.8. And, you know, I've been talking about Rachel and the impressive things that she's done so far, but hasn't had a great result so far this year on the Challenger Series that has really put her up into the top 10 of the ranking so far, Maida.
Yeah, and here, like in Itaúna, you gotta know this spot like good because you see, we just saw a set coming in and nobody had the position to serve. Yeah, let's see if Rachel can get in tune with the ocean and surf good waves right here.
Hopefully 21 minutes on the clock. Nice little TP coming through right here. And Tessa might be in the spot. She's going to let it go, though. And an interesting decision right here by both Ray and Vahine. They're both looking for the left on the other side of the peak now. And, I mean, you still have plenty of time. We saw Teresa actually get both of her best waves over on the left. But that really wasn't until the last 10 minutes, though, Maida.
It's true. And Teresa, as I said before during the heat, in the first beginning of the heat, she seemed completely lost down there, but then she changed her mind and she could find good waves to winning the heat.
Yeah, and there you see the surfer from Germany, Rachel Presti. Real quick ride there for Vahine. Used priority, so now priority will switch over to Tessa Tyson. And, you know, speaking of the two surfers from France, Vahine and Tessa, originally from islands, both of them. One from French Polynesia, the other one from the French Caribbean. And, well, you're talking about two of the most beautiful places in the world. Number 9 in the rankings for Vahine, 22 years of age. Boy, and she has a lot of room to grow and has a CT experience, too. Has competed at the Roxy Beau France a few times.
Yeah, and you know what, Mitch? These girls are like in 9th in the rankings, so not down the rankings, and it's so tough to get above because like we have all these girls, Caitlin Simmers and Molly and the already classified Macy Callaghan. So yeah, they are close, but it's really hard to get classified, isn't it?
And let's not forget about Sophie McCulloch either. She was number 6 coming into the event. She did lose yesterday in the first round, but that doesn't mean that the door's closed for her going into Haleiwa as well. But we're going to see Betty Lou Sakura Johnson later today, and she has a chance of clinching her spot here in Saquarema if she does make the final. There's Minami Nonaka coming up in the next heat, the Japanese surfer. Had a great performance in the first heat, and these conditions suit her style quite well too. Great at beach breaks, but then in this heat you're seeing two surfers that primarily come from reef breaks dominate the heat so far.
Yeah, what a surprise, because we always think like places like Brazil, like Japan is pretty similar, a lot of beach breaks, and those Japanese surfers are doing well here, but we just saw Shino Matsuda just lost because Teresa Bonvaleur and also Bronte, they made such a good job here.
Here's Rachel going on this big left, and it's just going to be a quick one for her. Ray going to look to get another wave on the outside. She's committed to this side of the peak, though. Seems like she's going to stay there for some time. Works with Jim Hogan quite a bit. Jim, a very experienced coach, longtime competitor himself, and resides in Costa Rica, where Rachel has spent a lot of time before. She's actually won an event there and is very adept at competing in beach breaks. Here's the former CT surfer, Paulina Du, the French lady that's coming up against Yolanda Hopkins, Minami Nonaka, and Sawyer Limblad, who is number 9 in the rankings. More qualification implications coming up in the next heat. And Pauline had a great first heat. Should be a fun one coming up. Here's Vahine, though. Wraps it back a couple of times on the backhand and fits one more in for good measure, too. Boy, she's got some strong legs underneath her, and she's going to need them here for the alligator's mouth at the end. And now Tessa. Great exchange by the two surfers representing France. They are first and second, respectively, at the moment, and it seems like they might even better those respective positions out there, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. It was a really great exchange right here. But now we see Rachel, but yeah, she couldn't get in. Yeah, nice two little waves that they are looking for this right now here in Saquarema. And look, probably Dos Santos just took a wave. hopefully we're going to see it during the replay.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, it wasn't a very consequential wave. Could be, though. Might have been a section before that. 16 minutes ago. Here's the replay of Vahine, though. What'd you think of this one, Maida?
Yeah, I like it. She lost a little bit of speed right there in the first one, but the second one was good. And the third one for me was the best one. Pretty vertical.
So Vahine looking to better a 4.23, and this was Tessa's last. She's looking to improve on a 2.17.
Yeah, for me, this last maneuver there was the one of this wave. Probably she's going to have like, oh, it's already on the board. It was a 3.27.
And still waiting for Vahine's score. While we do that, let's go down to the beach with Bruno. He's got a special guest.
Okay, Mitch, I'm here with Fred Robin. He's from the French Federation, the coach.
Yep.
And here working with two ladies in the water, huh?
Yeah, we are two coaches here, me and Hannah Rioux. So we have two girls from France. So we try to split the work, and we have Tessa Thyssen and Vahine Fierro right now in the water.
And Vahine is so close to the bubble, huh?
Yes, she's in the bubble and she works a lot, she works hard. Like Tessa, all the girls are really into it, you know. And here it's very difficult, the conditions are tough. A lot of water moving, it's really hard, but at least today we have some sun and good waves.
Okay, what was the game plan for both of them?
The game plan was to try to have the biggest wave and to have a good turn, good big turn, you know, strong turn. At least one really big turn.
How cool is to, from Reunion Island yourself, and Alain Rioux from Tahiti, so French, have that power, huh?
Yeah, we have the France, and we also have a lot of island, so it's good for us to have all this, you know, all these islands, all the territory, the French territory. So it's good.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good luck, huh? Interesting stuff here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Merci beaucoup, Bruno, and bonne chance to the French surfers out there. There you see number 9 in the ranks, Vahine, 22 years of age, and he's not wrong. They do have a lot of French territories out there, and guess what? Some surfers representing France on the CT have done well so far. I can name one of them, Jeremy Flores. He's originally from Reunion Island, and this lady originally from Florida represents Germany, Rachel Presti. Great turn on the backhand. A better carve right there to finish things off. And now on Dos Santos. Ooh, nice roundy, slips though. Does she recover? She does not, so 13 minutes to go. And you know, he was telling us about how challenging these conditions are, how much they change. You know, he's absolutely right, Maida. This place changes a lot with the different tides.
Yeah, the wave changed a lot, the weather changed a lot. Here we can have like completely different conditions in the ocean during a day. Like with the high tide, we have those really thick backwashes. And look, this was Presti.
Yeah, and easily Ray's best wave too. At the moment, she's looking for a 6.74 for second place. Won't be that, but, you know, it's going to minimize the requirement after it, Maida. And, you know, Rachel tends to be one of those great surfers that has a good forehand and a good backhand, but a lot of times relies on the backhand strength. Gets a 4.27 on that ride alone. Tessa Thyssen still in second place. Vahine in the lead, and Dos Santos in fourth, needing a 5.15. 12 minutes to go. Great conditions, beautiful morning. We're on heat number 3 so far. We're running 16 heats today, Maida.
Yeah, very long day today again. But like with this kind of conditions, it's so nice to watch the competition and to see this high quality of surfing. And look, this is Vahine again.
Yep. The French lady. Oh, great turn right there from Vahine. Wraps it back. And this wave standing up for a great finish too. Love to see it here from the young surfer from Huahine, Tahiti. And Vahine more than likely to extend her lead right here, looking to improve on a 4.9. And Tessa Thyssen closely in second place. Rachel Presti in third, and Dos Santos is in fourth. More action coming up after the break. from the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Bem-vindos de volta. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. There's Rachel Cressy doing the runaround with her super coach, Jim Hogan. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that gentleman is in his 50s. And guess what? He can run better than anybody else on the beach like that. Living in Costa Rica, Jim Hogan surfs a lot of good waves, and so does Rachel Cressy when she goes down there to train. And she is on fire right now, catching 2 waves back-to-back, Maida. And this should be her best one. She's only looking for a 5.08. But then we saw Tessa Tyson here on the backhand. She was in second. Ooh, a great turn right there from the surfer from France. And Vahine was also in the exchange right here, Maida.
Yeah, very good wave for her as well. Keeping busy, trying to improve her scores to keep this spot, the first spot of the heat. Yeah, very long wave. She could send many maneuvers there. But I like the wave of Rachel Presti.
Yeah, so do I. Waiting on a few scores by Tyson and Presti. Fierro's score comes in as a 6.13. And Ray's score in white, a 5.37. That momentarily moves her up into second place. But we're waiting for Tessa Tyson's score in the green jersey. Ando Santos still in fourth. At the moment needing a 6.24 for second place. And there's Rachel making her way back out. Priority with the heat leader, the surfer in blue, Vahine. And how about that shot too? Man, conditions today are beautiful. I hope it stays like this for the remainder of the event, Maida, because I'm loving the sunshine. This really is an iconic Brazilian picture right here with the rocks in the background too.
Yeah, did you get in the water yesterday?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, okay. So now it's warmer than yesterday, and you should, after our work here, you should get in the water.
Yeah, and there you see our water patrol, and just getting notified that it might be offshore tomorrow. Despite it being a bit smaller, conditions could be as clean as it gets here at Praia de Itaúna. And it seems like scores are in for Tessa Tyson. It's a 4.07. So that still keeps her in third place. Rachel Presti in second, Vahine with the lead, and Ando Santos in fourth.
Yeah, and on the jet ski, it was Marcos Monteiro, a very good surfer from here, Saquarema, a big wave surfer, very humble guy, very nice.
Experience too.
Experience as well, yeah.
Usually, you know, when we do the events on the Hawaiian Islands, we have Hawaiian Water Patrol, the best in the business. But, I feel very confident knowing that we have a couple of local surfers out there on the skis here for the Water Patrol. Tessa up and riding. Big turn right there. Almost runs over on. And she was only requiring a 4.38. Big section, bigger turn. 6 minutes to go, Maida. This might be the requirement right here.
Yeah, probably can be. For me, it felt a little that she was a little bit insecure in this maneuver. Let's see it again. I mean, I wish we could see more power, But I think she needs only like a 4.38, so probably she will get it.
Well, there's a chance. What made you think about the insecurity?
I don't know. It wasn't so explosive as we see another maneuvers being thrown here. So, yeah, it was a good one for sure. She completed, but I think her legs were too
straight.
Too straight, not bended. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a close score, and it's just enough, a 4.4. That moves Tessa up into second place. Rachel Presley down to third, and Ando Santos with a 3.13 on her last wave, still needing a 6.27. And with just under 5 minutes to go, you can see the sigh of relief right there by Tessa Thyssen on screen. She's further off of the peak, and she's actually going to go on this ride closer to the rocks. Big section ahead, great bottom turn. Ooh, excellent execution right there from Tessa. And that might be much better. And did you notice any insecurity right there, Maida?
No, this one she was pretty secure. She looked very confident for the maneuver. I think her leg was a little bit more bended.
Yeah, bent. Yeah.
Bent. Look. Yeah, I like it, this one. Let's see what the judges think, because sometimes we see something and they have much more skills to analyze things.
I like the hair flick at the end, too. Yeah. The kind of no claim right there by Tessa. And let's see how we've gotten to this point in the heat so far. Just under 4 minutes ago, it was the quick start from Avkine that has kept her in the lead for the majority of the heat, Maida.
Yeah, very nice first maneuver there. I really like it. And then this was Tessa.
Got a couple of decent scores, a 5.27 on this ride right here, and then was able to back it up with a 5.4 on her last. But Vahine Fierro, though, she's been on the best waves and been in rhythm.
Yeah, very vertical, a lot of flow. I like how she could connect it, all the maneuvers in this wave. Yeah, very nice one, Mitch.
And she's number 9 in the rankings coming into the event too. And Rachel Presley has fought back. This wave came in as a 5.37. She's been trying to make this heat, but still has 3 minutes to get the 5.31 that she needs. And luckily for her, the other two surfers that are in first and second, way away from her. You can see Rachel Presley on the right side of your screen, on the other side of the peak on the left. And that's where she's gotten her 2 best waves so far.
Yeah, she's sticking to the left.
Mm-hmm.
She's looking to surf on her backhand. And look, probably she might have an opportunity here.
She's gonna let that wave go though. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And, I was talking to Tati the other day, and she competed for Team Hawaii for many years before she made the move over to Brazil. And the motto with Reynolds Hayes, Jason Chibata, Bert Dishimato, Kahea Hart was always live and die out the back. So if it's a small wave, gonna be a small score. Bigger wave, bigger score. And you just might see Rachel Presley wait for 2 minutes until she actually gets a set wave to get the score. Beach is getting crowded now, Maida. It's early in the morning.
It's early in the morning, very sunny. I think in the middle of the day, we're going to see this beach completely packed. Everybody like chilling, having fun, and enjoying this beautiful show of surfing.
Well, I'm chilling, I'm having fun, and I'm enjoying the show of surfing so far. Tessa Thyssen, though, she is going to try to play spoiler to Rachel Presley. She's moving over, and she has lower priority than Ray, but she can add a little bit more pressure. 1:20 to go. Vahine in the lead, Tessa in second, Presti in third, needing a 5-3-1, and Dos Santos in the red jersey needs a 7-2-7, a high score for what we've seen in the first three heats, down to the last minute. What do you think, Maida, as we're seeing Dos Santos here, giving herself a chance? A couple of wraps there on the backhand, and
she needs a big score. She needs 7.27 to advance. Probably she won't get with this wave. Smaller wave, nothing very vertical or progressive.
And I was going to ask you, you think we're going to see a chance for Presti to get a wave here in the last 30 seconds?
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, probably.
Here she is. Needs a 5-3-1. Great start right there. Will this wave cooperate, though? Needs a strong finish here. This is German. And a strong turn right there from Ray Ray. Ditches the fins outside and might get a bonus section, too. She does. And she loves it. You see the body language right there. In control the whole time on that wave. And the heat is over. So this one is going to be decided on the beach. Dos Santos will be eliminated from competition, but we're going to wait to see whether or not this is the score for the surfer from Germany in the white jersey. Here's the entire replay, Maida.
Yeah, very strong maneuver right there to open the wave. Then another one. I like this one with the tail slide. And another one. She did like everything she could to get the score right here.
And it was a very difficult wave to surf, too. You see here the drone angle. You know, a lot of chop on it. These lefts much harder to surf than the rights. But she chose to surf over here, and that third turn just might be what gets her the score. We're still waiting on it, but for how the wave was, couldn't have surfed it any better. Needs a 5-3-1. She did get a 5-3-7 on her previous ride, so it would have to be almost the same wave.
Yeah, let's see what the judges think about this wave. I really like it. It might be close.
Early indications don't look very enthusiastic for Rachel. And it's a 4.6 for Rachel Presti. And you can see the body language right there. Disappointed, but she tried her absolute best. She should be very content with the way she competed here. And unfortunately, it lost there for Ray Ray. But it's the two French ladies, Vahine Fierro and Tessa Thyssen, moving through into the round of 16. We lose Rachel Presti and Dos Santos. We got Heat 4 coming up, number 9 in the ranks, Sori Lindblad, about to hit the water. It's going to be Kaipo and Bruno with the call. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to beautiful Itaúna Beach here for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat 4 of the round of 32 for the women are out in the water. Sawyer Lindblad, Minami Nonaka, Yolanda Hopkins, and Pauline Ado in an international heat. And top two advance into the round of 16. I'm Kaipo along with Bruno to talk you through the action today. And let's see who starts off their account here. It looks like Yolanda Hopkins is going to get the early start. Yolanda tic-tacs through there and meets that oncoming section, a difficult section to negotiate, but well done by Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, Bruno.
That's it. Always so powerful, so committed to those situations, like a close out, and she did good, huh?
Yeah, Yolanda, right now, coming into this event, number 20 on the Challenger Series ranking, so still within reach. Needs a couple of big results, however. She got 2 keepers, 2 ninths so far. We'll get back to that placings. Here's a replay, though, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, nice bottom turn, so fast. And she kept the composure.
And as well as Pauline Ado, the veteran of this crew in the water.
Oh, yeah, I think it's the most experienced girl on this field, huh?
Pauline Ado, 31 years old, from Anglet in France. And here we go with Sawyer Lindblad on the backhand.
Oh, Sawyer is doing good, huh? She's near the bubble. She needs a great result to keep his campaign going.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, just 17 years old, from San Clemente, California. And we take a look at our Japanese competitor in the way of Minami Nonaka. So Sawyer is the high seed in this event, like you said, Bruno, and she does have a chance of that qualification. Minami Nonaka, she's got a lot more work. She's got 30th on the rankings coming into Brazil. 21 years old, Minami Nonaka. But Sawyer Lindblad, as we go through her stats, as 9th place finish to kick off the year, Sawyer, as well as a 9th place finish at the U.S. Open. Sawyer coming off a quarterfinal finish in Portugal, so she's got pretty much 3 keeper results. She needs another big number in those top 4 results for Sawyer Lindblad. As you can see on the screen, 17 years old, 5'5", San Clemente, California. Part of a great surfing family. Her brother Taj also is an incredible surfer.
Amazing, huh? Mitch was calling the cyclone from San Clemente.
Yeah, he's making that up.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. We got the Brazilian storm.
Yeah,
we got the San Clemente cyclone. If you would, I mean, San Clemente is producing a lot of great surfers right now, and gosh, Bruno, it makes me feel aged because the leader of that San Clemente crew is Kolohe Andino, who I still think of as a kid.
Yeah.
But he's a dad, he's a father.
Yeah. But he's a son of a friend from our generation, huh?
Yeah, of course, Kolohe Andino's son of Dino Andino, a good friend of mine coming up through the surfing ranks. Hey, let's hear, if we're ready, from the winner of the last heat, Maita Iroa. Well done, Vahine Fierro.
Thanks, Skypes. I'm here with Vahine. So you ruled the heat since the beginning. How was it for you?
Yes, it was really nice to start off with the first exchange. I got the best first exchange. So I was feeling really comfortable, and then I was just trying to back it up. And then the waves were actually really, really fun compared to my first heat, where it was a bit easier and the rights were really defined. So I was having a lot of fun out there.
So you are from a place that is a reef break. It's your first time here in Brazil. How you adapt yourself to surf here in this beach break?
Yes, it's my first time here in Brazil. I have a couple of Brazilian friends, and now I understand why they're so nice and so funny and cool, because Brazil is a really, really, amazing and beautiful place. And then the waves are actually, it's a beach break, but it's really powerful. And I come from a place where waves are really good and has a lot of power, but I'm trying to be a really well-rounded surfer and try to surf all types of conditions.
Okay, congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maida. And Vahine Fierro, we were talking about Sawyer Lindblad. Vahine Fierro is tied right now on the rankings coming in to this event with Sawyer Lindblad, also ranked 9th on the Challenger Series. So we're going to see some tiebreakers depending on who advances through these heats into the round of 16 and beyond. Vahine Fierro, a former World Junior champ, and came one spot away from qualifying in the past. So she's been right there. Vahine is a surfer, Bruno, that I'm a big fan of because I think she's got a bright future.
Oh, for sure, man. I was thinking about this. She could be a huge threat on Teahupo'o.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's from there.
Yes.
If she qualifies for the city next year, she's going to be aiming the Olympic spot to surf at home. Can you imagine that?
This is true. I mean, she's just been putting in time out at the end of the road. Had a wild card this year in Tahiti. Did really well. Took down a lot of surfers. Vahine Fierro just is going to continue to evolve, and especially when you look at women's pro surfing and barrel riding at places like Teahupo'o, as well as, she gets on tour. You start at Pipeline. Vahine Fierro is going to be under the hook and in the barrel.
For sure. Like Moana did, huh?
Exactly like Moana Jones-Wong did this year. Pretty historic. All right, let's catch up to the numbers. Yolanda Hopkins opened up with a 6.83. 2.17 is her backup. So early on, the Portuguese surfer in a dominant position. Paulina Do with a 2.33. Opener for Minami Nonaka, our Japanese competitor, just a fractional score. She's going to need to get rid of that one. And Sawyer Lindblad with a 1.17 and a 1.1. 21 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. And what are we expecting today as far as conditions? Bruno, I go to you as the local expert.
Yeah, I think we'll see the same conditions. Maybe the wind shifting from this angle, kind of a side shore. Yeah, the entire day.
Have you had a chance to look at the tides today?
Yeah, we'll be in the lunchtime.
Right
the
around midday, high tide.
Yeah.
So it's similar to yesterday where we have this incoming tide through the morning. Then we're going to have that midday high tide. High tide, we're going to see a lot of backwash, right? And maybe slow things down. And then towards the afternoon with that drawing tide, we'll see the wave get steeper again.
For sure.
Paulina Do. Let's see what she's going to work out down the line. And a nice finish for the French surfer.
She's on the tour for so long that I thought she was older.
Yeah, 31 years old, 5 years on the championship tour, on and off the tour. Finished 9th in the world in 2011 and 2013, Paulina Do. Number 48 on the rankings, so I think she's going to do another year on the Challenger Series to try to get back on the championship tour.
Yeah. And we have the thing with the Haleiwa, we will have less spots, huh?
Yeah, only 48 women will be starting in Haleiwa.
Yeah, included the girls from the CT and the wild cards, huh?
Yeah, I'm really going to be interested as we look at some of the replays. Let's go, like this one here. We'll talk about that because we got Yo-Yo on the backhand.
Oh, nice. Nice snap at the top, huh?
I think so. Well, we'll be waiting for scores for Yolanda Hopkins. We'll see if she betters her 2.17. I think she's going to do that, and also score for Paulina Do. But as we look forward to the Haleiwa event, yeah, we're going to start with 48 women. It's going to be interesting to see how many championship tour women will choose to surf in that event, but they're going to be dangerous there. And then, of course, we'll have the local wild cards, and I would hope that someone like Moana Jones-Wong gets one of those local wild cards to compete in that event.
She deserves, huh? And you know what? They have a huge chance ahead of them. And it would be nice to see how this is going to be formed.
Looks like Yolanda Hopkins running up on the beach, so probably a runaround. She took that last left, so it's evident to me, Bruno, that we're still got some of that current.
For sure. That's a wise decision to avoid being on the current.
So do you think we're going to have a lot more runarounds today as far as if anyone goes left?
Yeah.
catching up to Minami Nonaka, just going down in that section that you call the alligator jaw.
Yeah, Boca do Jacaré.
Boca do Jacaré.
That's it.
And that's always been the term for that section?
Yeah, kind of a nickname.
Uh-huh, that's cool. Boca de Jacaré. I'm improving upon my Portuguese every single day here. And you know what, I mean, Vahina in that interview, that past interview, was talking about her first experience here in Brazil. I think this is my 6th time to Brazil, and every single time I learn a little bit more, but every single time I have such a great time because the culture here and the people and some of the scenery is just absolutely fantastic.
It's good to hear that.
Oh, such a good time. Ado, nice snap there. So just one turn, but I like the aggression for Pauline Ado. Her last wave, a 3.33. Her low score, 2.33. She'll see if she improves upon that. Score checked in for Yolanda Hopkins, a 4.83. Replay,
Yeah,
Ado.
very dynamic, huh? A small wave, but nice approach at the top.
So Brule, a nice snap on the top for Pauline Ado, and still waiting for that number to come through on our score screen, and we'll relay that to you as well as our graphics should change, our scoring bug up in the corner. Thank you to the entire crew that puts all this together. It takes a whole village to really put on one of these events, right? We have our truck crew, we have our scoring crew, we got the judges, we got the construction crew, and all of those things come into play.
You know what? They have to rebuild the parking space for this huge truck that we have here.
Is this true?
Yeah.
Okay. 16 minutes, 45 seconds, and the set comes through here. More on the way. Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 4 after this. And welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We are in heat number 4 of the round of 32 for the women. We've got a full day of competition up ahead of us. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Kaipo, along with Bruno, talking you through this action. Beautiful day.
Oh, yeah. Sun is shining, the water is clear, the conditions are good, so.
Yeah, we had a couple of rain days that we had some challenging weather, big surf as well, onshore winds. We made it through some of those early rounds through those conditions, and it was a beautiful sight this morning when I looked out my window and I saw, hey, Bruno, the sun's out.
Before 5 a.m., huh?
Yeah, and you know what? It gets, just to give you guys some background here, it gets light very, very early here. I mean, at like 4:30 in the morning, I think it gets light. Here we go. This is Sawyer Lindblad throwing the fins there for a 4.73. That happened while we were away at the break. Yolanda Hopkins, here's our heat leader on the replay, but just has to flying kick out.
Yeah, she bails in such a good fashion, huh? Each and every wave, huh?
Pretty spectacular. Sawyer Lindblad also wanted to back up that 4.73 with this backside re-entry, and we're waiting for that number for Sawyer Lindblad. But 2.33 will take Lindblad into second place and advancing position. 13:33 on the clock. And top two is going to move out of this round into the round of 16, where the women will be on a one-on-one matchups.
Oh, yeah.
So that's when things get real tactical. We only have two surfers in the water.
We'll start the chess game.
The chess game and the challenge,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Look at that, so beautiful, so clear. You can see the whole bottom. We saw the ray yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we saw like a big spotted eagle ray cruising through the lineup. And those eagle rays, unlike the manta ray, which is a filter feeder, those eagle rays have like teeth in a mouth on the bottom of them, and they dive to the bottom, and they like to eat crustaceans and shrimps and crabs and all that stuff. I used to chase them when I was a kid.
We have a lot crustaceans on the point. Yeah, there's a turtle. Yeah. Nice companion. Huh?
Yeah. It's always a good sign. Sign of luck right there with the little turtle, Tortuga. You can barely see him. There he is. 12 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown. And we have a full gamut of services here on site. And Maida, where are you right now and what's going on?
Yeah, I'm here at New One Medical Center, Athlete Medical Center. It's where the athletes can come after the heats just to take a rest, to have some chiropractic and also a physiotherapist. And also the medical team is ready for everything that can happen in the water or outside of the water. We are fully ready here for everything.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Ramzi Bukayam getting worked on there, loosening up the hips for Ramzi. We're going to see him in heat number 6 when we get to the men's round of 24, which is going to be happening right after the conclusion of this women's round of 32.
Oh, yeah. 16 heats on today.
16 total heats, yeah. And when we talk about that, as we pull back from the beautiful site that we have here, when we talk about the men's round of 24, we also want to mention that those will be 3 surfer heats, in which the top 2 surfers advance on into the round of 16, and the third place surfer is bowing out of competition. So a little bit different dynamic when we get to the men's division.
It's not a 50% chance. Will be 66.66% chance.
Yep.
Yeah. 2/3 of a chance.
2/3 of a chance. Yeah. I call it, Bruno, like musical chairs. You got like 2 chairs and 3 people dancing around the chairs, and when the music stops, you want to make sure that you're sitting down so you can advance into the next round. Paulina Doe times that snap with the backwash. Well-timed turn, and Ado is in 3rd place, so she's fighting for a 5.53 to move into 2nd, because 2nd place is now occupied by Sawyer Lindblad with a 4.73 and a 4.53.
Look at that. A small right-hander, but nice touch at the top. Huh? We call it here in Brazil the dança das cadeiras, the chair dance.
Oh, dança das cadeiras.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we get to the men's round of 24, it's going to be the dança das cadeiras. We all do the same. We got the same games. We just call them different names.
That's it, man.
9.5 minutes on the countdown, and it really looks like Paulina Doe and Minami Nonaka got some work to cut out for them, because Yolanda Hopkins, she's been looking on point throughout this entire event. And Sawyer Lindblad, the youngster, the teenager, has been bringing some dynamic surfing out here. Here's Lindblad on the backhand, winds up off the bottom. Nice snap there. Looking for more on this section. 2 snaps for Sawyer Lindblad, and she's going to pull away further from the pack. A 6.93 would take Lindblad out into the lead.
Yeah, the body language tell us she's confident, huh?
Oh, such a good surfer. And just so young, you know, I mean, only at 17 years old, a bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, I love her style, the way she moves, so crispy.
2 big turns on the back end as we review it one more time on the replay, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. And her backup score is 5.53. So maybe she can go beyond it.
I think so. Summer Macedo getting ready in the competitors area. She's going to be up in the next heat. Minami Nonaka out in the water with a big snap, and this could be the comeback for Minami Nonaka out of Japan. We've seen it so many times within this competition, Bruno, that heats change within the last minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah, we saw a lot of buzzer beaters since day one.
Minami needs a big number if she wants to do it in one try, but with that snap, she's probably not going to get that 8.06, but she will reduce the requirement that she needs to move up.
Yeah, like we used to call like the mini combo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's trying to get rid of that nice touch.
You know that, but good news for Minami, as we take a look at this one more time, flying by, is she's going to get a good score for that. The bad news for Minami is that Sawyer Lindblad dropped on that 2-turn combo on the backhand of 7.1. Lindblad goes up into the lead. Yolanda Hopkins now in second place. Minami needing a 5.84 because she just dropped a 5.83. Paulina Do now needing a 7.93. Paulina Do second priority. You can see the green square with the number 2 in it. So right when Minami's making the comeback, the other women still start adding on their point total start running away. Here we go, paddle. Yo-yo, Yolanda Hopkins. Long bottom turn, big snap there for Hopkins. It's just going to be a 1-turn maneuver for Yolanda Hopkins. We'll see if that betters her low of a 4.83.
Yeah, it was a short ride, but she always goes with everything.
Yeah, she's just displayed so much power, and sure-footedness is what you need. Talk us through these replays, Bruno.
Nice bottom turn, a lot of power. And she's always bailing in such a good fashion, huh? Jumping and joking, and she seems to be relaxed. Huh?
So again, Minami Nonaka needs a 5.84 to get into second place. Paulina Do up and out, searching for a 7.93 to get into the second place position. And remember, TikTok, they're supporting us. Download the app if you haven't already. Do you TikTok, Bruno?
Mostly my daughter. My
yeah.
youngest. I'm learning with her.
Okay. 5 minutes and 35 seconds. And there's the numbers and the needs. The last column that you see on the scoring screen, 5.84 is what Minami needs. A 7.93 is what Pauline Ado needs.
Such a nice shot, huh?
Beauty.
Yeah. It's crystal clear.
Women entering for the next heat, and it's going to be a big heat because we have, you can see the signature circle on the board. Sofia Medina is going to be in the pink jersey for the next heat. Sofia making her way to the water's edge.
And the crowd is going to be with her, huh?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, with you know, being a Magina, you know, you automatically get a big crowd, and Sofia Magina really is one of the spearheads of the new generation of Brazilian women's surfing. Tight little crew right here. Priority in with Sawyer Lindblad and the lead. Sawyer with the heat controlled. That means Paulina Do has to surf underneath everyone's priority. Picks off one on the inside. Little snap flick for Pauline. Another carve around, so great job. And let's see if she gets a little bit more on the inside. That's going to be it for Pauline. She will reduce her requirement. I'm sure she's going to better her scoreline. Likely not getting the 7.93 that she needs to do in one wave, but she will reduce that requirement.
Yeah, she needed a more powerful finish. Yeah, nice carves. But the wave didn't allow her to do a powerful turn at the end.
Yeah, she would have loved the closeout section here to really bang into.
Yeah, finish on the channel. So good to see this bird eye views from the top.
Yeah.
Nice carve, huh?
Beautiful carve.
Yeah.
And just need a little bit more. You can see the wave kind of hits the deep water there. And Lindblad on the replay.
Yeah, always so vertical. The approach, the dynamic. 3 carves at the top. 1 more to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Above. Let's check this perspective out,
yeah.
Bruno.
Nice. We can see like the rail game there.
And the shallow sandbank underneath.
Beautiful, huh?
But it's not just sand. There's like a rock formation holding the sand.
Yeah, from the point to the sandbar.
Nonaka got a wave too and had a great finish there for the surfer representing Japan.
Now she had a little more room to move, huh? Nice touch. I like the way she finished.
Yeah, big finish there for Minami Nonaka, waiting for the number there. 5.84 will take her to second place right now, and the Japanese contingency applauding. So I feel Minami's number is going to be right close to what she needs to do to get into second place. So that could be trouble for Yolanda Hopkins. We'll see how this plays out. We've seen a switching of positions in many of these heats within the final few minutes. We're down to just 2 minutes.
Nobody secured until the end.
No, we've seen that over and over again.
Yolanda had a commanding lead from the beginning.
And with 11.66 two-wave total, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's a good solid. Usually that'll get you through most heats. So we'll see how the numbers play out. Yolanda Hopkins doesn't want to leave it to chance. Here she goes. Snaps off the first section. Bottom turn with the backwash there. Negotiates that backwash section for Hopkins. Carve as the wave starts to taper through the inside. And Yo-Yo makes the connection to the inside and gets another little check turn to finish off. Great effort by Yolanda Hopkins, and we'll be waiting for that score and how that affects the scenario. Again,
she's trying to get rid of that high 4.
Oh, as we're watching this replay, the score of 6.1 for Minami Nonaka has come in live time. So Minami's in second. Yolanda, as we're watching this wave here, Yolanda needs a 5.1 for this effort if she wants to retake second and advance out of this heat. So it's coming down to under a minute to make the difference.
You know what? I feel it's going to be short, huh?
5.1 is the requirement for Yolanda Hopkins. She's been in the top 2 in the advancing position through this entire heat, and this would be a shocker for her if she does not advance out of this heat. Again, waiting for the scores for white Yolanda Hopkins. Her need a 5.1. Brilliant comeback by Minami Nonaka, our Japanese competitor in the blue jersey, to score that 6-point run to put Yolanda up against the ropes. 3.67 checks in for Yolanda Hopkins, and things are looking dire for the Portuguese surfer, Bruno, down to just 10 seconds.
Yeah, one more buzzer beater to our account.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's a hard pill to swallow, huh?
That is a brutal one for Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, and a brilliant effort by the Japanese surfer Minami Nonaka as she is going to advance into the round of 16 for the women along with Sawyer Lindblad. There are the numbers. 12.43 two-wave total for Sawyer Lindblad, a strong showing for the teenager out of San Clemente. More on the way here, and when we come back, we will have Sofia Medina in the water along with Amaro Suzuki, Mariana Arino, and Summer Macedo. Oh, flying over a beautiful aerial view here in Saquarema as we return to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Just beauty everywhere you turn your head here in beautiful Sacktown. Sofia Medina out in the water along with Amaro Suzuki and Mariana Arino, as well as Summer Macedo. I'm Kaipo along with Bruno. What a beautiful day.
Oh, yeah. I never noticed that
there's a little hole.
Sand pool.
Yeah. I'm going to go out there later, take a little relaxer. Here we go. This is the opener for Summer Macedo, Bruno.
Let's see. Oh, nice off the top. Oh, she couldn't make it. That's Amaro in the same section, huh?
Yeah, Amaro Suzuki. And also Sofia Medina got her name in the conversation.
Oh, yeah. Fading in like one touch at the top, trying to reach one more spot, and she fell.
Yeah, so some sticky rails to begin the day, begin the heat for Summer Macedo as well as Sofia Medina. Amaro Suzuki, this is wave number 2 for the Japanese competitor. Suzuki kicking out of that one, but she did open up with a 4.5. So nice start for Amaro Suzuki. You can see her number 18 on the rankings. Amaro Suzuki, 21 years of age, hailing from Shonan in the Kanagawa prefecture of Japan. Amaro Suzuki did get a chance, a taste of the championship tour in 2020. She got 4 starts as a wild card when we had that Aussie quaddie over there in Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, she made the quarters over at Rottnest Island.
Nice.
So, little touch for Amaro Suzuki of the feeling of the championship tour.
Nice feeling. That was a crazy season, huh? They
Yeah.
had to build a schedule.
Yeah, let's not ever do that again. Not that there was anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, that was a condensed year.
Yeah. The word stopped.
I had Bruno. I had I felt so bad. I had withdrawals from working events and stuff. I was just at home, locked down. Not a bad place to be. I was locked down in Hawaii. It was warm. Nobody was coming over. It was kind of cool. But then again, not being on tour, I'm so happy to see that we're back. We completed a full championship tour this year, and we're going to complete a full Challenger Series as well.
A lot of reasons to be happy, huh?
Well, it makes you appreciate everything.
Yeah.
You know, when you get something taken away, then you realize how valuable it is.
That's it. Appreciation.
And then you're ready to go. Hey, Sawyer Lindblad ripped out there. 12.432 wave total, and Sawyer is with Maeda.
So Sawyer, congratulations. 7.1, the best score so far of the day. How was it?
Yeah, it was really fun. I had a really rough start in that heat. I just kept falling, and then I finally found that one wave, and I got the 7, and then I was able to improve on my other score and make it through.
And now the wind started to blow. How was it?
Yeah, there was a little chop to the waves, but it's definitely manageable, and yeah, there's some fun ones out there.
Okay, congratulations, good luck, and back to you, boys.
Thank you. Mahalo, Mariana. Here we go. Maeda.
To Mariana now. Mariana is in the water.
As I'm watching Mariana in the water, Mariana Areno, who is a wild card in this event. Tell us a little bit more about her.
From the city of Rio de Janeiro. So it's nice to see a Carioca on the tour. We just have a few now. We used to have a lot. Even a former city winner, Andrea Lopes. She won the Brazilian World Championship Tour back in 1999.
And you call it Carioca?
Carioca, from the city of Rio.
When you're from the city, when you're from Ipanema or Leblon.
That's it. When you are from the state, we call it the Fluminense.
Okay. Sofia Medina really busy out there, but still searching for a meaningful score. Probably the advice she's got is just keep on surfing, catch a lot of waves, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talked about the wind, or Maeda talked about the wind a little bit, and it's been turned up just a bit. The land is heating up, so I would imagine we're going to get some of that sea breeze as the land heats up.
Southeast wind, and Little side shore.
Our wild card, Mariana, on that replay. That was a nice touch for a 3.33.
Yeah. I like her style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that board looked just nice and slippery in the water when she came off of that snap. So 3.33, that's a meaningful score in the context of this heat so far and what has been presented to us. High single wave total right now for Amuro Suzuki with a 4.5, but that 3.33 is the second highest single wave score. So the wild card doing some work out here, Sofia Medina, currently in second place, but that's just because she's got 2 waves in her score line. Amuro Suzuki, wow, big turn, big stab at the lip there. Nice vert re-entry, that's all she's gonna get, but she will remain in first place and build upon her score line.
Now she's gonna have a backup.
Yeah, that was a good backup to the 4.5. One more time, let's take a look.
I like it, like the deep bottom turn for the first move. And then she kept the composure and just did a few rail work there.
Sofia Medina as we come back to live action, and Sofia catching a little rail there, takes some of her forward momentum out, and that's not going to work out for Medina.
She's shipping away, huh?
Yeah, she's just got a lot of reps. I mean, 4 waves so far, and here's the support squad for Sofia Medina with Charlie on the beach, the coach and dad.
Yeah,
wow, what a turn right there by Mariana Areno. I'm going to learn how to say that name because I think I'm going to be saying that name a lot more with turns like that.
And you're doing good, huh?
Well, I'm impressed. She's doing good out there because that was a nice little like tail slide slash. Here it is.
Yeah. She took off with a lot of speed. I like the way she moved.
She turned with the backwash right there.
Yeah.
She absolutely smashed that by turning with the backwash.
Yeah,
we'll see in the replay right here.
Yeah.
She times it, the backwash hits, and that gives the little spark
twist
right there.
of the tail. Yeah.
And you know, any surfer, you know, if you surf spots that have a backwash, when you complete a maneuver like that, it feels so good when you're able to connect with it. 3.83, and Mariana goes into second. Here we go with Summer Macedo. Oh, some nice rail work for Macedo, and hangs on to the closer, comboed up. She has a smile on her face, as she should. That is, she only has a 1-point ride so far. So Summer Macedo on the comeback right now at the 20-minute mark.
I love the angle, the extension of the carving, huh? Something about priority there?
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, she had first priority, and so smart move for Summer Macedo, and good heads up, actually, by Sofia Medina not getting interference and getting in her way, too. Because if you get close to a surfer, and especially if you cross their track with a surfer in priority, even no matter how far on the shoulder they are, you're going to get that priority interference.
Sofia, avoid that situation. Huh?
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's all these different drills and practices you have to develop, and not just, you know, you're surfing in competition, but being aware of priority and being able to play that game.
Where you are, where your opponents are.
Sofia Medina, 17 years old, just a youngster, but she's had some success already over here in Saquarema, hasn't she?
For sure. She won the Saquarema Surf Festival back in 2021. Her first win at the QS Series, 3,000 points back then. And she was the South America Pro Junior champ also.
So already a couple titles for Sofia Medina.
She's doing great, huh?
Well, with the name and a background like Medina, maybe we're looking at a future world champ. We'll find out. We got what the future holds. And giant numbers just dropped for Summer Macedo, and she goes straight to the top for that dynamic combination of turns. A 7.17 for Summer Macedo.
Nice, the higher score at this heat. Huh?
Yeah, that was
a big
number.
Yeah, we could tell. The carve was so good, so nice. And the way she finished, very strong.
Yeah.
Charlie's dad. there doing his job. Huh? And the right part of the screen was Simone, the mother.
Yeah. Simone, who is Sofia Medina's mother, as well as Gabe Medina's mother.
And Charlie's the stepfather
of
Gabriel,
Gabe Medina.
and the father of Sofia.
That's the Medina family. There's Charlie. Keen eye.
Saldanha Rodrigues.
Hey?
The full name of Charlie, Saldanha Rodrigues.
Saldanha Rodrigues. Well, and then talking about Gabe Medina, I'm taking a look right now through my draw to see when we're going to see the 3-time world champ. He's going to be the heat number 4 of the round of 24 for the men. So that's when we're going to see Gabe Medina hit the water.
And for sure, we're going to see the beach getting packed for that. A little before his heat.
Well, Summer Macedo, that's 7.17. Just an impressive effort by the surfer representing Brazil, but raised in Maui. Summer Macedo, her brother, Ocean Macedo, another great surfer.
I love those names, man.
Ocean and Summer, huh? Makes you feel good, huh?
Yeah. Make me think about our friend Strider.
Strider?
Yeah, Coast and
Country and Cruise. Yeah, there you go.
I love that.
All right, Amuro Suzuki, couple of nice turn there. We'll see if that betters her 3.53. She's currently in 2nd place. A 3.68 will take her to the lead. Here's the replay, Bruno.
Yeah, I like the body expression there. You look at it. The arms goes with the legs. A small wave.
And number in 2.9 doesn't change the situation. Sofia Medina with a hacking layback. Wanted some more on that, unfortunately got bucked off the wave. Medina currently in 4th place right now, needs a 5.7 to move into the top 2. And a little bit of a paddle battle here with Amuro Suzuki and Sofia Medina, but it looks like Suzuki with a distinct advantage right now, and the paddle back out will likely be in priority ahead of Medina at this time. Mariana Areno in the white jersey with priority in 3rd place, needs a 4.21. Mariana I've been impressed by her surfing, and we'll see if she can get that 4.21. She is first in line. Here's Amuro Suzuki with the paddle, and she paddled for that wave, and she's going to lose her priority. Medina saying, hey, and the judges saw that. Our priority judge saw that, and sure enough, so there was a bit of a paddle battle out there, and all for naught for Amuro Suzuki, because then she paddled straight for a wave and lost that priority.
Yeah. We're going to see a change on this priority situation.
$14.45 on the clock, counting down. Summer Macedo out in the lead. Amuro Suzuki with a strong 2nd place. Mariana Areno, she needs a 4.21 to move into 2nd place. And and Sofia Medina, it needs an effort. Here we go. This is Mariana Areno. Nice carve. Big snap there, and is able to put that down. Again, she needs a 4.21 right behind her. Summer Macedo is going to get rid of this 1-point ride if she can stick through a couple of turns here. Difficult inside section, but Summer sails right through that inside section, and she will increase her lead. Here we go with Sofia Medina. Nice carve there for Medina. One more time, and that's going to be her best ride as she negotiates some of the bumpy water on the inside, Bruno.
Now she had a proper wave, huh?
Yeah, that'll be a confidence booster there.
And how about the double up of Summer?
That was a really sure-footedness, quick feet by Summer Macedo with that lip glide. Talk us through these replays.
Yeah, nice snap. She was aiming the 2nd session, and she did it. Nice touch there. And that was so smart and so technical for Summer, building up a 2nd score. Look at that, the double up, and she finished quite good at that. And there's Mariana, a little snap at the 1st, and then the 2nd one more expressive.
There's the replays. Judges owe us some scores for Summer Macedo and the rest of the crew. We're going to be back with those scores after this short commercial break. Thank you for watching the Corona Saquarema Pro. You seeing this strange image with several planets flying here on Itaúna Beach? This is a provocation for us to remember that our planet Earth is a limited edition. We only have one of it. And if we continue to consume plastic the way we are today, we will soon lose it. That's why Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled this year. Let's go together for a better world.
Such an important message, huh? We don't have a plan B.
We don't have a plan B.
We should take care of our planet.
Yes,
Rivers, oceans, forests.
And you know what, Bruno? I'm going to buy a bunch of Corona, too, because those are going to recycle some plastic bottles and save the planet and get rid of those single-use plastic bottles. We don't need those things. This happened during the break with Mariana Arino.
I like the fading, huh? At first. Stylish move. Oh, was a bummer. She didn't have the opportunity.
Yeah, 2.93, not going to be in Marina's two-wave total. Caipagora here with Bruno Bocayuva to talk you through the action, day 4 of the Corona Saquarema Pro. We had one lay day in this waiting period, but other than that, it's been
straight on.
Straight on. Hey, we started out with 64 women at the conclusion of this round. We're going to be down to just 16.
That's it.
Sofia Medina, nice glide off the top there. And the finish for Sofia Medina. Wants a little bit more. The wave gave it, but no more opportunity. Previous wave for Medina, a 4.47. A 3.57 will take Sofia Medina into second and advancing position. So late charge by Medina.
Oh, yeah, still open door for her. That was a small wave, but she surfed good, huh? Nice. Off the top there. Was trying to do.
Yeah, she was looking for a little bit more on the end, but all the score is going to be dependent on these two turns. And the number comes in as we're watching this replay for this ride at a 2.4. So Medina's going to have to continue to search and put more effort into it. She needs a 3.57 to move into second place.
The door is still open. Yeah.
Yep. Amuro Suzuki wants to defend that second place, and Amuro Suzuki is going to get another throwaway score. Amuro looking to improve upon her low of a 3.53. Summer Macedo has been dominant. She's in the green jersey out there. She's got a 7.17 and a 4.9. 12.07 two-wave total for Summer Macedo. Solid showing, and I expect Summer to come out of this heat. It's going to be a battle for second place.
Yeah, that's it. She had the 2 best scores of the heat. The family and the friends and João, Bianca, they should be proud, huh? She's doing good.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Charlie, he's the dad and coach of Sofia Medina.
2 hats.
He's got. Well, that's the interview hat right there that he has on top of his head. So, you know, he's expecting his daughter to win, and as soon as she wins, then he has the interview hat to put on. But Summer Macedo, maybe João Chianca's got to get a hat for Summer, because it looks like she's going to win this heat with some great surfing.
Oh, yeah. She's doing very good.
Certainly. Spends a lot of time here.
Yeah.
Summer Macedo. Grew up on Maui, but has spent a lot of time here in Saquarema with her partner, João Chianca.
Starting to get the local knowledge.
I think so.
Yeah. She's such a talented surfer.
Well, right now, I'm sure João is rooting for Summer, and he's probably happy with the results so far and the waves. And then Summer's going to come in from this heat and then probably dry off and everything and get ready to support João Chianca, as he's going to be in heat number 2 in the round of 24 when we get to the men's division.
Yeah, we're going to see the teamwork.
Teamwork makes
the change of positions. Right? Yeah. Family that competes together, sticks together.
Family that surfs together usually stays together.
Yeah.
Unless someone has to go stay home and watch the kids. Here we go with Amuro Suzuki. Bangs off the top, needs to hang on to it, and does so. So that's what she needed. She's been searching for a wave, needs to better 3.53. Let's see if she does it. 6 minutes on the clock and counting down. Here's a replay, Bruno.
One move, but a fine one, huh? Nice heat entry. Stylish. Energy. Dynamic.
Yeah, big lip glide from Amuro Suzuki.
There comes Daniela Rosas, the Olympian from Peru.
Oh, nice layback for Sofia Medina. Combos it up with one more turn and a little whitewater climb to show control, but gets gobbled up by the backwash on the inside. So we're waiting for a score for Medina and Suzuki. We'll see how that affects the standings in the final 5 minutes, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. It's a crucial moment, huh? She's trying to find the rhythm to build momentum.
Mariana takes off with the backwash. Speeds down the line looking for something. Layback hack with that backwash again, but unable to ride in front of the whitewater. Goes incomplete for Mariana Arellano. Scores coming in. We still need the score for Sofia Medina and Amuro Suzuki as we fly by this beautiful stretch of beach on the Tauna side of Saquarema. What are we thinking, Bruno? You think Amuro Suzuki improved upon her scoreline with that last maneuver?
I think so, yeah. Not too much. Second score.
And it's in for Amuro Suzuki, a 5.77. She did just that, so she replaced that 2.9 with a 5.77. She has increased her two-wave total to 10.27, and that means the need for Mariana Arellano as well as Sofia Medina has been increased as well. Last score for Medina, 3.33. Medina moved up to third, needs a 5.8. Medina again needs a 5.8 to move into second place. And you can see on your screen, Mariana Arellano needs a 6.44 to move into second place. And unfortunate for both Medina and Arellano is that they are third and fourth priorities. So the top two have the top two priorities. They can really control these final 3.5 minutes, Bruno.
Nice effort from the Japanese surfer.
Great comeback, solid surfing. Here's a heat recap. Summer Macedo, she went to town here.
Oh yeah, that's the highest score of the heat. Nice way to finish up.
She was able to find a nice backup here.
Yeah, with the double up. Look at that first move, and then the double up comes, and she did great.
Sofia Medina, she's been putting in a battle.
Yeah, she's trying to come back from a maybe not so good start.
And our Japanese competitor, Amuro Suzuki, has been solid.
Yeah, very vertical, nice attack. She's in second position right now.
As we come back to live action with 2.5 minutes on the clock. And the surfers all grouped together in a tight pack for the final couple minutes, a trend that we've seen happen in almost every heat.
Yeah, all of them aiming for the right, so.
And being just aware, I think, also of the priority situation, too. If you're close to your competitor with a higher priority than you, then you can kind of read it and maybe sneak one from underneath them. Or force them to go on a bad one.
Yeah, sell it.
Sell it. We got bad waves on sale every single day when you have priority. Medina from above. Paced approach there. She likes it and she wants the number.
Come on.
And she says, come on. She needs a 5.8. A 5.8 is the number. Trying to sell it to the judges. We'll see if that was enough for that 5.8. It's a pretty lofty number.
Yeah.
Replay.
Yeah, she needs like the second best score of the heat, huh? Nice way to finish. The claim was full of energy.
And the squad appreciated it as well. Needs a 5.8, however, and in the context of the heat, that's a pretty lofty number. 4.1 checks in for Medina, not enough. She's gonna have to go back out there and search for a 5.8. We're under a minute counting down, Bruno.
Yeah. She evolved a little bit, but not as much as she needs.
Waves breaking on the outside. Looks like a big set rolling through.
Yeah. That's the place where the classic left comes.
Out there.
Yeah. And peeling from the point with the south swell, east swell, mostly.
Heat leader, Summer Macedo, just take a trip in and prepare for the round of 16, because she's going to find her way into that round, no doubt. Little battle time now for Medina, as well as Mariana. Medina's not going to give up. Taking a look at this one. And no opportunity there. So the clock's going to tick down, and the horn's going to sound. Mariana Areno and Sofia Medina eliminated from competition.
Yeah, that was a shocker for Sofia's campaign. We can tell by this expression of her face.
Meanwhile, Summer Macedo exiting the water happy.
That's a happy camper.
On into, into the round of 16. So things looking bright in summer, for summer. And she gets the hug on the beach.
4, 3, 2, 1.
More action coming your way here from the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Also from Brazil, Mariana Areno. E olha só, já começou aí. É isso aí, já valendo então para Sabal, Becklu, Sakura Johnson, Jordan Donald e Daniela Rosas. Bateria, a bateria de número 6, dessa segunda rodada de baterias da categoria feminina. Opa, olha ali, hein? E agora, aquela situação assim, ó, tudo escuro. A Daniela Rosa não tinha prioridade definida, ela viu a camiseta branca.
want to be on the championship tour is because I think that's the next step to my surfing. It's the next step for me personally to pursue myself and learn more and be better as a competitor. Everyone wants it, and you're doing the Challenger Series to be there. I think that's where I belong, and I really enjoy competing, and I'm a competitive person personally, so I think I'm able to express that while I surf.
Marilu Sakura Johnson looking for a chance to requalify for the championship tour. Heat number 6 in the water. Sakura in the red, number 4 in the rings. Daniela Rosas from Peru, number 21. Zoe McDougall from the North Shore of Oahu as well, number 9. And Sarah Baum, the South African, who was number 13th in the rankings coming into the event, is in green. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops, and special guest, Pedro Jovalino. Pedro, welcome. First of all, congratulations on the entire success you've had so far, not only in Saquarema, but worldwide. What's it like being Super Coach of the Stars here in beautiful Praia da Itaúna?
Thank you so much, guys, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. It's super cool to be in Saquarema again after 4 years. I moved to Maui like 6 years ago, and it's been a while since I couldn't come here. And it's a pleasure to be training Hawaiian guys and Kira from California. It's been cool to be back in this level of surfing, this stage of this level of competition. It's pretty cool. I really like it. I've been doing this like my whole life pretty much. Yeah, it's amazing to be back here. You might didn't get a great result here, and it's a shame because we needed that. So we're gonna go to Haliva looking for a big result to requalify. But the job is getting, is getting done, and he's getting better. He's surfing like more like a CT surfer every day, and that's the goal. And Kira's still in the competition.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty stoked for her. She had a great heat this morning, surfing super solid and showing like her power. I think that's the thing for, Kira is such a powerful surfer, and she's doing great. Super stoked for her.
Yeah, basically made the heat on 2 waves. Here's Sarah Baum, the South African, who has nothing to lose and everything to gain here in this heat. And Maida, Pedro, we have a super heat out there in the water right now. 4 people that are still in contention to qualify. Sakura, who, if she makes the final here at this event, automatically qualifies for the CT. And here's the replay. Pedro, take us through Sarah Baum's opener.
That's amazing, look at this power turn right there. It's so hard to deal with this backwash. I think she did a great job to get this big turn, good finishing. Reading this wave is not a joke, man. It's so hard. The guys that coming here for the first time, they're having a hard time for sure. But Sarah did a very good job right there.
Yeah, Sakura, who, to me, Pedro, I don't know about you, Maida, but she is one of the best surfers on this planet. And we did have an interference, unfortunately, at the beginning of the heat. Daniela Rosas with an interference over Zoe McDougall. Don't know what happened there, but it does seem like it is a priority interference, so it will cost her her second best ride at the end of this heat. Priority now with the surfer in white McDougall, just a throwaway for her. Sakura score comes in as a 6.33, and Sarah Baum waiting on her second ride. Seems to be the best of the heat, but there's the interference rule. If a surfer hinders another surfer's ability to maximize their scoring potential while riding a wave, then the obstructing surfer will receive an interference. And this was a priority situation, so it will be her second best wave. Going to be hard for her to make it through right now. 24 minutes on the clock. And looking at the score from Sarah Baum, a good one, Pedro, 6.9. Let's go down to the glass, though, where Rachel is with Summer Macedo.
That's right. Look who's here, Summer Macedo, who has the highest score of the day so far. How are you feeling? Talk us through this heat.
I actually only had that one 7-point ride, but it was really hard. I think with the rising tide, it's going to get harder, but I was really lucky to find that one. And I was told that I missed 5 really good waves, so hopefully next time I don't overlook the good ones as well.
Yeah, and I have to ask you that your boyfriend, João, is the local hero here. So did he give you any special advice for today?
Today, no, he showed up like 10 minutes before my heat, but he knew that it was just like the little right, and I'm pretty comfortable here. Spent a lot of time, so I'm really excited to be into the man-on-man.
Yeah, it looks like you feel home. Congratulations, you're into the next round. Back to you guys in booth.
Obrigado, Rachel, and parabéns to Summer Macedo. Living on Maui now, I bet you see Summer quite a bit over there in Lahaina.
Yeah, a lot. We did some good work together. We worked probably for around 2 years. You know, I'm still like, it's almost like I still work with her. I cheer for her. You know, I love the way she serves, and yeah, it's pretty cool to see her like dialing these venue here. Like she's spending a lot of time here. You know, it's been like so courageous from her to leave her place because we live in paradise. Now I can see the other page, the other side of the story. I think it's easier to be a Brazilian and travel the world than to be like a Maui people, you know, Maui person, someone that lives in Maui and has to travel the world and deal with all the difficulties and everything that we deal with. And it's, you know, I think Summer is a great surfer. She has such a beautiful and smooth style. And yeah, I think, you know, as she's getting better, I can see she's getting sevens now. She was pretty much getting a lot of sixes previous years, and now she's improving her surfing and getting to the next level. And that's, you know, that's why we're seeing this result right now. And I think she can go even further.
Yeah, so do I. You got a question for Pedro, Maida?
Yeah, Pedro. So how do you feel here again in Brazil, your home country?
Wow, it's like amazing. You know, it's a good feeling to come to Saquarema and see Saquarema is beautiful and, you know, treated well. Like everything was clean and nice and organized. I really like that. I had a great feeling because I come here since, I don't know, like before the 2000, you know, so probably 1998, 96, and now, you know, the place is beautiful. I like the beach, the waves, of course. You know, we have the Maracanã of surfing here. You know, like Maracanã is the biggest stadium, soccer stadium we have. That's why we call this place Maracanã. It's like a compliment for the place. And I really love Saquarema. I had great results here in the past with my athletes. That's where I built my career pretty much with results like with Leo Neves, Pablo Paulino, Silvana Lima. We won national titles here. And, you know, a lot of guys like Savio Carneiro. It's so good. It's bringing me so many beautiful, nice memories from my, you know, the time I was building my career. I was still like leaving college, like I was 20-something, really young coach. Now I'm 46, so it's amazing to be back here.
Maybe the best in shape 46-year-old I've ever seen in my life, too. And
yeah, I would never tell this.
Right? As we have 20 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Sarah Baum in the lead has a 6.9, just a throwaway. We do have an interference, though, in part of Daniela Rosas over Zoe McDougall. You see Zoe quite a bit, too, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, both from Hawaii, the North Shore, Haleiwa and Sunset Beach, respectively. We're talking about two of the best surfers on the planet, and two could potentially qualify at the end of this event. Pedro.
I know, and I think Betty Lou should be there. She was there on tour. I think she missed like a little help, maybe a coach to travel with her and help her with some hit decisions, like equipment-wise, you know, like so. She's great. I think she's definitely one of the best. She's world champ material. That's how what I call her. You know, I know she can get to the next level. She's already incredible. I can see what she can like be working on, and I think she is already. And she's, you know, her mom's so nice, and they have such a nice relationship. They travel together. I think I saw like some mistakes on tour, like called rookies. You know, like I saw that in my job too with MI, and I can see all the rookies they have to deal with the cut now, and it's super tough. And she couldn't requalify, but she will right now for the Challenger Series. It looks like, and I'm pretty sure she's gonna, you know, cause some damage in the future.
There you see McDougall, number 9 in the rankings, 22 years of age. And Pedro, I think one thing that we normally see from coaches is that you want to get your athlete to understand that they want to minimize the amount of mistakes that they make in a heat. From your perspective, how difficult is it to minimize those mistakes, specifically at this wave of Praia da Itaúna?
It's super hard. I can take, well, you know, from my team, like today, Kira was a very good example of how to manage a heat. You know, she let go of the bad waves and she picked the right ones. Oh, that was a closeout. That was a hard one. So I think wave selection here is the most important thing. But what I hear from the athletes here is that they have a hard time. It's really hard to tell which wave is gonna give you like a nice closeout. You're gonna be able to hit that thing like with perfect timing. And that's where the score is pretty much. You see, like even like one big turn like this can be a good score. She didn't land that one, in Daniela's case, but I think like the wave selection is the main thing, and I can see like a lot of people, getting interference too, and that's a bummer. I don't know if they're not seeing the sign well or something. Something happened with that because I saw like at least 3 or 4 interference during this event, and it's not that common to have so many. At that level, everybody like should know like, oh, that's my turn or it's not my turn. And it's happening a lot. I think like today is more like this ride. It's telling the story, everybody's surfing these rides, and the ones that are surfing the best, they're making the heats. But like the previous days, the conditions were really tough, like it was really hard you could see like a lot of great surfers not even catching the right waves or paddling to the wrong ones, and it's super hard to tell which wave is going to be the right one. So I think wave selection is the main thing.
Well, guess who's had a good wave selection so far? Sarah Baum has a 6.9 and going to back it up right here. 17 minutes to go. Sakura backs up the 6.33 with a 2.77. McDougall has a couple of throwaway scores herself, and Rosa still waiting really to open up too. Mayra, the last 6 men's champion we've had here at the QS level have all been goofy footers. Sarah Baum, a goofy footer herself.
Yeah, and she serves pretty well in her backhand. I really like this maneuver right there. And also here, Barrinha offers a lot of good lefts as well. So then she can find a left and serve well. Yeah.
Pedro, living on Maui now, I know it was a tough decision to probably leave Brazil, especially you're from Rio, if I'm not mistaken,
from
right?
Rio.
So leaving a big city, a beautiful city, that's where Maida lives now, actually. What made you want to make that decision to expand your knowledge in surfing and move to Maui?
Yeah, I think that's the right point. First thing I was looking for, like life quality, like being in a place that I could feel like safer, that I could get better waves, improve my English. Actually, the main thing was to give a better life to my kids. I have two beautiful daughters. One is 12, and the other one is 9. And I think like when you're a father, you're a family guy, you want to provide the best for your family. And I have some friends there. I've been, like, first time I went to Maui was 2003. I used to go a lot, even with Silvana too, to the final events, right. Honolulu. Have some friends there. And that was the main thing was to, just to, okay, let me, if I want to leave my country, which is a great country, let me just go to the paradise. Like, I know it's far, I know it's hard to come back and to visit, it's expensive and everything, but it's just like paradise. It's so amazing. You have waves like all over. If you have like east swell, you're gonna find waves in St. Pius. If you have like north swell, Honolulu is gonna be breaking. Ho'okipa is always there, super consistent. Lahaina is like a mini Mentawai. It's like a beautiful place, like so many breaks, like rights and lefts, and even beach breaks too. We have Olualu, have some nice places. So it's so cool. It's like a dream to have a place like Lahaina Harbor is a place where you have all these kids playing.
Yep.
It's the waves are so, it's almost a wave pool. It's a incredible place to train. So as a coach, I couldn't find a better place to live. I think that was it's a completion. It's like incredible.
Yeah, an incredible place to live in terms of the consistency of waves too. 14:20 on the clock. Sarah Baum extends her lead with a 4.5. Sakura down to second. Zoe McDougall still doesn't have a score better than a 1-point ride, and neither does Daniela Rosas. It seems though as it is a non-priority interference for Daniela Rosas, so that means that only her second best ride will be cut in half. It's a game changer, Maida.
Yeah, for sure.
14 minutes ago, Baum in the lead, Johnson in second, still waiting for McDougall and Rosas to really open up in this heat. We'll see if they can do it in the last 14 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with more action from Saquarema.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitch Maeda and our special guest Pedro Jovalino in for heat number 6 of the round of 32. Women out there in the water. Sarah Baum in the lead. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in second. And both Zoe McDougall and Daniela Rosas, nothing better than a 1-point ride so far. Pedro, before the break, we were talking about, the consistency of good results that you've had here, coaching so far in Saquarema. You helped Silvana Lima out a couple of times. As we're gonna see Betty Lou up and riding. Good looking wave here. Nice strong turn to start things off. And that Slater Designs looking great underneath her feet with a fantastic finish too. 11:20 to go. You were talking about wave selection being the most difficult thing right here. And it seems like Betty Lou found a great wave.
Oh, she got it. Look at this blow tail. That was so sick, so risky. To get this kind of risk at the first turn. I think the judges are looking for that. This closeout was just simple and nice, but clean and crispy. I think that's what it is. She's such a competitor, She knows what to do, and she's confident. Her confidence level is incredible. Every time I talk to her, you can see she knows where what she's doing, what she wants to do, and it's pretty clear to her. She wants to win. Every time you talk to her, it's even impressive. Like, oh, is she looking cocky because of that? I don't think so. I think it's nice. I like that. She knows she can win, and so she's looking for that.
It's just the way her personality is almost, right?
Yes, it is.
10 minutes, 30 seconds, Maeda Rosas back into the heat right here. You were mentioning she actually won the event last week here at the Saquarema Surf Festival.
Yeah, she won here. She really knows how to compete here. She looked very confident on that competition. So it was a shame that she took this interference right in the beginning of the heat, but she will have like just a half of the second wave, and now she put some scores in. Let's see if she can manage to win this heat.
And Pedro, with just over 10 minutes to go, we're going to look at Zoe McDougall here, the surfer from the North Shore of Oahu, traveling here with her father for the first time to a global competition. Nothing new for Zoe competing at the highest level. And either for this young lady, Daniela Rosas, former Pan American champion, qualified for the Olympic Games. And, growing up in Brazil yourself, as an outsider looking in now, living on Maui, coming back to Brazil, how difficult do you think it is for the Peruvians having to compete in South America against a lot of Brazilians in their home country?
That's true. They had to look up to their campeona, Sofia Milanovic. She's the one that brought this country to such a big level, being a world champ, first South America world champ. And I'm so proud that I was able to work with her 2014 ISA. As the Peruvian coach for the junior team, and it was pretty cool. I had Luca Messinas, some great surfers, Thomas Tudela, Miguel's brother, and so many other talents. And at the time, we didn't have like a strong girls team, and right now I can see that the Peruvians are dominating South America, and it's incredible to see Daniela. She's such a good surfer. I don't know why she did that mistake at the beginning. She's gonna have to talk to her coach, Everton Silva, which is my friend, and I'm pretty proud to see him on this level. He used to be a judge, and now he's a coach, and he's coaching a lot of guys in Brazil, and some Peruvians do a lot of this interchange of knowledge.
Yeah.
And he goes back and forth to Peru, and they come here, and they go to Ubatuba. For whoever don't know where Ubatuba is Felipe Toledo's spot. And it's a great city. It's a great surf city, too, and a lot of the Peruvians are going to Ubatuba to train, to Rio as well. They stay here for like this whole month of a lot of events in Brazil. I think South America is now a strong region. And it's incredible to see Daniela doing so good. She's winning a lot of events here.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, it's a shame she did that mistake at the beginning of the heat.
Well, she's still in third, and let's go down to Rachel on the beach. What do you got for us, Rachel?
Look what I am. I am right here at this beach, and we can see that Corona made this Earth planet made with plastic to make aware about the plastic in the oceans. And for each bottle of Corona you buy, they're going to recycle a plastic one. So that's a really cool thing.
It is, Rachel. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support from Corona. We are at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And Daniela Rosa's score comes in as a 6-point ride. So her second best wave cut in half. At the moment, it's a 1.95. That means it would have been a 3.9. And looking at the landscape of the heat so far, Sakura moved up into first place, bombed down to second. She has first priority. From a strategic point of view now, Jovalinho, what are you thinking in terms of what Rosas and McDougall need to do here?
Oh, that's tough for Daniela. You know, it's gonna be a tough one. You know, she's gonna have to take all the risks she can when she's surfing. Like getting a 9 will help her a lot. You know, and then get this 6 like a second score, so it's gonna become a 3. So that's, I think, the only way she can get to the 12 points, or something around 11, 12 points to have a chance. McDougall, she's still didn't find her best wave. She needs to find it quickly. It's going to be hard. She has third priority right now. So to find 2 waves is going to be a tough one, but she can. She's a great surfer. You know, if you watch this lady surfing Sunset Beach, you can't believe what she's able to do. It's such a high level surfing. You know, she can surf like a CG surfer, and I'm pretty sure she can hit a closeout here and get a 7. So she can do it. It's a matter of, like, right now with the third priority, be able to, with this little time, 6 time, to catch 2 waves and get 2 nice scores.
Whether or not that wave will come through, and we're going to look at the heat recap here, Maida. Betty Lou was able to control the heat with the first wave that she got, a 6.33.
Yeah, pretty good one. Very strong and very sharp. She looks completely in tune with the ocean right now.
And then Jovalinho, this was the interference that we saw. So it was at the beginning of the heat, non-priority interference, which means her second best wave going to be cut in half. But that allowed Sarah Baum to move up into the lead momentarily.
Yeah, you all came to the second turn. Look at this thing here, like a big snap right at the leap. You know, she had to do with the backwash. That's one thing we have to mention here. When you asked me, I forgot to say, but the backwash is another, like, it's super challenging here. You know, it's one of the most important things. I think that's the one that messes up with people. Sometimes they fall because they don't calculate what's happening with the water movement, and the backwash can mess your turn or can make it better too, you know. So that's one thing that we've been working on with my team here, like deal with the backwash is like something really important. We came early and we trained a little bit in Rio de Janeiro and Macumba Beach and Prainha, which has also like similar backwash, you know, not as strong as here. You can see the sand makes like a little hill at the beach, and that's why the water comes back so strong against the wave.
So for you as a coach, from your perspective on the outside, is it all about timing that backwash well?
Exactly. Usually what my advice is, like, pass the backwash and come after it. So engage the rail after you pass the backwash, so you can get a clean face.
What if you have no other option though? What if the backwash pops up early?
Then you gotta have to deal with that, and that can make your turn better too, you know. So it's just riskier. It's just gonna, you know, maybe bring you to like a riskier situation, and it's gonna be hard to land your turn. But you know, you can do that too. But usually, if you're able to, you know, time the backwash, you can pass through the backwash and then engage the inside rail to do your turn. That's a good solution for that.
Love the advice, Pedro. 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Betty Lou in the lead. Sarah Baum in second. Daniela Rosas in third. And this young lady on screen, Zoe McDougall, needs something closer to an 8-point ride. Big turn right there from the surfer from Sunset Beach, Oahu. You were mentioning it at Jovalinho, and Maida McDougall was going for the big closeout re-entry right there, knowing that she needs an excellent score.
Yeah, she was really committed to this turn. Shame that she didn't land it. She really needs a good wave scoring, like almost 8-point ride.
Almost rode out of it too, Pedro.
Yeah, that was like super strong. A little late, in my opinion. She didn't think like a projecting out would be the right solution right there. You know, she didn't have that time to go so vertical and point the nose back to the bottom of the board, the wave like that. I think she should have like pretty much hit the lip and project out, like trying to do like more like a snap floater or something like that to, you know, and land. She would probably get a good score. The judge like this. It's super risky. That's why, you know, she fell this time, but she can try again. Only 2 minutes and 45 seconds now.
So Rosas needs an 8.4. McDougall needs a 7.9. There you see her on screen, paddling back out, getting back to the primary takeoff zone. Okay, big question for you, Pedro. We have 2:30 to go. We're going to keep it short. Biggest piece of advice you would give to up-and-coming surfers right now?
watch out for the backwash, of course, and wave selection. The two things I mentioned here before, I think those are the two most important things, and also positioning with and without priority. If you have that in mind before you go out, you're not in doubt about what you're doing. I think that's another thing that we can mention. Oh, that was a big turn from Betty Lou.
Yeah.
Nice finishing. She's maybe replacing.
She could. Has a 6.33 in her scoreline, and she's only got 4 waves, too, at the moment. Very effective in the wave selection you were mentioning, but I love that take on positioning. I think here specifically, we saw a lot of people lose yesterday due to that, Pedro.
Yeah, I think so too, and I always like to imagine, like, okay, if you don't have priority and you're losing, if you don't have priority, or if you have priority and you're winning, if you have priority and if you're not winning, you know, like, what are the possibilities? Can you stay on the right? Is that a left? And so if you imagine that, you know, create the scenarios before you go out, at least when you're there, you look at the sign, the priority sign, and you can, like, okay, what can I do here now? And you just, like, instantly, like, know what to do, react, and you're not overthinking, you know. So, okay, I know what to do here. I remember telling Kira before she went out today, I say, Kira, you know, like, with or without priority, I don't want to see you sitting too far out. You know, it's better in this case to be more inside and pedal towards the wave and turn around and get the wave than being too far out and not able to catch the wave from behind. So, like, I saw Wakita doing that mistake with priority at the very end. I don't know if you remember, but
yeah, Sarah.
Sarah, right? Wakita, and she actually paddled to the wave. She was the last one deeper in the wave. So I don't think that was right. I think she should be more on the shoulder, actually. And she would have more time to take the decision. And because of that, she lost priority, and Laura took advantage of that and got the 6 and went to second place.
You want her to be on the inside of the other surfers.
On the inside, for sure, and more on the shoulder. You know, clearly, like, to have the right of decision. Okay, you know, I have priority, so let me use it if I have to. And you can just look and say, no, it's not good enough. I'm not going to replace anything. They're not going to, you know, pass me with this wave. They're not going to get the score they need. So I can just don't use my priority. But if you have to pull the trigger, you have a nice position for that.
Well, Sarah Baum just used priority defensively right there, and she's going to be moving through because of it as well. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a huge heat win, number 4 in the rankings, still moving through. We lose Daniela Rosas and Zoe McDougall. We want to say a big thank you to you, Pedro Jovalino, and wish you the best of luck in this event and in the future, too.
Thank you, my brother. It was really nice to be here. Thank you, Maíra.
Thank you. It was really great to have you here.
Un placer. Muito obrigado. Sakura Johnson with the win, and then Sarah Baum in second place, Mitchell Maíra. We're going to say bye to Pedro. And guess what? We got more action coming up here from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Don't go anywhere. A lot more heats to come. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, we go from one special guest to the next, Mitchell Maíra, and now the former World Pro Junior Champion, Kira Pinkerton, joining us here for heat number 7. Kira, welcome and bom dia.
Thank you for having me.
So Kira, tell us about your heat this morning. You opened up with a high five, basically a 6. You backed it up with a 6-point ride. And it seems like conditions were not only fun, they were consistent too.
Yeah, it was. It's pretty tricky, like finding the right position to sit in, and I mean, this wave has been really hard for me to figure out since day one, especially because the conditions changed every day. But when I got that 5, I just felt like a load of confidence, and just pretty much felt like I had it from the beginning. Because I don't know, my last heat before that, I didn't get a wave until like the last minute and made it. So it was a good change up to get a good head start.
Yeah, and I remember seeing your sigh of relief, your reaction when you actually hit the sand for your first heat. Maida and I were both in here, and I mean, the expression that you had on your face, not only a sigh of relief, but also for the rankings, matters a lot right now too, Kira.
Definitely. I'm going to need a few pretty good results to make the CT right now, but I'm just taking it one heat at a time, and yeah, that was a really big sigh of relief. I was like, wow, thank you, God, everything. I don't know. It was pretty cool.
We love to see it, Kira. Now let's look at who we have in this heat number 7 right now. As we see the background here in Saquarema, Keely Andrew, former CT surfer in the red. Alyssa Spencer, somebody you know super well, Kira out there in the blue. Carolina Mendes from Portugal in white. And Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. Also another former CT surfer, she'll be in green. Kira, you know, first of all, congratulations on your success so far this year. You've had a couple of 9th place finishes. But for you, looking at the replay here of Keely Andrews' first ride, what do you think it's been taking so far in order to make the quarterfinals or better in 2022?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of strategy for sure. I feel like if you come into the heat and you make a few mistakes, it'll pretty much cost you the whole heat, just because everyone's so solid nowadays. And here's Chelsea. She's got a pretty good strategy in every heat. Actually, she always catches like pretty good waves right off the bat.
And lots of them too. And Maida, we've seen consistency in that form also from this young lady, the Portuguese surfer Carolina Mendes.
Yeah, she had a really nice first heat on the first round, and now a good wave reading for her.
25 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Looking at the scores, just a 3-point ride from Keely Andrew, a 3.2 from Mendes. And Chelsea Tuak, the Bayesian surfer, opens up with a 4.17. Kira, looking at Alyssa Spencer's performance in round 1, to me, still the best we've seen all event long. You've competed with her for a long time, been teammates with her as well. What's it like seeing a lot of American surfers succeed at the same time like yourself?
Yeah, it's pretty cool because we all grew up doing the same contest, known each other since we were like 7 or 8 years old. And yesterday, Alyssa's heat, she killed it, like got the right waves, was hitting it in the right spot, and was managing the backwash really well. So she'll probably feel pretty confident going into this heat.
And what's it like not only being a second-generation professional surfer, as we're seeing Keely Andrew right there, 35 in the ranks, 27 years of age. Your story's interesting because your father, Jim, NSSA Open Men's National Champion, had a decent professional career doing the Bud Tour, PSAAs more than anything in California. But yourself, I remember seeing you 12, 13 years of age, already doing 6 stars at the QS level. What's it like having your father alongside yourself during these entire last 10 years?
It's been, I feel like, really good for me just because he gave me so much knowledge, and he's known what to do in heats and stuff his whole life. And sometimes we kind of battle against each other, but I feel like every dad and daughter might do that. But yeah, it's been really good for me. I've been actually traveling with Pedro lately, Pedro Roblinho, who was just in here. And he's been pretty much my father figure in these events, and been coaching me. It's been pretty cool.
Maida, you got a question for Kira?
Yeah, and he was talking a lot here about you. So just give us a little shot about him. How is to work with him?
Yeah, he's really good for me because I feel like I need someone who's really positive, just because sometimes I can get a little bit down on myself. So he kind of gives me like positive affirmations and then gives me like a lot of ideas about what I could do in my heat. And so it kind of opens up this realm of I could do this or this, and sometimes like it works, sometimes it might not because the waves are always changing. So it's good that we have many ideas going into heats, and he's always there cheering, and he's got that Brazilian love, so it's great.
Well, you know who's got a love going for herself right now? Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's on the glass with Bruno.
Thanks, Mitch. She did great from the get-go, huh? That was your game plan?
Yes, just trying to, get my waves and put some scores on the board and keep building. And yeah, really just surf, and I was super happy to get in the water today.
How about wave selection? You only surfed 4 waves, huh?
Yes, I did. I was watching the waves for a bit, and there was only a couple good ones here and there. But yeah, I just wanted to be on the right waves, and I knew my surfing could do the rest.
And how was to manage with the wind coming more strongly?
Yeah, the wind is picked up a bit, but we're here to surf in all conditions, so we have to be ready at all times, and yeah.
Every heat is a step into your destiny, huh?
Yeah, just heat by heat, just want to make it to the podium, and this is the second to last event on the Challenger Series, so just want to finish strong.
You can do a shout out to your friends and family back home?
Of course, thank you to my friends and family watching back home. I know it's like super early right now back at home, so thank you for you guys.
Congrats, Betty Lou. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno. Congratulations to Sakura moving through. 22 minutes on the clock. Tuak in the lead with a 4.17. Just a throwaway score for her second best. Still waiting for Alyssa Spencer to open up, and she does have first priority. When you look at not only the difficulties of surfing Saquarema, Kira, the backwash wave selection, the consistency of these waves, and maybe the lack of great waves out there too, you've relied on a lot of one maneuver waves, not only in this event, but also in the rest of the CS as well. How confident do you feel knowing that you can get a 7 based off of one turn?
Yeah, ever since I was like 12, that was something that I was able to do actually, was just go hit a huge closeout section and get a big score. And I've always kind of used that to my advantage. Like if I needed a score, I could go find something and just kind of push it a little bit harder than maybe I should sometimes. But especially here in Saquarema, I feel like that's something that everyone's been doing to use their advantage, is just one huge turn. And like Zoe in the last heat, I felt like if she landed that last one, it could have been a massive score. So sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Looking at a paddle here from Keely Andrews. She's up and riding. Former finalist out here in Saquarema too. Maida, she made the final against Sally Fitzgibbons a few years ago. Looking to get a victory, though, in order to requalify, and this is a big heat for her.
Yeah, for sure it is. She will need to stay very, very focused on this one, because she has to make through it. And she has already like 3 points, probably. We don't know. The conditions are switching a little bit right now, I think. In this first 10 minutes of the heat, they weren't so busy, so let's see.
Yeah, and 10 minutes have gone by, and Chelsea Tuak is already on her third ride. She tends to catch a lot of waves, but Kira, as we look at Tuak's stats right here, 26 years of age, number 50 in the ranks, the only surfer to Barbados, either a male or female, to qualify for the CT. You've been in Alyssa's position before, waited patiently for some waves with priority. What's it like being in this position right now? How are the jitters? How are the nerves?
Yeah, I feel like I normally am a little nervous, but also she has the advantage of the priority. But I always feel like riding a wave right away kind of gets that nervous jitters out of the way. But Alyssa's a really solid surfer, and I know she's just waiting for a really good wave.
Look, and you have the privilege of not only being back in, oh no, you actually won when it was WSL already. So you won the WSL World Pro Junior Championship, and you also just won an ISA gold medal in the month of September in Huntington Beach. So that was in the open division too. You opened up a platform for getting a third surfer in for Team USA. But talk to me about the development that you felt you've had since you ever won the World Pro Juniors in 2018.
Yeah, that event in Taiwan was pretty big for me. I felt like it kind of opened up my mind to knowing that I have a possibility of winning a CT world title. And I don't know, I felt like that whole event, I was just, didn't even think about winning and was just happy to be there. And I never actually did very good in a World Junior before. And I just kept making heats, and I realized that if I just have no nerves and I'm not worried about the result, then I tend to do a lot better, and that's what happened in that event.
And we're going to have a look at the rankings right now, as we might see a paddle here first, though. Alyssa Spencer still with priority. She's going to use it. And this might be a very important wave. Dropped some great scores yesterday. And Alyssa with a great turn right there on the backhand. And just like herself, she also has the ability to get a big score with one turn, Kira.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. She's got like a really solid stance, so it's probably pretty hard for the wave to push her off, as we see here. Nice.
Some of the best technique out of the women, too, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Looking at the replay here, the different angle, how beautiful are the conditions right now, Maida?
Yeah, it looks pretty beautiful, like the water is clear. And I really like this maneuver right there. She was so committed to do this. As we were saying, like one maneuver wave can give her like a pretty high score.
So we already have one person that qualified there on the tour leaderboard, Macy Callahan. Molly Picklum and Caitlin Simmers were really close to qualifying earlier today, but we saw Betty Lou move through. You're just outside of the top 10, though, Kira. There's a chance for you to make it. We were talking a while ago off air that you probably need to win an event, but you did mention that qualification, not only to the World Juniors in 2018, but the victory itself gave you the confidence to not only win a CS event, but eventually a CT, too.
Yeah, I mean, I have a long way to go to make the CT this year, but I also know that since I'm kind of taking the pressure off of myself right now, I'm not really too worried. Maybe I'll end up doing a little bit better in these events, and I actually haven't made it past the 9th place this year, so that's another goal of mine, to make it past this next heat. So yeah, I don't know, I'm just taking it heat by heat.
You're 20 years old, though. That's crazy. I've known you since you were 12.
Yep, we met in El Salvador.
Yeah, and remember that event was actually huge, too. Waves picked up, Maida, I want to say faces, maybe 10, 12 feet at Punta Roca. But I remember seeing you not only get a couple of excellent scores, you made it pretty far in that event, too.
Yeah, I was really happy with that event. I think that kind of kickstarted my career, too, just because I actually beat Coco Ho, and I felt like that was, like, the biggest thing in the world, because I always had looked up to her and thought she was such an amazing surfer. So, and the waves were big, too, so I felt like that kind of made me realize maybe bigger waves were my thing.
So we saw a replay there from Carolina Mendez, and we're looking at a replay here from Keely Andrew, Maida. She's looking at better, just a 0.83. We'll do that. And, you know, I think the big thing here, Maida, is that Alyssa Spencer, with her performance yesterday, not only is she looking to replicate it, just like Kira, she also has a chance of qualifying.
Yes, sure, and she's being like really selective, but she has already like a 5.5 ride, and now we have this score to come in. Let's see.
Yeah, 15:35 on the clock. Priority now with Chelsea Tuak waiting on the few scores. There's Leilani McGonigal from Pavones, Costa Rica. Beautiful young lady, Kira. I know you know her very well. 22 years of age and, you know, an Olympian. She is a scholar, too, graduated with a bachelor's degree last year, and with her father, Sean, there, I know you and her have shared many moments with your parents, just as they are right now. Back to that, though, as we're looking at Chelsea Tuak with another wave here. You were talking about the workload that Chelsea puts on her shoulders. Not only one of the more experienced competitors, but one of the more fit ones on tour as well.
Yeah, definitely. I remember actually, I've known her since a long time ago when I went to Barbados, probably when I was like 11 years old or something. And she's pretty good at getting her warm-ups in and focusing, and she always like has an eye on the waves at all times. Like, she doesn't take her eyes off of the waves. So she's got an idea of what the ocean's doing and how it's moving, and she just won that event last year in Barbados. We had a heat together, and she got me, and I was like, wow, I gotta work on that again.
Was that at Supol or?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Because there was an event over on the left on the other side, too, that Leilani won one year.
Yeah, wow. Forgot about that, actually. That wave's really fun.
Well, Alyssa up and riding. Already has a 5.5 and a 4.83. Doesn't seem like she will improve with that. 14 minutes to go. Now priority with Mendez. She gets dropped down to third place as Chelsea Tuak gets a 4.17. So that actually moves Mendez down to fourth. With priority now, Keely Andrew in third, needing a 4.27. And it is the Californian from San Diego in the lead. 13:45 on the clock. More action to come. We're here with Kira Pinkerton at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Well, it's a great day when we have Kira Pinkerton here in the booth with us, live from the Corona Saquarema Pro. Heat number 7 of the round of 32 in the water for the ladies. Alyssa Spencer leading, Chelsea Tuak in second. The former CT surfer in red, Keely Andrew, requiring a 4.27. And Carolina Mendes from Portugal has a 3.2 but needs a 5.14 at the moment to move up into second place. They're going to let that wave go by. And Kira, before the break, we were talking about, you know, your development over the years, not only competitively, excuse me, but as a human being. As we're looking at the replay here from Keely Andrew, great combination right there. One of the more inspiring figures. Actually, the event that we saw in 2016 at Punta Roca, she ended up winning in a dominant fashion too.
Yeah, I've always thought she was such an amazing surfer, and she's just really solid. Sometimes she has a little trouble putting heats together, but when she was on the CT, she had some really good results at like Honolulu, and I think here too, right?
Made the final at Snapper 1 year too when they finished at Kira. She actually lost to Lakey Peterson in that final. But yeah, you're right. Made the final here, Honolulu, that event at Kira, and with just under 11 minutes to go. During COVID, you actually had the chance to travel. You went to Indonesia for a few months and not only honed your skills in the barrel, but in bigger waves too. What was that like?
Yeah, my dad had this idea. He was like, let's just go get some good waves, because I really haven't had a huge break between contests to go and surf Indonesia. So we went over there, and it was the best experience of my life. We got perfect waves every day. I was eating really good food, and it just felt like it was kind of a harder time for everyone. It was keeping me just in a positive mood through everything. So it was pretty good to go over there and spend some time.
Yeah, I bet. And there's Keely's mom having a look at her daughter do well. She dropped a 6.07 on her previous ride, so that helped her situation. Now in second place, that drops down Tuak to third, needing close to a 6. Mendes needing something close to a 7-point ride. Maeda, it's great to have Kira in here, seriously. But speaking of the surfers in the water right now, there's huge implications for qualification, just as Kira knows, because Spencer is requiring a big event too. She hasn't really made the semifinals or better so far this year. And for her, it's a huge opportunity to maybe garner some more spots for Team USA on the championship tour as well. We're going to get back to that, though, as Carolina Mendes up and riding. Great first turn. Maybe loses a little bit of speed coming out of it, though, and it's going to cost her. 9 minutes to go. So far, so good in Brazil. Kira, you're enjoying your time. You've been here for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, I love Brazil. It kind of reminds me of Indonesia a little bit. It's actually somewhere I could possibly live in the future whenever I finally settle down. But I've really liked the waves, the culture, the food especially, and I could definitely come back here soon.
What did you like the most of the food?
I loved is it farofa?
Farofa, yeah.
I've never had that before. That and the acai is really good, but I think just like the salmon, beans, and rice with the farofa has been my favorite.
Cool.
So there's Mendes needing something close to a 7-point ride. 8 minutes, 30 to go. Here's Chelsea Tuak. She got dropped down to third place, is needing a 5.98 at the moment. Gonna see the entirety of the wave in the replay right there. Is it, you know, can we still even say that you're actually from San Clemente? I feel like you're more of a nomad right now.
I'm definitely a nomad. I've probably spent about 2 to 3 weeks at home a year. So.
No. This year, you think just 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know. I go home for like a few days at a time. I'm not going to be going home for a long time anytime soon. So, yeah, I pretty much live on the road out of a suitcase.
So here's the replay, Maeda, of the last of Chelsea Tuak. She's needing close to a 6-point ride here.
Yeah.
Then Alyssa Spencer was also up and riding. Kira?
Wow, that was a solid turn. That was like the turn she did yesterday.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just the one here, but she's in the lead anyways. Could even better the 4.83 just with that. 7 minutes, 30 to go. And, you know, I know you're not at home a lot anymore, but how about competing in the West Coast board rider events for San Clemente board riders now? You like those ones?
I love those events. Just having the whole town together and all supporting each other, I think is really cool. And Frankie's the guy who runs it is really, really nice. And he's actually given me some really good advice for these events too. Yeah, I hope I can get home and be home for one of those events just because they're probably one of my favorites.
Okay, it might be some bad luck for you. I think they're actually running the first event of your region today.
No!
Yeah, at church. But, you know, you'll be there for the second one maybe.
Yep.
So might have to give Frankie a call and just wish him good luck.
Oh.
We saw Havana Cabrero on screen right there, the Puerto Rican, second-generation professional surfer herself as well, with her coach from Peru, Luis Escudero. 6:40 to go, though, and it's been really the control of Spencer this heat, Maida, that has put her in first, and she hasn't relinquished it.
Yeah, but like Kelly Andrew now has the priority of the heat. She wants to better her 4.07. So, yeah, and also Chelsea Twerk, we saw her surfing so good yesterday, and she's needing a 5.42 to get up in the second spot of the heat.
Maybe Alyssa having a look here at this one. Yeah, and she's going to use her third priority, up and riding now. Big section right there on an even bigger turn. Love the technique that Spencer brings to the table here. Dropped a 6.77 on her previous ride, and Kira, this one might even be better than the last.
Yeah, I think the selection of the waves has been really the key to making these heats right now, and she's choosing those one big turn sections, which is actually probably going to give her another really good score.
Who do you think has been your biggest rival through the USA Surfing and SSA circuit when you were an amateur?
I'd say me and Alyssa went pretty much back and forth our whole lives with like every contest. I know that we both are pretty competitive people, and along with actually Samantha Sibley, we all three surfed with each other pretty much every event.
Sam Sibley, Alyssa, yourself. You also have Sawyer Lindblad in the event too.
Sawyer, yes, she's a little bit younger, and along with Katie. And then we had Caroline, but she kind of shot up there a little bit faster than us.
And what's it like kind of looking up to both Courtney Conlaw, Caroline, and obviously the great Carissa Moore too as your role models?
Yeah, Carissa has always been my role model since day one, especially because we had some of the same sponsors. So I was like, oh, mini Carissa. Kind of wanted to be her my whole life. And I knew Lakey too, and I always looked up to her. And then Courtney's just a really solid, really funny person, and she charges, so I've always looked up to that.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she charged her way into a victory at the last event of the season in Tahiti. 4 minutes, 25 seconds to go. And Alyssa Spencer betters her situation with her last a 5.67. It extends her lead. Keely Andrews still in second. She is looking to improve on a 4.07. Doesn't seem like that last wave will be enough. Tuak still in third, needs a mid-5. And Carolina Mendez holding down priority for a long time now, still needs a 6.47. Maida, is it safe to say, as we're going to look at the heat recap right here, we might be having a change in the guard right here with the younger generations coming up?
Yeah, this was Kelly on her first ride. Very nice one. Quick maneuvers right there. And then we see Alyssa.
Like to make it an all-USA final and have you and Alyssa battle out, Kira?
That would be pretty cool because we both need the points right now.
Bring back some memories of competing back in Southern California too, huh?
Yeah, maybe the man-on-man would be new. That's something that I feel like we need some work on.
That's right. Never faced each other in a one-on-one situation, have you?
Actually, I don't know if we have. I don't know.
Be interesting. Maybe a little Southern California dominance right there if that happens at the end. Big turn right there from Keely Andrew. And you had mentioned, Kira, actually, and I agree with you 100% that, you know, not only do I think is she one of the most talented female surfers on this planet, but she does struggle sometimes to put a heat together every now and then. Fortunately for her, not in this heat, though.
Yeah, she's got some good waves. I definitely think she could maybe like wait for a better wave instead of selecting, like, I don't know, I feel like the smaller ones don't give as much opportunity just because there's no closeout section on the waves.
I want you to look yourself in the mirror right now and tell me what you think the biggest thing that you could still work on right now truly is.
Confidence, definitely. I go into heats sometimes and I totally just lose sight of everything. And I used to have a lot of confidence in my surfing, especially before COVID. And I think coming back into contest, I felt a little bit lost. And I was doing the whole free surf thing where I wait for the best wave and catch like one wave every 30 minutes. So I'm still working on building my confidence. And I actually just hurt my knee. So now I'm like, I feel like it's kind of slowing my mind down a little bit because I'm not trying to do anything crazy. So hopefully it ends up helping me out in some way.
Well, we appreciate the honesty, and that's something very confident to do, by the way.
Thank
Be
you.
honest. So
Yeah.
wish you the best of luck, Kira. Really do. A minute 40 to go here. Chelsea Tuak up and riding. Needs
Wow.
a 5.42. Huge turn right there. And Chelsea's not usually one to claim. She did it right there, Maida. This could be the score. Live action, though. Spencer, the heat leader. Setup turn. And a huge finish right there from Melissa. Won't be able to ride out. Either way, she's in first. Might have, had to actually jump off of that wave as Chelsea Tuak was making her way back out. And a huge opportunity here with priority from Carolina Mendes. Wraps it back. But the Portuguese surfer going to need something much better than a 6.47 if Tuak does improve. Good finish, though. What do you think, Kira? Who do you think gets the better of the exchange right here?
I'm thinking Chelsea's turn was actually pretty good. She kind of, or is this the replay? This is Carolina. That turn, like, kind of surprised me. It was sick.
What do you think of Mendez's wave, though, in terms of the priority use, waiting for so long? You think she's going to be happy with the wave selection she had right here?
Yeah, I think maybe those waves before had a bigger section, like this one for Alyssa here. She had an opportunity for 2 turns, which would have been a huge score.
Unfortunately fell right there, but this is the one that you like right here from Tuak.
Yeah, this turn, this section looks really hard, and she manages to slide the tail and ride out clean.
Still waiting on that score, and she needs a 5.42. Keely Andrew was also in the mix right there. The one turn, looking to better a 4.07. Boy, that's going to be close for Chelsea Tuak. And ouch, just under the requirement, gets a 5.23, so not enough. The heat is over, and it doesn't seem like anybody caught a wave before the heat ended. So it's going to be Alyssa Spencer and Keely Andrew moving through into the round of 16. And we see Alyssa right there. 2 heat wins so far in this event. Looking good for a finals appearance later this event, Maida.
Yeah, very close heat right now. Very good exchange in the last minutes. I think we have still some scores for Carolina Mendes, but she really needs a high score there, like 6.47.
Yeah, it's not even going to be close to that. Seems like it's going to be in the high 3s, maybe in the low 4s. But that young lady on screen, 2 victories so far in the 2 heats that she has surfed here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, and another big victory moving through into the round of 16. She needs it in order to move up into the rankings. So Spencer, Andrew moving through, and I want to say a very big thank you to you, Kira Pinkerton, for joining us for heat number 7. And not only do we wish you the best of the luck, and not only in this event, but at Haleiwa too, and hopefully you can qualify for the CT. We'd love to see you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. It was really nice to hear your stories.
Thank you.
Boa sorte, Kira. We'll be right back with more action here. Heat number 8 coming up at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
And we're back for the last heat of the round of 32 for the women here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, as we fly by the rock formation here at Itaúna. And out in the water, Puerto Rico represented by Havana Cabrero, Costa Rica represented by Leilani Maganago, the Basque Country represented by Nadia Erostabe, and the Portugal represented by Francisca Verselco Kika. And Hawaii represented in the booth by me, Kaipo Guerrero, and Brazil represented in the booth by Bruno Bocayuva.
Yeah, that's it, Kaipo. Nice heat, 2 Europeans and 2 Americans, huh?
Yeah, I like it. So it looks like Nadia started off with a 4.17. Leilani, as this is her second wave, already has a 4.33 to her credit, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, I like her style. As we said before, she represents the Pura Vida spirit of Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
And have the home break of Pavones, man.
Pavones.
How does it sound, huh?
Half a mile long left point break, pretty good.
Yeah.
I like it. 22 years old. She is the top seed in this heat. She's had a 9th so far. That was from the U.S. Open. Here's a replay of her second ride, Bruno.
Yeah, 2 carves. The wave didn't cooperate with her.
Yeah, that's going to be good enough for a 3-point ride. This is the 4.33 that she opened up with.
Oh, nice. Nice off the top. Huh? A short wave, but she did great.
Oh, yeah. And here is the opener for Nadia.
Oh. A carving at the roof of the wave.
That was a 4.17 for Nadia, represent the Basque Country, beautiful region of Europe.
She's from the Zarauz.
Zarauz.
Yeah. Euskadi.
All right, well, let's hear from the last winner, Rachel Spencer's with the wonderful Rachel. I mean, Alyssa Spencer. Sorry.
She's right here with me. And your wave selection was really good, even with the conditions changing a bit now. How was it for you to control the heat?
Yeah, that was definitely really tricky conditions out there. I sat for like 12 minutes at the beginning of the heat, which was a little bit nerve-wracking. There was just no waves that I thought were good enough to go on that came in. And yeah, I ended up working out because I got a couple at the end, but it's definitely really, really tough out there.
And you told me this is your first time in Brazil. What are your thoughts on the waves, the food? What do you like here?
Yeah, Brazil has been amazing so far. The waves have been super fun all week. And yeah, the place is just super fun and the vibe is amazing. I've been loving my time here.
That's nice. Good luck to the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Alyssa Spencer. And Alyssa just keeps on posting big numbers. 12.44 two-wave total for Alyssa Spencer for that win and a ticket into the round of 16, where at that point, Bruno, we enter into one-on-one matchups.
Oh, yeah. A different rhythm, a different mindset. A lot of stuff will change in this round, huh?
Yeah, I think the strategy will certainly change when we get into that round of 16. That'll be likely tomorrow, because today on the schedule we got 8 heats, which is the final 8 of the round of 32 for the women, and then we move on into the round of 24 for the men, where we have another 8 heats. But that time, with this time, we're going to have 3 surfer heats in that round of 24 for the men, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. More chances of qualification.
Yeah, more wave availability, more chances of coming through there. Like you said, a 66% chance when you're looking at those 3 surfer heats. So look forward to that. But first, we're going to have our final 2 surfers advance into the round of 16 for the women. Top 2 out of this 4 surfer heat move on into that round of 16. Scratching into this one, Francisca.
Oh, yeah, from Carcavelos, the region of between Lisbon and Cascais.
Yeah, like right on the edge of Cascais, right?
Yeah.
Estoril,
Estoril,
Cascais.
yeah.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah,
I mean,
we call the line of Estoril.
It's I mean, I've been there a couple of times, and it is amazing. The waves are really fun.
Yeah.
Carcavelos, her home break, you need a lot of swell for that, but when you do get the swell, it's a barreling wave. But then if there's any lack of swell, you can head up Cascais. There's a ton of wave there. Guincho above Cascais.
Very windy.
Very windy, but
nice conditions.
Guaranteed waves, gets a little bit more swell.
A beach break kind of style.
Yeah, beach break. Actually, I'm looking at maybe some Guincho right here.
Very similar.
Right?
Very similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
I just thought of it now.
I was remember the 2013 event QS in Cascais. The final was Connor Coffin against Jadson under it with barrels all the way.
Carcavelos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw a Tony Hawk presentation there the same year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Oh,
Tony Hawk show.
I remember because that's when in town at Carcavelos, there would be the surf contest, but they would set up a whole skateboard thing, all these activations, wonderful food booths, like everybody would come out of the town. Amazing, right? And just in that zone right there, I think you can even just catch the train straight into Lisbon. So you can go into the city, catch a train straight into the city, have a day there, ride the cable cars, whatever, get back on the train, get back to the coast.
Do we love Portugal?
I love Portugal.
Yeah.
It's actually, so people ask me, what are some of my favorite stops? Portugal and Brazil are some of my favorite stops culturally, cuisine-wise, for the food, both in Portugal and Brazil, and scenery-wise.
I can't avoid eating octopus.
Yeah. In Portugal, right? Yeah. Wave-wise, I love Tahiti, but then in Tahiti, I'm pretty much living under the mosquito net at the end of the road. But it's back to basics. That's nice
Eating
too.
poisson cru.
And poisson cru is that. I'll do that every meal in Tahiti. Yeah. All right. Well, let's catch up right here. Leilani McGonigal, 4.33, 3-point ride. She's in the lead. Francisca Veselko, they call her Kika.
Kika.
So Frederico Moraes is Kikash.
Yes.
And she is Kika.
Yeah. Normally, Francisco and Francisca, they call Kiko and Kika.
Yeah.
With Frederico, came from the same way.
Right.
But not Francisco, it's Frederico.
Frederico, yeah. And so it's just some nicknames. I have a Portuguese surname. I'm part Portuguese, actually, but I'm just slowly learning my culture. I was taken from my land very young. Not very young. I was taken from my land many, many generations ago. My great-great-grandparents moved over to migrated to Hawaii. Yeah.
From the Azores Island.
From Azores, yeah. All right, so let's see what we got here going on. Nadia Erostabe, our Basque competitor, needs just a 1.84, so wide open. And you know what, Havana Cabrero, we call the heat where she surfs so well, second-generation pro surfer, daughter of Carlos Cabrero, and Carlos Cabrero is down in actually Puerto Rican surfing history by winning a title at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yeah, that's for the books, huh?
That is, anybody who wins any level of a contest at
no
Pipeline,
matter the conditions.
You're in the history books because there's only so few that can claim that title. Yeah, 19:30 on the clock, and a bit of a quiet time. And maybe that's because, Bruno, of the incoming tide. What do you think?
Yeah. We're just hitting the high tide in 1 hour and a half.
So, in a lot of breaks all around the world, especially beach breaks, you get that high tide. Everything slows down and everything kind of moves further in on the sandbank because that water and that swell energy needs to find the shallower bottom, which is closer to shore at that time, to be able to break. So I expect things to slow down a bit and move further to the shoreline.
I always think about when we talk about this dynamic of tides in Hossegor in France, southwest France.
Well, those are huge tide swings when we look at in
3 meters sometimes.
Yeah, yes, 3 meters, 9 feet, 10 feet. And it changes the entire makeup of the break. A wave that wasn't even there, on low tide, all of a sudden turns into a great barrel in the high tide, and same way the opposite way. Yeah. Still slow here, but we do have priority established, and you can see the pink jersey with Havana Cabrero out there with that priority. She just got a half-point ride to her credit, 18 minutes counting down, so she's got plenty of time to utilize that priority. And priority, as the conditions slow down, are going to be much more valuable. Rachel, what do you got for us?
I'm here at the beach with Saquarema Mayor Manuela. And Manuela, can you tell us how important is it for the city to bring such a important and worldwide event?
It's amazing for us, and it's very important because we can promote the name of the city. It's important to the local economy, and I'm very happy and proud to be hosting it.
Yeah, amazing. Now in Portuguese, I'm going to ask you, como é importante para a cidade trazer um evento internacional, né? A WSL faz 3 eventos esse ano, né? Como está sendo o impacto para a cidade?
Então, primeiro que a população ama receber esse evento, os turistas amam, nós somos muito receptivos e movimenta muito a nossa economia, todos os hotéis ficam cheios, todas as pousadas ficam cheias, muda a vibe da cidade quando tem esses eventos e para nós é um prazer receber esses eventos, para nós é uma alegria ter essa parceria com a WSL e nós estamos sempre de portas abertas para ajudar e receber todos os eventos.
A gente também ama vir para cá. We also love to come here. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you to Saquarema for hosting us and supporting surfing the Maracanã do Surf.
Exactly. That was Manuela Pérez, the mayor. She was saying in Portuguese about Itaúna and Saquarema hosting the 3 levels of the World Tour from WSL. QS, CS, and CT in the order. CT, QS, and now Challenger Series.
Yeah, and it's been great to be back. We had a great time at the Rio Pro here back in June, and we've returned to this beautiful beach town to the, I want to say the east of Rio de Janeiro, of the city proper.
Yeah, northeast.
Northeast. All right, Nadia. And a nice rhythm. She had to wait for the section to present itself on the further in on the bank with this high tide, but she was able to get 2 nice backhand hooks in a great tempo and flow through that one.
Yeah, good point, huh? I was thinking about the timing, the pace, huh? She waited a little while for the second move. Let's see it. First one, right from the get-go. And now she's trying to generate some speed, a good hook, and now off the top. Like escalating the foam.
Yeah, she's going to go to second with that effort right there. Here we go with Havana Cabrero. And again, the backwash.
Yeah, he's there. More strong than ever, at least for today.
Incoming tide, a little bit of an onshore wind, presenting a little bit of challenge and ruffle to the waves and something to overcome. We'll see some of the scores, and we'll see what Nadia gets and if she moves into second place when we return to more action here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be right back.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. And by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Back in the action here, the last heat of the round of 32 for the women's here at the Saquarema, at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And we're getting caught up with some of the rides. When we left, we were waiting for a score from Nadia Estrabe. And the score came in at 4.43. That was enough to put Nadia into second place. Leilani Maganago currently in first place. Francisca Veselko, she needs a 3.53. And Havana Cabrero's got to get some momentum going. She needs a 7.67, just a couple of fractional rides for the Puerto Rican surfer. On the paddle here, Leilani Maganago.
Nice attack, huh? Vertical, powerful.
Nice job, too, to make sure that she completed that maneuver.
Yeah. She's willing to change to get rid of that 4.33. Oh, look at that. The wall was vertical, and she took advantage of that.
Yeah, you can see a little, as we take a look at one more time, you can see a little hiccup as she gets through there and gets a little bucked right there by the backwash coming at her, but she's able to use the suspension of her knees and ankles to get through that section. This is the 4.43 for Nadia Erostabe.
Yeah, she built that score, huh? The second part of the wave.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned, Bruno, that it was nice that she paced and she was very patient until she saw the wave present itself. Kika. Up and down. That is the alligator jaw section right there.
Right
That's
there.
what the gator does.
Yeah. They kept with the...
The gator bites you.
Yeah.
You got to avoid the bite of the gator.
Yeah.
You just tickle
Go first.
Tickle the jaw of the gator, but get away from it, right? So anytime you're feeding an alligator, you don't want to keep your hand there for too long. Here we go, the replay.
Yeah, she was a little late to the top turn.
What do you think went wrong there?
Yeah, she poked the nose, huh? Yeah, on the way back.
All right, well, with 10 minutes, so 2/3 of the way through this heat, and Leilani's been very consistent. Here we got Justin Becqueray. He's going to be in the first heat when we switch channels into the men's round of 24. He's going to be against Douglas Silva and Timothy Biso when we switch into the men's competition. Douglas Silva has been an exciting wild card, a new name for myself. Well, I know the original Doug Silva, but this is the new Doug Silva.
Yeah, oh yeah, the original Doug Silva. I'm from Hawaii.
The original Doug
from California, but moved to Hawaii.
Yeah, he moved to Hawaii. Hey, the crowds are coming, and why not? It's a beautiful day. It's warm, finally, and it's Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Don't got no work till Monday.
Yeah.
Might as well go to the beach.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic, huh? We're gonna be we're gonna see a huge crowd coming today and tomorrow.
Oh man, so Havana
Flats
just
out.
having a tough one.
Yeah.
You know, and again, Bruno, we talked about that. Sometimes there's just like a rhythm in a heat, and sometimes you seem to never get in that rhythm.
Yeah. Like Forrest Gump used to say, waves in Saquarema is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah. I like the one.
Sorry about the cliche.
No, it's not. Hey, I'm a big Forrest Gump fan. I have Forrest Gump moments myself, just in real life, every once in a while.
He likes to run.
I like to ride my bike around Saquarema, so that's where me and Forrest are the same. Here we go. Replay here, Bruno.
Yeah. Straight from the bottom. Yeah, she was a little late to that top turn.
Yeah, it was nice that she was able to pull it off, but she was a little bit late, just got us at 2.63, so that's reflective in the score. But Nadia's going to remain in second place right now. Kika, Francisca, she needs a 3.53, and Havana Cabrero, again, needs to get some momentum going. She hasn't broken the 1 point mark in on a wave yet. But again, like I said, she's a brilliant surfer, Havana. She was really impressive in some of the earlier rounds. Let's see if she can put it together here.
Yeah, she got the tools, huh?
I think she's got the tools. I mean, from what we saw in the opening round, I definitely think she has the tools. Leilani with priority, and here she goes. She's been very dependable here on the backhand, Leilani McGonigal. And again, just solid, making sure she completes her ride. Will she improve on that 5-point ride, which is low? I don't think so, but you know, she gave herself a chance.
Yeah, and it's nice to see her backside so strong coming from Pavones.
Yeah.
Let's see again. Nice snap, not too power, and the better one. Less move, and I think she's not going to change her situation.
No, I don't think so. But I just like, you know, she's just the consistency and the assuredness to finish off the ride every single time, Leilani McGonigal. So she's evidently the most composed in this heat. When you look at this entire heat, she is certainly the most composed as we fly above our beautiful clear water here at Itaúna. And
she's in tune. Huh?
Yeah.
We can tell.
Sometimes you can just tell from the get-go, from the and Leilani really was starting to put together some scores just from her opening ride. Kika off the bottom, snaps off the top there. That's nice. One more time for a vertical lift bash, and she likes it. I like it too.
Me too. That was a nice combo.
3.53. She's going to get it, I think. We're going to see a change in the score with Kika going up to that one. She needs just a 3.53. And to me, that was a pretty well put together wave.
Maybe we will see a change in the situation between the European surfers, huh? Yeah. The Portuguese, nice snap at the top, and then a fine top turn at the end. She showed some appreciation, and this angle is always so good.
Crowd likes it.
Yeah, Betty
Lou
Lou
likes it. Luana likes it. Summer likes it.
And like the Brazilian Hawaiians cheering for.
So still waiting for that score. They're down to the 5-minute mark here. Priority in the water now with Nadia. Nadia may be losing that second place position that she's currently holding in this heat once the score drops. And so Nadia is going to have to make some wise decisions with that priority. I have a feeling she's going to hear the news that she's going to need a score. How much of a score? We don't know until the number drops for Kika's Francisca Veselko.
Yeah, I think Nadia is going to feel the urgency in a while.
Again, needs a 3.54, gets a 5.7. Nadia drops down as we anticipated into third place. Nadia in the white jersey with priority. Nadia needing a 6.34. So just like that, the situation changes drastically, Bruno.
Yeah, Kika got the second best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, that was great surfing.
Yeah, in a special moment, less than 5 minutes ago.
Again, this is something that we've seen over and over again. A lot of times, the leaders in the early part of the heat, they can't necessarily count on being in the same position at the end because the buzzer beater or the changing of the standings has really come down to the final 2 minutes, final 1 minute, sometimes the final 30 seconds in these heats.
Yeah, they got to keep building, huh? Nobody's safe.
Nobody's safe. Let's take a look at our heat recap as we see how we got here. And Leilani McGonigal, she's been solid.
Yeah, she took the commanding lead since the get-go and still there at the first place.
Great backhand technique from Leilani McGonigal.
That was a clinic. Huh?
And Kika.
Nice.
This was her comeback wave, Bruno.
Yeah, that was the turning point on the heat.
5.7 for that effort, and currently in second place, looking to advance into the round of 16, down to 3 minutes on the countdown. Priority with Nadia. Nadia needing a 6.34, which is a big score. Signs of a set approaching,
Yeah.
Bruno.
You can see the lines coming in.
We actually have 2 heats in the water right now. So the new heat, the guys are kind of getting into the area there.
7 surfers, huh?
Yeah. Here we go, Nadia. This is an important wave. Carves off the top. And, oh, that wave just hits the back of another wave, backs off. So that would be a priority error with that wave selection for Nadia. And she's going to make this charge that much more difficult.
Yeah. She will get the 4th priority now. So she'll be, yeah, we can see the banks. Almost a frame formation there on the point.
See the banks, see the umbrellas of all of our beachgoers coming out. The sun's come out. The white sand is glistening. Need your sunglasses out there because it is bright and sunny, and that's just the way we like it. Surfers in the lineup. You can see the new heat over to the left of your screen. They're just waiting there further in the channel while this heat's going to conclude in about 90 seconds for the women and conclude this round for the women as well. Leilani McGonigal takes a whitewater takeoff, a little bump, backwash. Saw something she liked in this wave, but that wave did not open up at all.
Yeah, but it was nice to see her moving from the rights to the lefts.
And Francisca taking off on that wave and nothing doing there. So now the priority system has changed just a little bit. Nadia with 2nd priority. Nadia again needing a 6.34. Havana can do it. Havana Cabrero has got 1st priority. She's in the pink jersey, but she needs a 9.84. Really, the realistic chance right here is with Nadia in 2nd priority, needing a lower need, a 6.34. We're going to keep an eye on her as we hit to 40-second mark. Kika on the paddle back out. Nadia's going to go. Oh, nice start. She's able to save that maneuver. One more. Gets another one, but needed to finish that off if she wanted that 6.34. So my feeling is that is not going to be enough for Nadia Erostabe. She's heading on in and eliminated from competition. Along with Havana Cabrero, Nadia Erostabe eliminated, and Francisca Veselko. Kika is going to be moving on into the round of 16 along with Leilani McGonigal. This is when we see the numbers, and the numbers tell us exactly that Francisca Leilani moving on into the round of 16. More action coming your way. When we come back, we're going to have 3 guys in the water. Men's Heat 1, round of 24, when we return to Saquarema. And we zoom down to the country of Brazil, to the town of Saquarema, where we're stationed here. Rio de Janeiro, you can see we're northeast of the city proper, this beautiful country surf town. Long white beach with Barrinha on one side and Itaúna, where we're holding the contest here. Rock formation, make those sandbars. Deep water going into the shallow sandbanks, and that's where all the Atlantic swells pump in towards the coast here. Sand flow from the river exiting brings us all of this sand. You can see the sand flow coming out of that outgoing river, and then the swell lines for Barrinha takes the southwest swell direction there for Barrinha. We like the southeast swells over here at Itaúna, where we're going to get some of those left-handers and more of the energy making it to this side of the beach. Variety of waves, beautiful town, and an incredible atmosphere here in Saquarema. Thanks for having us back, and thanks for joining us here for the broadcast of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the round of 24. This is heat number 1 out in the water with Timothy Bisso, Doug Da Silva, and Justin Becqueret. What do you think about this lineup, Bruno?
Oh, it's a good one, huh? 2 guys from France, 1 guy from Brazil.
Ooh, look at this.
A new guy.
Flying by the rocks.
Yeah, you know what, Kaipo? The iconic biologist, Charles Darwin, was here in Saquarema like
Really?
200 years ago. And the research that he did here helped him develop the book, the classic book, The Origin of Species.
The Origin of Species.
Yes.
As Charles Darwin was studying how the environment affected the evolution of different species and how species adapted to their environment. And that's why
natural selection, huh?
Natural selection comes into play. And it happens, but that's why you have different wildlife everywhere. You got some imported wildlife sometimes here, because I got the little macacos over there. Is it how you say it?
Macacos, yeah.
Macacos,
The
yeah.
monkeys?
Yeah, little monkeys over here. But I hear they're not native to Brazil. Somebody let a cage loose of macacos, and then they made into thousands of them.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the story about the macacos?
The macacos, it depends of the species, you know?
Yeah.
We have the smallest one.
Yeah.
We call it the saguis. And we have the macacos pregos. They're a little bigger.
Which one's more friendly?
None of them. They're very smart. But they like to prank with us.
All right, well.
I don't have time to tell stories about that.
Okay. Maybe if we have a big lull, we'll get into those stories. Flying by here, you can see the great setup that we have on the beach here. And we got an interview ready. We got Leilani Maganago. She was out there with a decided victory and a ticket into the round of 16. Leilani's with Rachel.
Yeah, congratulations, Leilani. You've been really consistent in your heat. Do you think the conditions are too different from the first round?
Definitely very different from the first round. A lot more sitting priority comes into play a little bit more. And the wind came up a lot today, so it's hard to tell which one's going to hold up and which one's going to close out. But I was lucky to find a couple good sections and do a good turn.
And what are your friends talking to you after you came out of the water?
Just it was hard in the water. I travel a lot with Havana, and we were in the same heat, and we both really wanted to make it together, but hopefully next time. But she was just talking about how hard it was out there, and I was like, yeah, I only found 1 turns on my waves, so luckily they were good enough to get me through.
And how confident and excited are you for the upcoming days?
Oh, I'm so excited. I think Saquarema is such a beautiful place, and I feel a really good vibe here. I love Brazil, so I'm excited. My brother got 3rd here 1 year, so I want to try to beat his best result.
Thank you so much. You're into the next round, and back to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. And her brother, Noemar, is a great QS surfer in his own semifinal out here in Itaúna. And hey, during that interview, you know, if you want to get on the broadcast, wait till the interview happens. That background see-through, you can get. No, don't do that. Actually,
No, the guy is a supporter of Flamengo. He should be happy, huh?
Everybody's happy for Flamengo.
Yeah, we just clinched the third title of Libertadores de la América.
I saw the celebration.
Yeah.
I actually started following the team on Instagram just because I wanted to know more about it, because it seemed like such an institution, and
you know
and
what?
everybody was cheering for it. I think I watched an Instagram live with Italo Ferreira, and he was watching the team. They clinched the third title, and he took his shirt and he ripped his shirt.
Like Hulk.
Like the Hulk.
Yeah.
These things are great.
Yeah.
This is
It's amazing.
Bruno, this is the stuff about Brazil that
passion.
actually I love.
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of that guy too.
I can tell.
You know, I'm a passionate person. Everyone knows. Some people call me moody, but I'm passionate.
Yeah, I agree.
22 minutes and 30 seconds. No real scores as of yet for these guys. 8 minutes already off the clock.
Let's talk about Flamengo. You know how many supporters Flamengo had? 45 millions.
This is real.
Yeah.
This is real numbers. 45 millions for the red and black.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the biggest soccer team.
And selling a lot of jerseys too.
Yeah, for sure, man.
That is, and you know what? Sport of Rio de Janeiro, government sport of Rio de Janeiro is one of our supporters here too.
Yeah.
So not just supporting football, but supporting surfing as well.
For sure. There is a state money from Secretaria do Esporte. And there is the French guys. Frédéric Robin, former QS surfer from the 90s. He's one of the coaches for French Olympic team.
Timothy Bissot, representing the French flag by the way of Guadalupe. And Timothy's been vicious on the backhand. Now he's going to get the first real score in this heat. Another Frenchman here in the way of Justin Becqueret, the 20-year-old. Winds up off the bottom. Nice snap for Justin. One more snap there in quick order. So nice exchange to get things going.
Amazing the amount of water he's throwing. Like.
And just to skate through those flat sections, pretty amazing.
I don't know if he's using like a EPS board. It looks like,
It looks this. It looks this way. And, you know, when we talk about equipment, pluses and minuses of EPS, we're going to get that because this is working for Justin.
Yeah, the extra volume. Like, look at that. Bang. One more time.
So 2 turns in quick succession for the regular foot. One more view of this. Has to kind of check that turn, but then gets it 1 and 2 for the finish. Timothy Bissot.
That was a nice pace, huh? Yeah. I interviewed him, and I said, hey, do you know Michael Campbell? He never heard about it.
Oh.
Yeah. He say he normally been compared with Docky. More than
every
Campbell.
goofy foot wants to be compared with Docky.
Yeah. But you know, he have the body language
that
reminds us.
This is true.
We can tell. Huh?
But
we can say,
if you surf with your right foot forward, you want to be compared to Aki, of course. I want to be compared to Aki too.
We were too skinny to be compared.
Yeah.
Timothy has the proper body too.
Yeah.
And the proper surfing.
I've been eating good over here. I'm starting to work on it.
You should stay more, huh?
19 minutes, 45 seconds, and we're still waiting for those scores to set this heat up. Timothy opens up with a 4.5. Here we go with Douglas Silva, live time. Times it through some backwash. Impressive that he's able to do that. And hangs on through some troubled water, some bouncy water.
The other day, he did amazing with a full rotation outside air.
Right when he needed it, Through
on the buzzer beater,
Buzzer beater. Justin Becqueret opens up with a 5.33. Another look at Douglas Silva here.
Oh, the backwash was there from the beginning. Yeah, second move wasn't that power. The guy comes from Maracaípe, the Bay of Maracaípe in the state of Pernambuco, northeast.
Northeast?
Yes. You used to have a lot of QSs there back in the 90s.
Warmer water.
Yes.
Tropical?
Way warmer, always. the entire season, the entire year.
All right, let's see what... Maida, what are you up to?
Yes, I'm here at WSL VIP area. I came here the other day, it wasn't too crowded, but today people are enjoying a lot. The sun comes out, and look how crowded it is. And also, it's already midday, so the Corona is free right now. You can have a little one. I think I might get one. What do you think, Kaipo?
I would, yeah, you have one, and that bucket looks great. Bring the bucket on over here into the set, and we'll all enjoy Corona.
I will, for sure.
I love it. And remember, every Corona that we buy, we recycle one plastic bottle. So, you need the limes, too.
Yeah, that's the touch, final touch.
The VIP area, that's a great area there. We'll fly by. You can see they got the Coronas and some snacks and everything fly through our whole contest setup over here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Thank you to Corona for all of their support. Corona's been a giant supporter of surfing on all levels, on a championship tour level and even here on the Challenger Series level.
Oh, yeah.
Here's our heat leader.
Justin.
Let's see what he's got. Shows us some flair right there. Just one turn, but I like it.
Show the fins to the audience and
showing
the judge.
Showing the fins to the beach, yeah. So right now, this is Justin's best result so far this year on the Challenger Series, but he wants more than this. Justin, just 20 years old, as we take a look at this replay, and does a good job to manage that kind of nose pick tail throw through that section. So we'll see. What do you got?
And I have the numbers from the guys in this heat. Timothée is now in 26th position.
Wow, okay.
Douglas Silva is at 83, and Justin is in 58.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Timothy Biso actually with the kind of the best chance to get going to Haliva.
That's an update ranking.
And that's because Timothy's still leaning on a 9th place finish in Bolito.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Timothy's got a chance here. You make it out of this round for the men into the next round, and you are guaranteed a 9th place finish. As we take a look at our leaderboard, the ups and downs. Morgan Siblick's going up. Maxime Husno's going to go up. Michael Rodriguez is out of the competition. Ian Gentile, he's still in there. Dylan Moffat, he's still in there. Ezekiel Lau's been eliminated, and Liam O'Brien, Lob, is still in there. Liam O'Brien with an outside chance of clinching a spot on the championship tour right here.
Oh, it would be nice for him. He deserved that. Huh? He qualified and didn't have the chance. Got an injury.
Yeah, I would call it poetic justice.
Yes.
If he is able to re-qualify, because if you think about it, Liam O'Brien really got, got cheated from his championship tour year. Here we got the guys in the running. Mateus Hurdy's out. João Chianca still going. Imai Klein DeVault's out. Ramzi Bukhayam, he's still going. Alejo Muniz out of competition. Ethan Osborne out of competition. Jacob Wilcox out of competition. So we got clear water for surfers like Luca Macinas, João Chianca, and Ramzi Bukhayam.
Yeah, and João is in the next heat. So the city of Saquarema will stop to see this battle, huh?
Yeah, give them some good energy and get them through the heat for sure. 14 minutes, 45 seconds here on the countdown. Timothy Biso taking a look at this one with first priority. Looks like he's interested. Let's see what he's got. Looks down the line. A lip glide to clear that section one more time. Up in the lip, a little bumpy ride out in front of him. Wants a reform. Has to really kind of zigzag through the flat section into the short break. One more turn for Biso. Work that wave over. And Timothy Biso is going to have a backup for his 4.5.
Took all of it, huh?
Took a lot of effort right there.
Yeah. Look at that. Nice pace. Still generating some speed, even though the wave was a little flat in the middle. And then he goes for the last one. Bang. You know what? He's from the French Caribbean, but he's living now in Ericeira, Portugal.
Right. And so Just a change of locations, going to Ericeira, which is a wave-rich region, right? I mean, it pulls a lot of swell in over there, so it gives you a lot of opportunity to train.
And a shout out to my brother, my twin brother, Marcos. He's living there.
Marcos lives there?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I miss
sure
him.
he enjoys it.
Yeah, for sure. Very surf community, very tight. Such a nice lifestyle there.
All right, so we're waiting for that backup for Timothy Biso. He really worked that wave over. A 5.14 will take him to first place. He's got a 3.7. He's in a solid second place. Douglas Silva now in third place. That's third place will get you out. You're eliminated in third place. Douglas Silva needs a 4.63. I'm sorry, a 4.63 for Douglas Silva to move into the top two.
Yeah, still open field there. But Douglas needs to find a spot, to find a wave with room to move. Yeah, we can see Timothée paddling against the current.
Just up and out by Justin Bacré. Doug Silva taking a look here. He's got it.
Yeah.
Nice steep wall. Big vertical to start off. Vert again for the closer. And now he's back in the game, Bruno.
Yes. That was a kind of a wiggly Danta style there. A lot of power.
Yeah, the backhand hammer.
Yeah. A heavy hammer. Look at that. Yeah, nice. Bottom. And the second one was even harder.
Yeah, I'm expecting a big number. A 4.63 will put Douglas into second place. With that effort, he may even go into first place. Let's see what the judges think. We don't have any indication as of yet from the judges. Numbers are trolling in, and they look good for Douglas Silva. And he's been impressing us as a wild card. He's one of those new names for me that I've been impressed with coming over to Saquarema and to the Corona Saquarema Pro, learning a lot about the next generation of Brazilian pro surfers. And Douglas Silva, like we said, he went to the top. 6.67 moves Douglas Silva from third all the way to first.
Oh, nice. He's only 17 years old, so.
He's only 17?
Yeah. He's a big guy, big frame, but he's young.
Yeah, well, he's a big frame, but he's light. He reminds me kind of, you were talking about Wiggly Dantas. He reminds me of Wesley Dantas.
Yes.
Who's a very big guy, right?
Yeah.
But then has these light feet, man.
Yeah. So technical, huh?
Very technical. Well, more from Saquarema coming your way. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be back with more action. We're in heat one of the round of 24.
First priority red, second priority white. Essa prioridade do time Tibiso remou e não veio. Priority change. Now, first priority white and second priority red. E o time Tibiso deu um tapa na área, ele deu uma coisa, ele tá sabe que vai pulando.
We are back at the Corona Pro Saquarema, and out in the water is the opening heat of the round of 24. If you're just joining us, these are three-man heats. Top two advance into the round of 16, where we go man-on-man with those matchups. But right now, we have the local wild, well, not the local wild card, we have the Brazilian wild card in the way of Douglas Silva on top of the pack.
That's it. The guy's doing great, huh?
I think so. I've been very impressed with both his heat IQ, the way he's able to put together heat, but then also just the way he's able to perform.
Yeah, I like when...
Whether on the face or the air.
Yeah.
He showed us some brilliant backhand surfing, but at the same time, he came through his opening round heat, the round of 96, with a big full rotation frontside air. Timothy Biso doesn't want to get left out.
Yeah.
Timothy has dropped down to 3rd place right now and is in danger of elimination. Timothy needing a 5.14 to get into that top 2 replay of this ride.
Yeah, was a bummer. He didn't have the opportunity to do more than one turn, but the only one was huge, huh?
Yeah, this is a giant vertical stab on the backhand, but the challenge for all of our surfers right now, I believe, Bruno, and I want to hear your opinion, is really wave selection.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got to pick a wave that's going to give you multiple maneuvers.
Yeah, with more room, huh?
Unless you're like Douglas Silva and aren't able to throw one big outstanding maneuver at a section. Hey, Kalani Ball's rolling up to the beach, and he's going to be out there in the red jersey against Joao Chianca and Liam O'Brien when we come back into after the end of this heat. So Joao Chianca and Liam O'Brien, that's going to be a battle, because it's so important for both those surfers to get through this round if they want.
Actually,
all
three top seed surfers, huh?
Yeah.
So everyone in one layer of, a little higher than others, but they're there. Yeah.
Liam O'Brien definitely right there. He's on the precipice of qualification at number 4, coming in to here on the leaderboard. But Liam O'Brien right here needs to keep on making heats, because it's not a sure thing as of yet when we look at the math. And
he reminds me of Gustavo Kuerten.
Yeah.
Former #1 of ATP, professional tennis player,
Guga.
a legend from Brazil.
Yeah, Guga.
A surfer himself, huh?
Yeah, surfer himself. And we also have one of our producers that puts together the piece, the intros for all of us. Shannon Waller, I'm going to call out to you. I know you're not watching.
He's a legend,
because you're probably sleeping right now, Shannon, but he's a legend. Shannon Waller is one of our crew, and he comes over here to Brazil.
Everybody said,
and
hey,
everybody
Guga.
thinks he's Guga. I've been out with him a couple times. It's really cool. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, thank you. Hey, and with that note, thank you to all of our supporters here, and especially our truck crew. They're working really hard. Felipe, Vasco, Gil, and the rest of the crew over there. They bring the show here.
Yeah, it's a hard task.
There's no show without the guys in the truck. We just talk.
Yeah.
Here we go with some big snaps. Justin Becre.
Speaking about talking.
5 minutes and 25 seconds on the countdown, and Justin Becre needs to fight back on this replay, because he just fell to 3rd place with the last score of Timothy Biso getting a 5.5. Justin surfing right now, Bruno, he needs a 4.68.
Yeah. The wave didn't allow him big turns, but once again, the pace, the rhythm is there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, do you think this is going to be the 4.68, Bruno?
I don't know, man. We'll be close to that, but I don't know. He need a little more.
Need a little bit more wave, right?
Yeah.
A little steeper.
Yeah.
Not for lack of effort from Justin Becre. We're still waiting for the decision from the judges. 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown. Heat 1 of 8 heats in this round. Again, 3-man heats. Top 2 advance into a man-on-man matchup when we talk about the round of 16. So this is the one round where things are a little unorthodox, just being 3 surfers in the heat, but as you pointed out before, Bruno, 2 advancing out of 3, your odds are actually better in this round of advancing than any other round.
Yeah, it's a step towards the man-on-man situation, right?
Well, man-on-man is 50% advancement, and four-man heats is 50% advancement. This round is actually a 66% advancement, so if you had to bank on the odds, chances are, if you make it to this 3-man heat, that you're going to make it into the next round.
That's it.
And you're very unfortunate
if you lose it. Yeah.
3 minutes.
You feel more pain. Yeah.
It is, and it could be painful right now for Justin Becret because he's down to third place, 3.93 for the last effort from him. Is still in third place, and he's still going to be seeking that 4.68 that he needs to advance. Unfortunately for the French surfer, he's down in third priority too, so I'm very surprised that Timothy Bissot right now in the red jersey is not closing in a little bit. Oh, now he's going to do it, maybe. Closing in on Justin Becret to protect his second position because he has priority over Justin.
Oh, yeah. The chess game is coming to play, yeah?
I think so. I mean, right. I think you can play the chess game or you can play the defense game right about the 2-minute mark, 3-minute mark. This might be a long time to just sit on someone, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Depends on how aggressive you are. And it looks like Timothy, you know, maybe both surfers representing France, he's giving him a little bit of leeway.
Yeah. Mixed emotions, huh?
It always is. It's friendly fire,
Yeah.
right? When you beat a surfer from the same country that you represent.
Sweet and sour at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, so you just saw Timothy check his watch, so maybe he's making that decision of whether it's defense time, and now slowly paddling towards Justin. Maybe he's and Justin paddling towards Timothy, and that's probably just a signification of where the peak is. Let's take a look at our heat recap, Bruno, and it's been it started off pretty strong for Justin Becret.
He was calling the shots in the beginning of the heat, huh?
Nice surfing.
Yeah.
Really quick. This was a 5.33 for the opener for the French surfer.
And that was the 2-turn combo of Douglas.
Up.
Oh, no, that wasn't the best one, huh?
Yeah, that's a 3.57 for Douglas.
This is the one, huh?
This is the 6.67.
Yeah.
Throws down the hammer, not once, but 2 times. And then it was Timothy Bissot who had some backside surfing of his own.
Yeah. He should be hungry, huh? He went there to 12 o'clock.
Yeah. 12
lunchtime.
Lunchtime. Straight up and down. Ring the lunch bell. Ding, ding. It's lunchtime when you hit that 12 o'clock straight up and down. 1 minute, 20 seconds. And now Timothy Bissot feels like he's going to be able to play some defense. Justin Becret trying to get away from Bissot, and he does so. Unfortunately, not able to catch that wave, so that's going to give Bissot a chance. And here we go. This is the chess game you were talking about, Bruno.
Now it's working now.
Doug Silva, he wants to protect his position too, even though he's in first in the heat. He's paddling right with the 2 Frenchmen.
Against the current, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
45 seconds. Justin looking towards the beach right now. Checking his position. Here comes a wave, maybe a couple of waves. We'll see if Bissot uses his priority. And of course he's going to use his priority.
But the wall at the left right now with the high tide are just not there.
So we're looking back, and now he's left 15 seconds on the clock. Justin Becret not able to get it because Douglas Silva is going to use his priority to make sure he locks up this heat. Flows with the backwash through that backhand lip glide, and Douglas looks back to see what's going on, and he's going to see that the horn blows, and it's all over. Douglas Silva through. Comes in as a wild card, and he finds himself into the round of 16.
Yeah.
What do you think about his performance, Bruno?
I like a lot. Yeah. He just dove into glory there. Yeah, the emotions are flying.
And you said 17-year-old, he's got to be excited.
Oh, for sure, man. That's a huge stage. Challenger Series, a lot of points.
A lot of exposure.
Yeah, yeah. A good prize money also. There's Robledo, local legend from Saquarema. There's a Jefferson, a great longboard surfer there.
Jefferson Silva?
Yes.
Nice. There's the numbers. Douglas Silva and Timothy Bissot, the pair of goofy foots, move out into the round of 16. Well, we got more surfing coming your way. When we return, we're going to have Kalani Ball, Joao Chianca, and Liam O'Brien in the water. And we're going to have Maida and Mitchell on the set. Stick around.
Yeah, it's really hard to qualify. There's so many talented surfers on the Challenger Series and even below. So I think it takes a lot of resilience and a little bit of luck. That's probably the two biggest factors for me to qualify. You kind of just got to have the ability to just keep getting knocked back, and not really change your approach and be willing to just continue and try your best.
Resilient is the word that best describes Liam O'Brien. He is out there in the white jersey, number 4 in the rankings. Kalani Ball in the red, number 94. He's moving up on the leaderboard. And Joao Chianca, the local boy from Brazil, Saquarema kid, number 18 coming into this event. And it seems like he is ready to go here in the round of 24. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops, and Maida, wind has picked up significantly from the northeast. This is not the good direction that we want to see from the athletes out there in the water right now. And boy, it wouldn't be a heat in Brazil without a paddle battle. This was for positioning at the start of heat between Liam O'Brien and Joao Chianca. As you saw there, Liam just settled for positioning on the outside. And Joao got to work early, a 3-point ride here, Maida.
Yeah, what a paddle battle right there. And João started the work. It wasn't like a very good wave opportunity for him, but then Liam answered back.
Yeah, lob right here. Looking at the replay with a great first turn. Tough section there to read for the second. And an excellent finish right there for the surfer from the east coast of Australia. Live action, Joao Chianca, Chumbinho. Beautiful throw tail turn right there, 26 minutes to go. Kalani Ball sitting on the outside with priority at the moment. And 2 Australians up against 1 surfer from Brazil. And Kalani Ball is out of contention to qualify for the CT unless he wins both events back-to-back. He did well last year at Haleiwa, but he really needs to make 2 finals and at least win 1 of them. How about that last turn from Joao Chianca, though?
Yeah, I really like it. But if for Kalani Ball is not so easy to qualify for these both men here, Liam and João, this heat is very, very important. And they showed this during that paddle battle.
Yeah, well, Liam's right there. He's number 4, the only surfer in the history of the championship tour to qualify and not surf a heat as a CT surfer. Let's go down to the glass. We have Douglas Silva down there.
Yeah, Douglas Silva, you could be able to grab your opportunity to be here and have a great result. What are the emotions right now?
I'm happy, much happy. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it in Portuguese. Primeiro, como você está se sentindo e como que é a pressão de correr no Challenger? Você colocou muita pressão ou você veio mais relaxado e por isso está conseguindo os resultados?
Eu tô sem pressão nenhuma, graças a Deus. Eu tô só acreditando no meu talento, né? Botando fé no que eu faço, no que eu sonho, para poder ir mais além. Na verdade, essas vagas aí caíram do céu, né? Infelizmente, alguns atletas eles cancelaram a inscrição e eu vi isso, a Cleide me mandou, né? Lá no WhatsApp e eu mandei pro Alan, que é o Alan que cuida das minhas coisas. Eu falei, qual é, Alan? Sobrou uma vaguinha ali, vamos lá em Saquarema. Ele, vou fazer tua inscrição aqui, vai dar certo. E com 2 semanas antes de começar o campeonato, ainda lesionado, ainda fazendo muita fisioterapia, recebi a notícia que eu consegui a vaga do Challenge para competir. Para mim é um sonho estar aqui, né, com todos os atletas, né, com esse surf, o surf do jeito que tá, com a magnitude, a gigantesca evolução do surf. Para mim é só felicidade estar aqui nesse campeonato. Então eu tô sem pressão nenhuma, tô só acreditando no que eu faço, botando fé no que eu faço e tá dando tudo certo, né? Na verdade, quem tá muito na pressão é quem tá precisando do resultado, né? Eu tô só aqui para mostrar o que eu sei.
Boa. So no pressure, just believing in himself. And thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Parabéns to Douglas Silva, wildcard/replacement surfer in this event, Maida. You're probably going to help us translate a bit more right there.
Yeah, he said that he's with no pressure at all. He's believing in his dream, and also he was with an injury right before the competition when he realized that he could come here, and now he's just doing what he knows how to do here in Saquarema, and he's really happy with that.
Well, you know who knows what to do out here at Saquarema? It's Kalani Ball. He's looking great so far, wearing the red singlet out there at the moment. And things change in a 3-person heat in comparison to a 4-person heat. Joao Chianca knows that too. Looking at the replay, great first turn, blowing the fins out the back. Wraps it back a few times right here. And maybe a bit of frustration right there, Maida, for the local boy here from Saquarema. You know, being in the top 20 on the CS rankings, he's looking to requalify. It seems like he's not only adding more pressure to himself that a lot of people have in terms of their expectations of this kid, but you also have the challenge of competing at home against 2 of the best surfers in the world right now.
Yeah, I was thinking about this because it seems to me that João, he's always pressuring himself here in Saquarema because he knows this spot so well. And yeah, he just got 2nd place, a runner-up here at Saquarema Surf Festival, and he looked very bummed to not winning that final. But I mean, he knows it. He has a lot of talent, and yeah, now he has already like a 6-point ride. So yeah.
Yeah, well, not only the best score that he has out of his top 2, the best wave of the heat so far. Liam O'Brien's initial score comes in as a 5.17. There's the Área de Atletas do Banco do Brasil. Ramsey Bukiem, he'll be coming up in a few heats. In the background there, you see Pinga, Mackenzie Dern, also a grappling world champion in the top 5 in the USFC strawweight rankings. And Molly Plicklim was also there in the athletes area. Here's the local boy, Chianca, again. Grabs the rail with the floater on the first turn. Now looking for a huge finish. Goes for the layback snap. I don't know about you, Maida, but he looks very loose out there, and despite being pressured, looks relaxed as well.
Yeah, sure. I think his styles always look like, when he's like riding a wave, he always looks loose and also very confident. So look again, the same wave. Quick snap there, and then I like this last turn. It was the last. No, he managed to do another one. Yeah, this was the last one.
Yeah.
Finishing maneuver.
3-turn combo right there, looking to better a high 4. You see his partner, Summer Macedo, cheering him on. Summer made it through her heat earlier this morning as well. 20 minutes ago, Liam O'Brien, number 4 in the rankings, had the chance to talk to him a few heats ago, just about not only his development this year on the CS, but you know, the unfortunate incident that happened at Pipeline before the first event of the season. He's looking to requalify, and he's looking to do it in a big way, too. Up and riding, great first turn from Lob, and a beautiful finish, too, hanging on. And Liam O'Brien looking for a 5.67 for the lead. Here's Kalani Ball, though. And he's been impressive so far. Going left now. Excellent combination here on the left. And the regular footer from Australia with nothing to lose, everything to gain. Number 94 in the ranks, 25 years of age. Not a super tall surfer, but he knows how to lay his board on rail, Maida.
Yeah, he just showed that very, very loose, very with a good rhythm and flow. I really like this combination of maneuvers.
Yeah, so did I. Might be one of the best waves of the heat so far. 19 minutes to go. Here's Joao, staying busy. Already his 6th wave. Oh, beautiful layback snap right there on a bigger section. He loves it. So do we. And he's looked in good rhythm so far. 4 waves above a 3-point ride. His previous was a 4. And he's looking to replace a high for a 4.83 to be exact. Just under 19 minutes to go. Here's the replay, Maida.
Yeah, nice bottom turn and then a good rack right there. Another one, I love this one, like with the tail slide, the way that he accomplished this movement was very nice.
And this, to me, potentially the best wave of the heat so far. Kalani Ball with some beautiful surfing here on the backhand, Maida. Maybe a smaller wave when you see it from this angle, but great pace with what the wave allowed.
Yeah, it was like 4 beautiful movements. What an exchange, huh, Mitch?
Yeah, and then Liam O'Brien caught the first out of those 3 waves. Huge first turn, and I love the way he delayed that bottom turn as well for the second one. Comes in as a 5.77. At the moment, puts him up into first. We are waiting on 2 scores, one from Joao Chianca and the other from Kalani Ball. Ball at the moment.
Did you see the kite?
6.9.
Oh, sorry. Did you see the kite right there? So it looks like the wind is blowing.
Oh. Well.
Hard.
I hope it doesn't pick up too much. It is white capping already. And those winds from the northeast up. Yeah, there you see the kite surfer in the background. Of course, that person has to do it while we have an event right here, too.
Yeah, sure.
Probably likes the attention. 17 minutes to go. Joao Chianca gets a 7.67. Kalani Ball is 7.5. And Liam O'Brien, the person that is close to qualifying in this heat, in third now. There's the scores. A couple of 8s. Comes out at as the average 7.67, Maida.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how the judges looked at this wave. Like 7.67, a pretty decent score. I think that first maneuver really counted on this score. The first one, sorry, no, the last one.
Yeah, the layback.
The layback one.
Yeah, on the closeout, and you can easily see the local knowledge is helping out a lot for Joao. Asking for his scores, and the beach quite packed now. I was down there on my last break, and a lot of people on the beach, a lot of people supporting their local surfers. Miguel Pupo will be coming up in the next heat too. Expect a big applause, and then, ooh, don't even know what to expect when Gabriel Medina hits the water either. It's probably going to be fun. 16 minutes to go. Chianca in first, Kalani Ball in second. He's looking to better a 3.93. And Lob Liam O'Brien at the moment requiring a 5.67. Kalani had a dig at that one. He's in third priority, so won't change things anyways. And, you know, an important heat for qualification for Liam, but just as important for Joao because he's number 18, has a final at the Vans US Open of Surfing, but looking to make at least the quarterfinals here. Here's Kalani. Just going to be a throwaway score. The significance of getting another Brazilian surfer on tour, especially Joao, is important, but people say that he's got the tools in order to become a world champion. You agree with that, Maida?
I really agree with that. I think he made like a really good job in the first beginning of the year when he was competing in World Championship. And I mean, he battled against John Florence like 2 times, and were really good heats. He could show what he's capable of, but I'm really sure he will have another opportunity to prove himself.
Here's the heat leader, looking to improve on a 6. It's a good start. Taps the second section. And this wave kind of going flat, but the local boy knows how to read this waves as good as anybody else. So Shianka uses his second priority right there. 14:25 to go on the clock. Won't be replacing the 6-point ride. Kalani Ball still in second. It seems like he might have had a wave during that exchange too. And Liam O'Brien up and riding. He's using priority here. Big first turn, airdrop floater. And unfortunately for him, it's just going to be the one and done. Might be feeling the pressure right now, Maida. And this is a guy who knows how to control the pressure in these big situations.
Yeah, for sure. But look, it was a really good movement there. He could hang on his feet, but then the wave didn't offer much.
Yeah, and a huge moment for both the surfer and white and in blue. And you can see the water patrol on the outside. It might be telling the person that's kite surfing out there to move a little bit further south or north. Don't know, but you know, you look at this heat and you're thinking, okay, you know, Shianka, local boy, got a good chance. Probably going to be the favorite going into the heat. You see the number 4 in the rankings, you're thinking, okay, he's moving through. And then all of a sudden you get the wild card Kalani Ball in this one, number 94 in the ranks. And at the moment, he's beating the number 4 out there. More action to come. Miguel Pupo will be hitting the water in heat number 3. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Oh, there you see the 3-time world champion, a celebrity here, coming up in a few heats. Saying hi to Tim Biso right there, former Ripco teammates. And not only one of the most exciting surfers in the world, he hasn't had the kind of success that he would like to here in Brazil. Heat number 2 of the round of 24 out there for the men. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. This is Joao Shianka. He's leading the heat at the moment. Beautiful wrap to start things off. And looking for another big finish. He gets it. He has that layback on lock. He says, in the blood. I got ice in my veins, and Joao Shianka still has 10:35 to go in this heat. It seems like he will not be giving up first position anytime soon.
It looks like, and I love to see this passion, you know, when he let everything goes from the heart, you know. Look, I love this first movement there. And then the second one, really powerful and commitment. Yeah, looks. He was kind of mad, it seemed.
Oh, might be helping out, though. The anger, the aggressiveness. I don't know. He's looking to better a 6-point ride. Seems to me like he will be doing that and a bit more. And then Kalani Ball also with the answer back. Still in second place, only looking to better a 3.6. Excuse me, a 3.93, and he did just that. Gets a 5.6 on this. And the Australian making things much more difficult for Liam O'Brien, who now needs a 7.34. Here's Kalani again. On the right-hander, just the one floater to start things off. 9:20 to go on the clock. And Liam O'Brien, though, has a decent heat total. He's been doing this all event long. But Maida, this kid's been ripping in this heat, Kalani.
Yeah, he is. Whoa, this wave, like the last movement, was kind of weird right there. And this is Liam O'Brien trying to make a comeback.
Well, he's using priority right here. Just a setup turn. Gonna go big right there with the wrap on the second one. And a strong finish for Lob. Love the body language there at the end, staying on his feet. And this would be a huge result if he's able to make it into the round of 16. Just under 9 minutes to go. He's needing a 7.34. We shall see if it is that. But either way, more than likely going to be his best wave, Maida.
I think so. As we just see here, like it was a 7.93 for João Chianca. So this second maneuver right there was pretty similar to João's. The big wrap right there. And yeah, he probably gets a decent number as well, Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, and just a great surfer all around, incredible human being, very humble, a quiet guy, usually reserved and shy, but once you see him stand up on a surfboard, on a wave, he can be as lethal as anybody else. So is that man on screen, João Chianca, 7.93 on his last wave, one of the highest heat totals of the event so far, 15.6. And the local boy looking great out there. Has a second place finish this year so far in the Challenger Series. That was at the Vans US Open of Surfing, lost to Ezekiel Lau in the final. He might even be talking to himself right now, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. He's very passionate. I always feel this when you interview him, and he's always so out of, I don't know how to say this, but when you criticize yourself sometimes.
Criticize, yeah.
Yeah, criticize yourself sometimes. And he's always like keep wanting to improve, to do better, and it's never enough for him, you know, like, yeah.
He's his own worst critic.
Yeah, own worst critic.
7 minutes to go, still waiting on the score for Lob. We saw him there up and riding. Was looking to back up the previous wave, and you know, was needing a 7.34 and doesn't get it. It's a 7.27, so just under. Now needs a 5.84 for second place. 6:30 to go. And Kalani Ball in second place with second priority. We're probably going to see him play some defense here, but I am very interested to see the way João Chianca approaches these last 6 minutes with the lead and priority.
Yeah, because all of them have a good score in the board, like over 7 points. So let's see how he can manage to deal with this, because as I said, this wave of Liam O'Brien, that second maneuver was pretty similar to the João's. That's why he got the score.
Yeah, I was close to getting what he required. 5:45 on the clock. Let's go down to the beach with the Bruno and a special guest.
Yes, Mitch, I'm here with Mackenzie Dern, MMA fighter, UFC fighter. How is the experience here on the beach? I know you speak Portuguese fluently, but let's speak in English. Huh?
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I was in Rio having some vacation after my fight, and I love surf. You know, the Saquarema Pro is a good event. It's an important event. A lot of people like on the borderline to qualification. You know, so you still have that competitive vibe. You know, and good vibes too. You know, surf is great vibes. A lot of fighting and surf. The surfers like the fighters like the surf. So it's really good to be here. A great city. I love Saquarema.
And the sun is shining, the beach is full, huh?
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. I was asking for the sun, you know, so yeah, I'm so happy.
And when is your next fight?
Yeah, my next fight will be in April. I'm so excited, you know, I just lost, so I'm ready to get better and change and get the win, go after the belt.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, nice. Nice presence here at the beach at Corona Saquarema Pro. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Bruno, and boa sorte to Mackenzie Dern. We wish her the best. More than likely going to fight for the UFC strawweight belt in the future too. See big things. Lives pretty close by to where I live in Costa Mesa. 4 minutes to go though, and we're gonna see the heat recap now. It's been Joao Chianca so far with the dominant heat, but so is this kid. 7.5 on this left-hander right here, Maida.
Yeah, really good one. He could throw like 4 really decent maneuvers. I like the style. He's in tune.
And now Joao Chianca, he's been in tune really with the ocean so far, and the local boy, for good reason, with turns like that, he's probably going to be back on the CT.
We Brazilians hope so, to see him again, and this was his second wave.
Yeah, this was his best one, the 7.93, and you talked about how great his style is, one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and he's showing his passion.
And then Liam O'Brien here, lob, with a good answer, 7.27, Maida.
Yeah, this wave put him back in the heat. I like the second maneuver, and the third one he could manage to stand in his feet.
Yeah, that combo at the end was nasty, and there were a couple of judges that gave him the score that he needed, a 7.8, a 7.6, but went as low as a 6.8. You throw away the highest and the lowest, and you average the other 3 out. So just under what he was requiring. He still has 3 minutes, though, to get the 5.84 that he needs. Kalani Ball in second. He's looking to improve on a 5.6. And you can see Kalani there in the red jersey. He's just going to follow Liam around and use his second priority in a defensive manner. Whereas Joao Chianca, though, clearly out in front with a 7.93 and a 7.67. This is the interesting part of the heat, though. 2:20 to go. Kalani number 94 in the rankings. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Realistically needs to win both events to qualify. But confidence-wise, huge thing to beat the guy who's number 4 in the rankings right now. And he's going to use priority here, block Liam on this left. Little wrap to start things off for Kalani. Has to go big to better the 5, and he's not going to do it. So uses priority to block Liam on that wave. A minute 55 to go. We could see some chances here. But will Joao Chianca play spoiler too? And guess what? Yes, he does. Just going to use priority there. He knows how dangerous Liam is. And there could easily be a flip-flop between the other 2 surfers in the lead with 90 seconds to go, Maida.
Yeah, like about 2 minutes remaining when he used his priority now. He's with third priority and 1 minute to finish the heat. Let's see. Kind of nerve-wracking, you know.
Well, not for us. For the gentleman in white out there in the water, he does have priority now. Just over a minute to go. Needing something close to a 6-point ride. More than capable of doing it with his talent, skills, the arsenal that he has, both on the rights and on the lefts. And, you know, his competitive experience, his savviness, the expertise that he has in competing at beach breaks. He's been a finalist at the US Open before, done well at Stradbroke Island, made a final there for a specialty event. He lost that final to Mikey Wright a few years ago. And it just seems like with 30 seconds to go, nothing on the horizon. You see Mateo Serdi, Pinga in the background, everybody in the athletes area.
Summer was there as well.
Yeah, watching this heat closely. Here's Kalani Ball, 15 seconds to go. He's looking to improve on a 5.6 and make things more difficult for Liam O'Brien. He likes it. Great combination there on the backhand. And we're counting this heat down. Will Liam be up and riding before the buzzer? And it doesn't seem like he was. So it will be Joao Chianca, the local boy, and Kalani Ball moving through. Not the result that Liam was wanting. A tough heat. Very competitive one, 13.1 for second place, 13.04 for third. And Kalani Ball made sure that he was moving through, Maida.
Yeah, he did. And what a hit, because Liam lost with 7.27. This score would be like enough to winning most of the heats that we saw this morning. And yeah, very interesting heat.
And Joao got another wave. Oh, before the heat ended. Not only did he look in rhythm, he looked in control, and his board looks fantastic too. Huge heat win for that kid, the local boy here from Saquarema. We're gonna hear from him after the break. So Shanka Ball moving through. And next heat we got Jet Schilling, Jovan, and the Brazilian surfer Miguel Pupo, who will be hitting the lineup as well. The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil has been an exciting one, and we got more exciting heats coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 3 in the water of the men's round of 24. San Clemente's own Jet Schilling in the red. Joel Vaughn from Australia in blue, and Miguel Pupo, number 6 on the CT rankings at the end of this season in the white jersey. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Pops, and here we go with the surfer from Southern California, Jet Schilling, wrapping it back, goes straight up in for a foam climb. Big air reverse right there. More of a throat tail air reverse, and nearly pulled it off. Had a huge heat win yesterday, Maida, with an incredible air, the highest heat total of the event so far, and the highest single wave score of the event too. And Jet Schilling looking for another keeper result. He has a good finish at the Sydney Surf Pro, but looking to at least make the round of 16 here.
Yeah, and with this kind of surfing that we've seen yesterday and right now, for sure he can do it. Look, it was like the first movement was nice, the second one he got a little hooked, and then he throws the tail. Shame that he didn't complete.
And then Miggy was on the right here. 5 points for this one, Maida, his opener.
Looking good, Miggy on his backhand as well. 2 good turns right there, and then a big finishing maneuver.
In control of his heat yesterday from start to finish, and already starting off with a great wave right here is Pupo. Incredible amount of flow. Rob Machado said that he has one of the best styles worldwide, and for good reason. We can also see that he's an incredibly precise surfer on these beach break waves. 27 minutes on the clock, and Joel Vaughn out there with priority Jet Schilling opens up with a 2.33. Let's go down to the glass where Bruno is with Joao Chianca.
Thanks, Mitch. I'm here with João. And I can tell you guys, the guy is not blinking. He's so focused. How was to control the nerves out there?
Yeah, totally. Super hard heat. One of my best friends just told me like, hey, like, I don't remember seeing you like losing a 3-man heat this year, so just don't blow it. I knew like Liam and Kalani Ball was like really good surfers, and I had a really strong feeling that I would have to like take advantage and like the first place like early in the heat, so like I could control it. Both of them are Australian, so like we never know. I don't want to give a chance to anyone, so I just play by the rules, and like, yeah, huge victory. I'm happy with the performance.
How about the local knowledge with the high tide is maybe important, huh?
Yeah, I knew it would be pretty hard, but like, I don't know, I have surfed like so many days like this, and I know the wave that I want, and I don't know, it's stoked. Got two like really like nice and clean open face, like just like pretty easy to execute, and I don't know, I'm happy.
You're gonna change your mindset to the next round on a man-on-man situation?
Oh yeah, the next round is man-on-man. Like it has been like a tough one for me this year. Have been so many. I have been having like so many close calls and man-on-man. So like I don't wanna like. I just gonna like keep the nerves low and trying to do my best.
Can you say a few words in Portuguese for the Brazilian audience?
Quero agradecer a todo mundo, quero agradecer o Brasil. Etapa importante aqui em Saquarema. A gente não quer ir sempre devendo muito lá em Haleiva. A gente nunca sabe o que pode acontecer, mas é um resultado bom. Estou me sentindo bem, vou tentar descansar e dar o meu melhor. Valeu.
That's it. Thanks, bro. Congrats. Good luck. That's it. Back to you guys on the booth.
Obrigado, Bruno, and love the word there, agradecimiento. Gratitude, and I also love the humility that kid has. Very humble surfer, knows what to expect, and he also mentioned that he doesn't know that if it's going to be here in Brazil or in Haleiva.
Yeah, and he said that he doesn't want to leave like many things for Haleiva. We never know what to expect there, so he really needs to put a good result here, good points on his ranking.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo in the lead. Early on opened up with the 5-point ride, has a small backup. Jovan with a real quick wave and in and out. And Jet Schilling still with just a 2.33. Schilling, though, he's within striking distance at the moment. Not only has a great result of the Sydney Surf Pro, an interesting fact about his career so far in the CS in 2022, he hasn't been able to make a heat so far since. So Schilling already getting another good result here, at least around 24 finish. But Maeda, you'd be thinking that he wants to go all the way. This is a kid that has many different tools, has an incredible air game. And when you talk about the future of Australian surfing too, you're seeing it in the surfer in blue, Joel Vaughn. 19 years of age, quarterfinal finish at the Vans US Open of Surfing. And Jet Schilling, same thing. Very similar in age, very similar in their approach to surfing too.
Yeah, we've been seeing like all these guys very young and surfing so well here at Saquarema. The development of surfing, it's really nice to watch, and these guys really want to prove themselves in this big stage.
No doubt about it. And looking at Miguel Pupo and the trajectory that he's had over his career so far, really did start here on both the QS and the Challenger Series level. Huge air attempt there from Jet Schilling. And boy, he was going for something big right there, using priority. I love the air attempt, and really, Maeda, to make it out of this round, we saw the last heat, how close it was. It's really got to be those big sections that he's going for. Schilling really attempting something out of the blue, and he has those things unlocked most of the time. Unfortunately here, just a little bit too much.
Yeah, he sent everything. Like he went through the air, like kicked the rail, but then a bit late for landing. What do you think?
He was close, though. It just seemed like the way he landed, a bit too much weight on the front part of the board. But love the spin, the amount of speed that he put into it, too. I've had the pleasure of watching Jet grow up through the amateur rankings in the United States as well. He's won a QS event already on the east coast of the United States. That was in Virginia Beach for the ECSC Vans Pro. And has a great generation of surfing in San Clemente too. Kate Matson, Cole Hushman, Taj Limblad, Crosby Colapinto, who's also in the event. And you can see him after the fall right there. He moved over and closer towards the left after this air attempt, Maida.
Yeah, because now he's with third priority, so he might change a little bit of the strategy. He's probably looking for something here further down the reef. Yeah.
Miggy up and riding, gaining speed. Gets a little check floater right there. Goes to the air for the big air reverse. And the backwash just gets him too. Under 21 minutes remaining. You see his stats right there, 30 years of age, 5'9". Not super tall, but not short either. Been around for a long time, close to, 10, 11 years off, on and off the championship tour. A couple of huge wins, though. He did win in Pantin in Galicia, Spain a few years ago. And unfortunately here, it just seemed like the backwash got him a bit too much when he was landing that air, Maida.
Yeah, it seems that the backwash helped him a little bit to fly, but then when for landing was bad for him.
Elevated him, but when he came back down, unfortunately just a bit too much energy there with Hesaka is what you say here for the backwash, right?
No, Hesaka is when the ocean is really stormy.
Okay, so more of a morning sickness.
No, it's when the storm comes, you know, we have the Hesaka.
Right.
When the ocean is we say it sometimes like Hesacado, with all the storm coming in. Like for backwash, normally we say backwash,
It's interesting because in Spanish, most Latin American countries, resaca usually means the backwash, contraola. But yeah, I guess in surfing terms, a lot of Portuguese terms aren't necessarily available as they are in English. That's why you usually just use English term instead, right?
Yeah, it's right. Like many of them, especially like the maneuvers. We have in Portuguese, but sometimes we use in English. It's common to hear like Brazilian people saying in English.
So it's like Porto English almost, like
Porto
a common
English, yeah,
right there.
Like crowded. We use like crowd. We don't have a word for that, like too many people. Yeah, so we use crowd.
And you don't say muita gente or anything, usually just say
yeah,
crowd.
we say like there's muita gente, a lot of people, but we use a lot crowd.
Well, there's a big crowd on the beach right now as we see all three surfers from the drone angle right there. Schilling is going to stick to his guns and commit to the left on the other side of the peak. 18 minutes to go. Miggy in the lead at the moment. And there's the crowd. Showed up early this morning, Maida. It's been packed so far. It's a Saturday, Sábado here in Saquarema. Should expect an even larger crowd tomorrow, which is Domingo.
I think so. And you know what? With this sun and the wind blowing, these people might put some sunscreen on because it's not so hot outside, so you're not feeling the burn, but like the sun is out and for sure it's burning.
Well, who's been burning up in heats out there? Kei Kobayashi on screen. Huge heat win yesterday for the surfer from San Clemente. And he is looking to make it through at least into the round of 16. Kei using those Mayhem boards under his feet. Been riding Mayhems for his whole life. His older brother Shaw, former professional surfer himself, works for Mayhem actually. And not only is Shaw, one of the biggest supporters of Kei's journey so far, his mom, Amy, and father Masaki, great surfers as well. And Kay with a huge chance to prove himself against the 3-time world champ Gabe Medina and Maxime Husino, who at the moment is number 9 in the ranks. Might see some action here. Joel Vaughn gonna go left, up and riding. Great first turn right there by the youngster from Australia. Wraps it back, this wave kind of fattening out. Looking to get a double up here in the short break. And that's just gonna be it for Joel. Only needs a 3.06 to move up in a second. And we did see Jet Schilling just for a bit. It might be a paddle back out and a battle for priority if Joel Vaughn is able to turn on the power converters here at the end. Seems like Jet's gonna beat him out bare-handedly though. Here's Joel's last wave, Maida. What you think?
Yeah, I like this first one. Very vertical, very commitment, and then he got kind of hooked there. He couldn't provide so much speed there, and this one seemed to be better.
Yeah, Schilling here with a beautiful combination and the kind of throat tail foam climb to finish off right there too. Love the amount of speed he's able to gain. 3 points for Joel Vaughn. And waiting on the score for Jet Schilling should be his best. Just over 15 minutes ago, it's been a slow heat so far between all 3 surfers, especially when we compare it to the last heat that was in the water between Chianca, Ball, and O'Brien. And there's Jet waiting for a score still. Miggy still on the outside. That opening wave of a 5-point ride has been significant to this heat so far. Literally the first wave of the heat, and Miggy has not relinquished the lead so far. He does have priority, has been looking left. The rights may be a bit more difficult to surf now, and there's his brother, Samuel, Rookie of the Year this year on the Championship Tour. To his right, Mateu Serdi, who we're likely to see in the next few years on the Championship Tour as well. Here's Joel Vaughn, in and out real quick. 4.33 for Schilling. At the moment moves him up into the lead. And Joel Vaughn needing a 3.58 in 3rd place. Slow heat so far. Miggy with priority. And he's only looking to better a 1.57. So you'd be thinking that Joel probably going to need something at least in the 5s right now, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. He didn't serve anything better than 3-point ride. And also, Miggy has a 1.57 as his backup score, so he probably will release this score as well. And yeah, and Miguel is with priority right now. We are almost in the middle of the heat, and this heat looks like pretty slower than the other one.
By a significant margin too, Maida. Might see some waves on the horizon. Schilling with 2nd priority in the lead, but Miggy Pupo has the 5-point ride that at the moment has kept him into the top 2 spots. Schilling, though, looking for a great result here in Saquarema. We'll be right back. Well, the sun's out and the smiles are out here in Saquarema. The kids are showing up to the beach. And why wouldn't you? You got the 3-time world champion coming up, Gabriel Medina, and those kids are probably stoked to be here for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. Maida, still a slow heat out there between Schilling, Pupo, and Vaughn. That also gives us a chance to not only prepare and anticipate the arrival of a great heat. It's going to be an interesting one because you look at Gabe Kobayashi, the performance he had yesterday. Gabe, obviously, one of the best surfers of all time. But you also have a lot of implications with the rankings in terms of the European Maxime Husino. He's number 9 right now.
Yeah, very interesting heat, and I'm pretty sure this beach is going to be on fire. A lot of people here, the sun is out, and this was Miguel while we were in the break.
Yeah, Miggy opens up with a solid combination right there. And he was only looking to improve on a 1.57. This should help him retake the lead. Also, Jet Schilling was up and riding. And the quick surfer with a lot of grit and a lot of passion, as you can see right there. An amazing finish for the surfer from Southern California. And then Joe Vaughn was also in the mix. Love the way this kid surfs. Quarterfinal finish at the Vans US Open. And he's looking for another big result here. Strong turn to finish things off there for the Aussie. So waiting on some scores. 10 minutes on the clock. Schilling recovers priority. But it's going to be a battle to see who is able to get the best wave of the heat. Schilling's score comes in as a 4.7. And we're waiting on both Vaughn's and Pupo's score. 4.47 for blue. And white Pupo gets a 4.83. So very similar scores. Everybody has at least something in the 4s. And it's just the 5-point ride that has Miggy in the lead at the moment, Maida.
Yeah, and it was his very first wave of the heat. A good start of the heat for him. And now he's him paddling.
He's up and riding. Gets the floater in. And it seemed like he was just out of rhythm from the get-go. A bit forced to catch that wave and maybe play some defense too. Joel Vaughn was very interested in catching it. He was in a better position himself. And Miggy was looking to improve on a 4.83. He leaves Schilling and Vaughn out the back by themselves. Here's the replay, Maida. Seems like he was playing defense.
Yeah, it seemed like he knows how to compete very well, Miguel. He knew that he couldn't leave this wave. The wave looked like he was a good one. And yeah, so he played by the rules right there.
And Joel Vaughn actually ended up going right, but it was a quick wave in and out. So let's see if he's able to beat Miggy out there and recover second priority. It's going to be a close battle. Actually, Miguel gets second priority. Joel Vaughn down to third priority. But Jet Schilling in second at the moment, looking to improve on a 4.33. Here's Joel on the backhand. Goes for the big air reverse. Nearly pulls it too. And I've seen him pull some airs before, but that might just be the biggest attempt I've ever seen him try. And that's also in a competition jersey right now. 8 minutes to go on the clock. And the 19-year-old from Australia was nearly able to pull that air reverse out of his hat. Look at the replay here, Maida. Beautiful rotation. Everything was going well. Just the landing, though. Landed in the wrong spot, it seems.
Yeah, it seems he landed on the foam and he couldn't stand. But it was a very beautiful rotation. It was kind of high for the size of the wave. Yeah, interesting.
Well, it's going to make for a nice photo. So he'll have it in the memory bank in the head. 7 minutes, 35 seconds. Joel might be looking at another left right here. Decides to go on an insider. Staying busy. Strong turn to start things off. And an even better second one, too. Great use of positioning there for the youngster. And with 7 minutes to go, was only requiring a 4.57. We saw Miggy up and riding right there, too. Doesn't seem like he will improve his situation. And it's really going to come down to this last wave of Joel Vaughn, which seems to me will be more than enough for second place.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes this happens when you don't have priority, you're in third priority. But let's see Miggy again.
Goes for the big layback right there, Maida. maybe too big of a turn for how the section was. This is the interesting wave, though, from Vaughn.
Yeah, very nice first turn. And then the second one completed, and he threw the third one just to put some scores in. And I was talking about this. When you have like third priority, sometimes you just catch an inside wave and to give you some opportunity to serve, and sometimes it works well.
Yeah, there's many times it is beneficial to not have priority. And guess what? Joel Vaughn gets the best wave of the heat so far. A 6.33, goes from third all the way up to first. 6 minutes to go, Schilling down to third place. He needs a 5.13 to move back up into second. He's using priority. Great first turn right there. Throws the tail and a bigger second one. But maybe an unnecessary movement right there with that finish. Wasn't able to complete, excuse me. And that might cost Jet this heat, as we're seeing none other than three-time world champ Gabriel Medina about to hit the water here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Being escorted by security as always, and kind of a normal scene to see here out here in Brazil.
Yeah, people love Gabriel. Actually, when we see him like during the Oihu Pro, a lot of people around, and today it's kind of mellow for his what we are used to see him. But yeah, look, he's praying before the hits as he normally does, and people love Gabriel.
Riding that Gavianca surfboards, and very focused, concentrated, and doesn't need to be competing in this event, but did injure himself earlier this season here at the Oi Rio Pro, as you were mentioning. So a comeback event here for Gabe. He will be going to Hawaii soon, he said. Wants to get there early to practice for both the Pipe Masters and then Sunset Beach right afterwards. Paddling out, we'll be seeing him in the next heat.
I was talking to his coach and to his trainer, actually, Alan, and he was saying that he's getting really fit and prepared, and they want him to lose like 4 kilos. So they're working on that. But for me, he seems really strong and fit.
I agree. Doesn't really seem like he needs to lose any weight at all. If anything, sometimes it's actually better to put on a bit more muscle too. 4 minutes to go. Joel Vaughn in the lead, Miguel Pupo in second, and Jet Schilling in third. San Clemente board rider surfer out there at the moment needing a 5.13 to retake second place. Miguel Pupo with priority though might have something to say about that. And Joel Vaughn gonna use priority here to play some defense against Jet. Goes for the backside rotor, pulls it too. Cool little air reverse there from the heat leader at the moment, looking to better a mid-4. 3:20 to go on the clock. You think he's done that, Maida?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. But what I see is that now with no pressure leading the heat, he could manage to land this. I really don't know if he's going to throw away the 4.47. What do you think, Mitch?
There's a cool little air. If he does, it'll be right around there, maybe a 5 at the most. But, you know, 3 minutes to go. Smart decision, though, to block Schilling on that wave because it had a good air section. And we know how dangerous Schilling is in these kind of affairs. 2:45 to go. Still waiting for the score for Joel Vaughn. Miguel Pupo in second place with priority. He's looking to improve on a 4.83, and there you see Medina already out the back. He's waiting for his heat to start. He's got a tough one, though, against Kei Kobayashi and the French surfer Maxime Housseau. 2:20 to go. And Joel Vaughn does improve just slightly, a 4.6. So he slightly extends his lead. That means Miggy looking for something close to a 6-point ride to take the lead. But Schilling's still the same thing, needing the 5.13 at the moment. We got 2 minutes to go, Maida.
Yeah, for me, the good job that Joe Vaughan did was on that wave that he took 6.33 with no priority at all, with third priority. This was the best for me. during this heat.
And there you see the requirement for Schilling in order to advance. 5.13. Call this a decent day out at T Street. Surfs there almost every day. They're in lower trestles. And the surfer from San Clemente needs just an opportunity right here. And he's going to use second priority. He's going to go on this left. Important wave. Go little first turn for Jet. Making it around the section. An even better second one. And I don't know about the body language there to finish that wave off. Needs a 5 with just over a minute to go. He rolled the dice, Maeda. And in this moment, I don't know if it was the best wave selection when he still had enough time to potentially wait for another wave.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. I think Miguel, he was there with priority and he realized that this wave wouldn't offer much. I don't think he can get the score. What do you think, Mitch?
Well, it's a 4.03, not enough. Here's Joel Vaughn, the heat leader, on the right-hander. Decent first poke right there. Nice wrap back. And a strong third turn. Joel Vaughn just turning up the heat right now, as Saquarema has done on day number 4 of competition. Might even get a bonus section. Goes for the chop hop. And he's going to finish off his 9th wave so far. Looking to extend his lead. 10 seconds to go. Is Schilling going to get another chance, though? He has first priority, but unfortunately for him, time is just going to run out. As Miguel, don't know if this was before or after the buzzer, but either way, he's still looking to surf it as well as he can. If it was before the buzzer, that was an incredible air. And he could just better his low score of a 4.83 as well. Either way, Jet Schilling, unfortunately, will be bowing out of competition right here. Great performance, 2 heat wins previous to this heat. And both Miguel and Joel Vaughn will be moving through into the round of 16. The local surfer from Maricía, Sao Paulo on screen. And the 19-year-old from Australia, Joel Vaughn, moving through with a huge heat win. And don't go anywhere. Guess who we have coming up next? Kei Kobayashi, 3-time world champ Gabe Berdina, and Maxime Husino about to hit the water.
Why don't And we're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And it's celebration time, you guys. Thank you for joining us, William Cardoso, the Panda, man. And you know what, today? It's about the celebration of your career, my friend. And what a brilliant career it is in the persistence that you've had throughout your professional career. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure to be here. It's after special moments we had this whole week, and I hope I can make someone cry or happy in home, you know. For me, it was so much special, and it'll be very nice to be against you guys here.
Well, I mean, when we look back at your career, there's so many special moments, but you are a lesson to me in believing in your dream and making your dream come true, because you spent years on the qualifying series, 12 years total, to make it to the championship tour.
Yes, that's a really great road to be in the tour. I feel like in 2009, 2008, 2013, I was like in the highest level of my surfing. So
you got so close to make it.
Yeah, I got so close, so many years. I was almost there, just one spot, two spot, and that like after these 5 years in the row, I come down, like research, bring the fire back, and the last year that happened, you know, like the year I put like, oh, that's the last one. And I think it was more easy for me because I had more pressure. I was without sponsor, so everything come for a reason to be in the tour, you know. With qualifying in 2000, in the years 2010, 11, maybe it wasn't too much special. It was like the years that we had, like 18, 19, and the victory lot was like the
top of the...
God has a plan for us. God has a plan. You know,
everything in the special moments.
Everything happens in the right moment. Well, a plan for, as we go, we're just going to zoom in on the... Let me set up the heat that's coming in. Kei Kobayashi, Gabriel Medina, and Maxime Husno. So that's the heat in the water. We have an interview right now as well, because this young man is just at the beginning of his professional career, just 19 years old, and Joel Vaughn has found his way into the round of 16. Take it away, Maida.
Thanks, Kaipo. Joe, what I really liked on this heat is that you took the best score of the heat, like under priority with third priority. Talk us through this.
Well, I sat out with priority for a long time at the start of the heat and couldn't really pick a good wave. So once I picked the wave before, I just thought I might as well just stay busy and try to get a wave. And that one came through and it looked like a good one to me. So I was like, oh, frothing to go, and stoked to get a good score on it.
Nice. And is it your first time here in Brazil? So how are you feeling to compete right here with this crowded beach?
Yeah, it's my first time here in Brazil. It's such a cool place. But the energy around the crowd is really amazing. I haven't seen it anywhere else in the world. It's really good to see, and really cool to have so many people down the beach supporting, and just here. It's really cool.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Maida, and congratulations to Joel Vaughn. You know, actually, talk about persistence with Joel. He didn't make the first round heat in the first half of the Challenger Series. Let's cut to a replay here, Bruno. This is Gabe Medina.
Yeah, the great big white shark is in the water now. All the attention is towards him. And there's a replay of Kei Kobayashi. Ah, what a move, huh?
Kei Kobayashi with the layback, the Tom Curran style layback, just front foot, gets the back foot off, a little bit foot loose for Kei Kobayashi. 5.83 opener for Kei Kobayashi, a 5.17 opener for Gabe Medina, the three-time world champ, is coming back to Itaúna. He's got a point to prove. He got injured here at the Oi Rio Pro, and he wants to come back here and show that he has mastery of this wave. Medina looks back. Maxime Husno with priority, and yet somehow Medina gets the wave off of him. Not much of a wave, however, but William, what did you think about that? I mean, Maxime had priority on that.
I think Maxime was at the spot, so he pushed the nose up, like let Gabriel go to keep the priority, but Kei already had the priority, so he got a second.
Yeah.
I think that happened.
I like the footloose expression.
Yes, here we go. Okay, on the backhand. Youngster from San Clemente, California, just 23 years old, with a couple of big explosive snaps. And Make it 3. 1, 2, 3. You can see the body language. He's just trying to get out in front of that white water for the completion. Kei Kobayashi with a backup to that 5.83. And wow.
The Pikachu is frothing.
he is frothing, but I think it's a point in the prior heat with Gabe Medina. Jet Schilling was able to show that he can beat a world champ, and that rose Jet Schilling. I think it's the same thing, William, that opportunity here for Kei Kobayashi.
Yeah, I think they should go like every wave had the potential, because it's really hard today. The winds come strong, and the previous heat, the guys move a little bit in the middle of the beach. I don't know where they sit right now, but if they're looking for the middle, they could have more open turns, like open face, to be a better wave. Maxime was on the same spot we surfed yesterday.
Yeah, here's Maxime on live action. Some quick feet up there, Bruno, for 2.
Nice, 2 top turns, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to remember when Maxime clinched the Pro Junior World title back in 2009, Medina was 3rd, huh?
Mm-hmm. He won Jadson the final.
Yeah. Medina lost to Jadson at the semi, and then Maxime beat Jadson at the final.
North Narrabeen, like similar wave, you know, like current, right point break, like go to the channel, similar time.
Here comes Medina. This time he's going to go right on the backhand. We know the vicious backhand of Gabe Medina. Hooks it through there. Slicing turn again. The timing impeccable by Gabe Medina. Little late to the party at the end, but we know Medina. He put down the landing gear. He's got to go full suspension, though, and get out in front of the whitewater for the complete.
Yeah, the thing about the 3 seconds.
Yeah,
in front of the foam. Huh?
My opinion is he should go only 2 turns.
Yeah.
Because it's quality, not quantity.
Yeah, of course. I think with 2 turns, he waited a little bit in the bottom turn. He's gonna have like
more expression.
Part, gonna look around. First one was really nice. He spent more time in the bottom. He's gonna use that part of the wave to finish, you know.
And what do you think, William? In sometimes when you don't finish a wave, if you just only did 2 turns and showed you were in control, do you think you get a higher score from the judges?
Depending the quality of your turn.
Yeah.
If you go big like he did in the first turn, of course you're gonna pass 8 points on the wave.
Yeah, because you know what? To your point, we're waiting for the last score for Gabe Medina, and we're going to see what number comes through. Kei Kobayashi got a 3.9 on his last effort, and this is a 6.93, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, very, very vertical. The dynamic was there, too. So 2 top turns and an important score for Maxime.
Yeah. Again, talk us through this replay, William.
Oh, that one's the second wave he had, like turn around, like try to keep his like speed to do his snap. He's like he has like a lot of good snap. He did one yesterday and it was good one, and that made his hit.
You know, and we talk about how hard it is to get on the championship tour. Maxime Husno, 30 years old. He's been doing this for over 10 years now, William.
Yeah, similar, yeah. You had like stars before, like, so...
You can relate to that,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, of course. But he started very well this year. It's really hard to keep like the whole year with a great results. That's the important thing to qualify.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the year qualifying was my best year in the tour.
Yeah, with the results.
The result, but the result was
consistent.
You know,
yeah.
I was there in the time, in like the middle of the ranks and everything. You know, that's more important. Maxime like happened there. He started with third and came down, and now he grew up again. So I hope he qualified this year because he's deserved.
Yeah, he started with a 3rd at Snapper. And he's just coming off a 9th place finish in Portugal, but you need the top 4 results. So he's number 9 right now, but it's number 9 is not a safe place right now. Here's a replay, Bruno, Gabe Medina.
So you know what? I think he heard William. He did like not such a great turn, the first one, and the last one.
But the one's better.
He had the pace. Yeah, he had the proper bottom turn. Look at that. Yeah.
The fonts come early for the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gabe's
Gabe's Gabe.
Gabe's Gabe, yeah.
Gabe is Gabe. I mean, he's a, you know, he's
his
his
own way to do things.
He's his, I told you before, you see his new boards, they all have different planets on his boards. You know why? Because his surfing is out of this world. It belongs in space. You know what I mean? He's got a good theme. But back to, you know, how hard it is to qualify. You're right, because, well, we're going to get back to that, because Gabe Medina.
No stoppable.
There's no stopping. I feel air. I smell air right here. What do we think? Boom, and puts it down. That's what Gabe Medina does.
And the no claim.
30 minutes, he already like 5-6 waves. And he already had like 2 really good scores and make another air. So that's he's like, we tried like to tell him, okay, oh, go get a wave. And Gabriel got a wave more than anyone. And like put the scores after scores, and he working that way.
That's one of the reasons why I call him the great white shark, huh?
Because he's
one of the reasons.
He's all over the place. This is Maxime Husno, Bruno.
Yeah, nice bottom turn, not too much great on the first one, and nice finish.
Yeah, he put another score in the balance, you know, like he already had the best wave of the hit until now, and put another scores like making him like, okay, now I can choose my wave, you know. And when you had the Gabriel on your hit, you know everything's possible.
Well, I feel you need to be on the best waves just to give yourself a chance, because we just saw Medina basically on a closeout be able to do
air.
That crazy air. And for a power surfer like yourself, you'd have to adjust, right? Because you have aerialists coming in and they can do this stuff. You've made your career out of fundamental power surfing.
Yeah, I feel that like when you had like wind, small waves, you need to be in the better wave.
Yeah.
You feel now you're not going to improve your surf. Like I was looking for the good waves. That's how I waited for so long some hits, like get only 2-3 waves. That's I need.
Right.
If I had the confidence like to do 2-3 turns in the wave, and I know the waves come, I'm gonna wait for that. Yeah. I'm not gonna take a lot, you know, because like I'm not gonna do like I can do airs. I do something, you know, good. But like in the hits, it's more special. You need to be like more focused. What are you easy to get a score? Yeah. So get the best waves, do the best turns, and you're gonna get scores.
You gotta be smart.
Well, and William, I remember 2014 runner-up to Felipe Toledo
the Surf Fest
at the U.S. Open, and it was 1 foot.
Yeah, it was. I like it. We had some waves in the beginning of the event.
Yeah, but the final was small, and you guys were ripping.
Saturday, Sunday was really small. Saturday was the worst, but the Sunday we had a really good first hit, and the end the wind comes so strong. I got the best wave of the final, 92.7, I think, and Gabriel Philippe made 2 rights from until inside. He got 2 weights with airs, 2 airs each wave. I got 1 left with 2 turns and got a 9.
Yeah.
So I was looking for another one, then that never come.
Yeah, that was a great event. Yeah.
You had another final against Felipe in Australia.
In Australia, Newcastle, yeah. That's how I won. He made interference, prior interference in me in the first 10 minutes, and he had a 9.7, and I was like a 3-point and a 4-point. I need to like do a 6, and like that 7 come in the end. Like
that
was like so nervous.
Yeah, that was a weird payback. Huh?
Yeah, of course.
Kei Kobayashi again goes for the layback, showing some flexibility, and actually bounces through the backwash for the recovery. Kei Kobayashi currently in 3rd place. Kobayashi needs a 6.11. Gabe Medina setting the bar so far. We see the stats of Kobayashi, 23 years old, out of San Clemente, California, ranked 69 right now on the Challenger Series. This is his best showing of the year in a Challenger Series event, so the big opportunity for Kei, but he has a big hill to climb because Gabe Medina has dropped a 6.43 and a 7.7. Yeah. We got more coming your way. We got the end of this heat. We got more Medina. We got more Panda. What more could you ask for? Why would you go anywhere? We're going to be right back with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be right back.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Hey, we're back here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Finishing off a ride there is Maxime Husno. He's out in the water along with Kei Kobayashi, who's scratching into this one, and three-time world champ Gabe Medina. Kobayashi mistimes that. Kei currently in third place and is fighting for a 6.11 in able to get out of this three-man heat. This is the round of 24. I'm Kai Pagro with Bruno Bocoyuva as well as William the Panda Cardoso, bringing you all the action, and we got some interesting talk. We got an interesting heat out here, William, in the way of Gabe Medina. It seems like it's going to be a fight for whoever gets second place in this heat to advance.
Yeah, he had a good start. Like the air was amazing. He had a opportunity to do it. We know he can do it, amazing airs, and that's gonna. You see, he started like 50 minutes, get any wave. Now he stopped. Like he already make the job done and gonna wait only for the best waves. Like figure out how the heat's going, like block someone, catch the best waves.
All in the strategy of Medina, and I think that's what makes Medina, right, so dangerous. Is that not only is super talented, but he's one of the smartest heat surfers in the game.
We never know what he gonna do.
Yeah,
I had
it's unpredictable.
Yes, I had amazing hits against him in the tour, and I don't can make a plan. Hey, what I gonna do against Gabriel? Whatever. And him, Felipe, Italo, they amazing. They start hits I don't know if it outplanned, but they made so easy. The things happen. Any wave he can get a 9-8 easily.
Yeah, and Medina thinks and knows the playbook and knows how to work the system. We're going to see a replay right here, Bruno. Yeah. This is a pretty cool little lip glide from Gabe Medina.
There he goes. By the way, he was a little behind the peak.
I think today is you're looking for the waves that had a wall. It's really hard out there. The shorter break was unstoppable. A lot of bump in the waves, and how the wave go to the channel, you're looking for the finish, similar maximum waves. Yeah, the two pockets, two amazing turns, and so that's
two great moments.
Yeah, two great moments that they're looking for today. Be in the right wave, you feel potential to do a big turns.
Yeah, it's really wave selection is really key, and then we look at how we get to scores and what our judging criteria is. Well, let's take a look at that judging criteria: commitment and degree of difficulty, innovation, and of course progression. We saw some of that from Gabe Medina with the backside air. Combination of major maneuvers, like the Panda was talking about, being able to combine those major maneuvers, picking the right waves, the variety of maneuvers. You want to do a different variety of maneuvers, and the basis of all good surfing is the speed, power, and flow that you all put together.
Yeah, Medina was there in the two first aspects, and Maxime used the second, third ones.
And I was talking about Gabe Medina knowing the playbook and knowing the rules. 2019 Pipe Masters, I saw Gabe Medina drop in on Coyote Belly. I was like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You are winning the heat. What are you doing? He was so smart that he knew even if he got that interference, he would still win the heat. But what he did was block Coyote Belly from even having a possibility
to catch a wave.
This is amazing heat surfing.
You know what? I still remember Charlie shouting "Pode rabiar, you can drop in, you can drop in." Yeah. He had back then. He had the sternal HD,
Yeah.
Charlie.
Gosh, that was surprising. You've had any memorable times, William, with Gabe's?
Yeah, I think the hit he beat me in Bells Beach.
Oh, yeah.
The big one.
Yeah.
He jumped from the ski, and I had priority. He was close of me, and okay, I'm gonna hold on for second wave of the set. And the first one pushed me back when I dropped knee. So he paddled all the way to the channel and got at the bomb.
Yeah.
And he got a 9. Yeah. Just one top turn and one amazing finish.
That was a huge year at Bells. It was closing out.
Not easy to surf at Bells like that way because you are in the channel, so you need to find the closeout to get a massive score. And like for me, it was really hard. And Gabriel was like easily get a waves, like every single wave he got a score.
Yeah, and pretty radical with all that current going into the button area right there, right before Winky pops.
Yeah.
It gets sketchy.
Was almost going into Winky Pop. Yeah, I remember that.
All right, well, we got Kei Kobayashi. He just took off on a wave, and the judges owe us a score for Kei. Let's take another look at it, Bruno.
Yeah, I like the way he moves. Top turn, almost a phone climb, and getting the pace, and then the rubber man plays again. Nice. Just a couple of small turns and trying to have this last one, huh?
Oh, he wants it because he finished off right on the beach. You got to watch out right there. That looked like an ankle and a knee injury potential.
It's danger for Maxime now, yeah, because Maxime had a second best wave of the heat, and Kei could move to second and like.
Well, he needs a 6-1-1. I'm going to let you kind of be a judge right now, William. This is the Panda judging. Is this a 6-1-1?
I like the snap for. I feel like more like, oh, that could be. I feel like could be like five high. My opinion. Yeah. It'd be close. Cause like if you're looking back and you look into 6-9 of Maxime was really two great turns. Like the wave had more potential. Kei surfed very well. He pushed back and looking for the critical part all the time. Get speed, everything. Go to the end. Like he tried to put everything in the. You know, he had.
With such a long history as a professional surfer, William, do you feel like when you're in a heat and you surf a wave, in your head, do you go, oh, that was a 5, that was a 6, that was a 7?
Of course.
Yeah.
You need and you need to know how to judge your opponent, because you need to be smart. You know, you need to figure out if he got a score or not.
To understand what's going on.
What's going on. Like, sometimes you are like 100%. You are in the Twitter, everything. But sometimes you are like, you're looking for more patience. You know, you had your friends and the heat was like half point up, half point down. You know.
You ever talk to the judges and to pick their brain?
Yes, a lot.
Yeah.
I had a couple of friends over there, and I feel you need to be more together. Be more easily to understand. The rules, everything, you know.
Good point.
You need to talk more with the judge.
Yeah.
It'd be more like
talk
together.
And listen.
Open that communication.
Open communication.
Two-way road, huh?
Well,
road.
You know what? You're a pretty good judge because you called it. 5.73 for Kei Kobayashi.
He said a high
I gave
five.
the Panda judge. He's a high five. There you go, 5.73. It was not the 6.11 that Kei needed. So
still need 6.11.
Maybe because of the quality of the wave. The surfing was there.
Yeah, of course.
Let's take a look at our heat recap here. Bruno, it started off with Maxime Husno.
Yeah, like Panda said, that was a good one. Huh? 2 proper turns, 1 top turn, and he entered with more of a rounded style.
Gabe Medina coming on here, Panda.
That's the wave you had. He should go to 2 turns, but still like a really good turns. Got a 6.4. For that one.
Yeah, I got a 6.4 for that. Gabe Medina, and then Medina lines up this one. Oh, this is actually not one of his top 2. This was a 5.77 on for Gabe Medina. Kei Kobayashi, he's been trying to get himself back in the mix here with some nice flexible surfing like that.
I love that. So much power, the back leg, and the composure there. He kept moving.
And commitment to go right to the beach.
That's it.
Owie.
Yeah. The ankles are doing good.
It's not easy jumping like that way the beach straight to the sand,
Maxime Husno weaving, ducking and diving, Christen and crossing, making his way, stitching his way to the inside, and he finishes off on the beach. Husno looking to replace his low score of a 5-point ride and make the requirement higher for Kei Kobayashi. We're at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, this is an ultra important heat for Maxime Husno, number 9 on the leaderboard coming into this event. So Maxime needs at least one more big result if he wants to make that qualification to the 2023 Championship Tour.
And this round make a lot of difference on the points.
Yeah.
If you pass this round, like you put a lot of things in the ranks, you know?
That's right. You pass this round, you get equal 9th place, and you get $3,000 320 points.
That's his third best result.
You get into the quarters, now you're in the money. You're not 4,750 point semis. You're going to get 6,000 plus points. So, yeah, really important. Replay here, Bruno.
Yeah, he trying to take all of it. Huh? Nice turns. The waves were smaller than the set waves. But he did it all, huh?
He did, but, you know, he worked it over, but just got a 3.7, so it didn't really change the situation. So Kei Kobayashi still within reach. Kei still needs a 6.11, this beautiful drone angle, but what this drone angle shows is the mixed up water and all of the ribs and warble and reverb that we're seeing right now, conditions-wise.
Yeah. How did he change direction, rail to rail, and then...
I think he's looking to block Kei. The situation.
It was more of a block than trying to get the score.
Yeah. Because that was on the wave, he turned around a 5. We had like 2 minutes, so that's probably a block. You know, we didn't have the move from the start of the wave, but probably he tried to block Kei because there was a wave like to go prior, you know.
Yeah, and right at the last 2 minutes, and you know you have the lead, that's when you can kind of play a little bit of defense and keep people off, right? And you know what? Well played by Maxime Husno. He's playing the game. And when you play the game right, you win the game. And it looks like he's very, very close to doing just that. Well, maybe I spoke a little soon.
Some lines
Here
in the
comes a line,
horizon.
25 seconds. Kei's on the inside, Medina's on the outside. Medina sure could give Kei a gift right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, though.
I think the first one was the way.
Yeah. The drone makes it look better from up high.
Yeah, yeah.
That wave wasn't going to do it. Well, that's it. We're going to say goodbye to Kei Kobayashi, eliminated from competition, and qualification dreams continue to present themselves to Maxime Husno. Gabe Medina, what are we going to say? 2-wave total, 14.13. Medina sails through into the round of 16. We're going to set the sail up, and we're going to sail a little bit into a break. But when we be back, we're going to have another great heat. Ian Gentile, Morgan Siblick, and Gabriel Andre in the water when we return. Welcome back to the Corona Open Saquarema as we see Gabe Medina making his exit out of the water. And Medina, as predicted, sails through into the round of 16, 14.13 two-wave total. And the fans love Medina, and why wouldn't they? Because it's some incredible surfing, and we're celebrating an incredible surfer right here. William Cardoso, the Panda, and just yesterday, William announced your retirement from pro surfing. Is it a retirement? What is it?
I'm retiring from the World Tour.
From the World Tour, but you still got a lot of surfing to do.
Yeah, we had a national right now in Brazil, really good points, really good money, so I will try one more, 2 years. Yeah.
And you can mentor some kids. What's the story on the graphic on your T-shirt? Because that is so good.
Yeah, that's like a art I saw one time in Europe, and I take a picture and send for the guys. Hey, I really like to have a T-shirt like that way. and the guy made some different things, and like now it's
wow.
like that.
Yeah, it's one of my. I've seen a lot of retirement shirts. I saw Durbo's shirt. I saw Kersey's shirt.
Yeah.
I think you got one of the best.
Yeah,
the Fanning shirt.
yeah.
You got one of the best
Let's
retirement
go.
shirts.
He won that comp, huh?
Oh yeah, for the retirement shirt for sure. No problem. I had actually people DMing me asking me how they can get one. I swear.
It's online. Go check it out.
Okay. All right. So here's our new heat in the water: Ian Gentile, Morgan Siplick, and the Brazilian wild card Gabriel Andre. Really important heat right now with Ian Gentile and Morgan Siplick when we talk about qualification, Bruno.
You can tell by the numbers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
One is number 7, the other is number 10, and the other is a spoiler.
Yeah.
Gabriel is a warrior. Gabriel,
yeah,
such a nice guy. He came a fighter. Yesterday I was looking his hit because my hit was next one, and he started surfing the left, and I was looking for the left all time, all day.
Because of him, huh?
No. He didn't. He did it wrong.
Prior to that.
He started in the left, and he moved around to the right point in the middle of the hit. And because of him, I surfed in the right because I was going to the left.
Yeah, because he had to save himself on the right.
Yeah, he got a 7.70 in the right. So that put him in this round. But if he go really good in the left, I will be in the left since the
You'll be stuck to your tactics.
Like he showed you the path.
Yeah, he showed me like, oh, maybe it doesn't go over there, you know. Not be good today. No lefts for you today.
I know. Well, a lot of times this wave is a left.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? It's just a slow
Daytona
direction right
point
now.
is a left.
It's a left.
Yeah.
That's had a lot of good results here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was your
he won the comp here at QS back in
I got a
2010.
Yeah.
A third in
2010.
the prime, a third in the 6,000.
Well, your backhand, when we look at your career, and your career's not over yet, but in the highlights of your career, some of your biggest wins have been on the backhand, especially 2018, taking down Julian Wilson and winning at Uluwatu. I was with you for that one. That was an incredible.
Incredible, yeah. I feel like my type of surfing, like how I can go drop in, get it, everything the control, you know, that's make more easy to the turns than the front side.
Ian Gentile, up and riding. Gosh, and great timing. Picks his line through there and finds two big off the top. Really difficult. It's like a jigsaw puzzle out there to find all the pieces and parts to put together. That was incredible. We're waiting for the score and the replay because first we got to get down to Marita and Gabe Medina.
Thanks, Kaipo. Medina, so air game, good turns. Looks like you were having so much fun right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, the waves were really hard, but I'm happy with the win. Yeah, I tried to make the most of it. And it's really wind out there. So, yeah, I mean, that was a good win, you know. Now I'm probably going to get a good hit. I think it's against Miguel, I think. And I'm just excited to be in the event, you know. I just want to put a great show, and, yeah, hopefully everything works out.
So you're coming from injury. You were here with your trainer as well. How are you feeling physically, and what do you need to improve?
Yeah, we've been doing a good workout here. We've been training a lot and surfing and competing. Here I'm using just to get the rhythm, you know, like just try to make some hits, but I'm really focused on my training. I've been training pretty much every day, gym and surfing and contests. So yeah, I'm just getting prepared to Hawaii, really, you know. Here is just a way to express myself and just to see how my body works, you know, with training. And of course, I'm not being like training for life, you know. I'm just trying to make a good routine that I can use in events next year. So let's see how it goes.
Now in Portuguese, how important is to see this crowd here cheering for you?
Muito bom sentir o carinho de todo mundo. É muito bom competir no Brasil. Como eu já falei em outras entrevistas, é a melhor torcida do mundo. Então, fico feliz. Obrigado a toda a torcida aí. Muitas mensagens positivas, né? Voltando de lesão agora. E só me motiva para o ano que vem. Então, vamos com tudo.
Thanks, Gabriel. Back to you guys, the booth.
Thank you, Maíra. And Gabe Medina, just the machine. right there coming out, and I love his competitive mindset and how studied he is. He already knew
how mature he is now.
Yeah, well, William, he already knew who he was going up against in the next round. He already knew. He did the heat draw.
I will try to tell you before the heat started, he's gonna surf against his friend Miguel. You know, they're gonna be a really good battle. But I feel like he turned around like a click. You know, after the injury, everything, like the whole season off, like 3 weeks ago, we start to see another Gabriel.
Yeah.
I think he's going to fight.
He's my favorite. I'm going to put him on the list right now. He's my favorite for a world title in 2023.
Yeah. I feel the same. Like, he's going to fight until the end for that, you know.
As long as he stays injury-free. And that's the one thing in surfing that that's the one mystery thing. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. And at this level of surfing, injuries happen.
A lot.
A lot. Yeah.
You know what? First, back in the day, he was aiming to be tied with Damien Hardman and Tom Carroll. I know now he want to be tied with Mark Richards at fourth.
Four-time world champ, Mark Richards.
Fourth.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel he want more.
He like to set those goals.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, of course. That's important for the year, you know. I end the story of here like, okay, the World Tour for me, it's done. I feel, but I had the national. I can won. Like I still number 10 in the ranks this year, like without surfing one event, and then we had more 2 in the row. So I know I can do more.
How nice is it going to be able to just kind of stay within your country and compete?
A lot. It's really good because you had a big country. You can go, like, we're going to Ceará this year.
Yeah.
You're going to Rio Grande do Sul. It's like the extreme.
Yeah.
You know, one up and one down.
Yeah.
You're going to have the next, both events are there. You know, you're going to get
almost 5,000 kilometers.
You're going to have a 4 hours flight to be in their place, you know.
Well, Brazil occupies most of South America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a giant.
It's more than 7,000 kilometers of coastline.
Yeah, yeah. And this is, I don't think a lot of other people, other surfers in a lot of other places realize how big Brazil is surfing-wise and how different it is from the south, where it's very cold, to the tropics in the north, you know, and everything in between.
Even to Fernando de Noronha, the island.
I'm gonna try to explain why I will stop. Like, I feel physically I wasn't be in the fight anymore, like to be in the World Tour. Now we had 3 divisions, so it's harder than ever, you know. Almost 37 years, I still young. I start the year with a really good potential to qualify again, and I feel every single event was happen for the reason. Like I feel like, okay, now it's time to stop. And when the athletes start feeling that, it's like, okay, gonna breathe, move slowly to be like, okay, I'm done. Like, I feel I had a really great moments in the World Tour. I put everything I can have, like money, time, a lot of airplanes, like.
And you brought some. You brought a lot of personality and character. I remember you bringing the mask or the panda head to the surf ranch.
Yeah,
that was one of the best moves ever in surfing.
Yeah, that's. I feel like to break the thing about the pool, you know. It's really hard to surf the pool. It's not easily, especially in the competition. So I feel like, okay, if I'm gonna put the mask, I'm gonna be like the fighter of Panda, you know.
Like a mascara.
Yeah, like that way, you know. Like, okay, it's time to move on, to be like another chapter in the. That's make me like happy in those events.
Well, it made me happy at that event. I thought that was classic. Here's Morgan Siblick, and he's got the finish here. Siblick. So far, he's got 3.67 and 3.33. That's enough to keep him in second place for the moment. But it's been Ian Gentile in this heat that has been dominant. 6.17 and a 5-point ride. This is the wild card. Gabriel Andre, and Gabriel pokes the nose, goes down. That's unfortunate for him.
Yeah. He's still aiming for a good score there. Ian Gentile is calling the shots right now.
Ian Gentile surely is. Here we go. Replay, William, of Morgan Siblick.
It was a good wave. Like, he tried to finish very well because he had a points over there. His start was like the waves was mushy a little bit. He turned around to be in the pocket area, and he get speed and going huge in the end.
How crazy is pro surfing? Morgan Siblick, his rookie year, number 5 in the world, makes it to the Rip Curl WSL finals. Second year on tour, doesn't make the mid-year cut. That's what it is.
That's I tell you, guys, your mind will be like sad all the time. You know, you're going up and down all the time, every single event, because you lose more than you won.
Yeah.
So you need to prepare. How are you gonna explain to a little guy start surfing like, hey, you're gonna lose every single event.
Take a little kid and say,
later
you're gonna lose.
You're gonna lose. And when you are good in the amateur, you won every single event. Yep. And you turn a pro, like you lose every single event until be like to won. And you see the best ones lose all the time.
I lived that. I had a good amateur career in the 80s, bro. I turned pro and got eaten up once you got out there. And this is true, you know, because when you're amateur and you're a kid coming up, you're a big fish in a small bowl, right?
Yeah.
And then once you get onto the world, now you're a small fish.
They live in the ocean.
In the ocean.
Yeah. Full of white sharks.
It's your mental state, right? It's the kids that can come and accept that and continue to come back over and over again.
That's make the fighters, you know, the warriors.
Well, here, a young warrior in the way of Gabriel Andre is trying to fight back into this heat. He needs a 5.47. Ian Gentile, here's our heat leader, Bruno.
Yeah. Nice snap on the top.
He surfed very well this year.
Yeah.
He being like, I saw so many hits of him, and he was like, oh,
always on point.
Yeah. You know how potential he had, but like these years, he had something special, like he feeling.
I feel like Ian had to take a break from the surf scene for a while because he was so much pressure when he was a little kid. Everyone was saying, oh, this is the next kid, this is the next kid. Even Andy Irons was saying, that kid is the best 14-year-old in the world. And he had all the sponsors, and he started getting video parts. And then maybe too much pressure, so he came back, and now he's coming back, and he's looking just solid.
Yeah, that's a talent for the kids. Hey, you are a kid, go play.
Yeah, go have fun, huh?
Go have fun, don't be athlete until you had the 17 years. Like
right.
16, 17, go have fun.
Yeah.
That's more important because that life never gonna back.
Right.
When you get like the juniors, adult, everything, that's the real life.
Yeah.
You know, when you are kids, that's never gonna back.
Yeah.
Listen up, fathers.
Listen up, fathers. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's hard for me to be an adult. I like to be a kid. So kids, be a kid. We're going to be back with more action and the back half of this heat when we return. Can Ian Gentile take out a win? Taking a look back at the year with Morgan Siblick and the young man, Rookie of the Year in 2021, came out swinging. An impressive performance earned his way into the Rip Curl WSL Finals and beat some big names along the way for Siblick, making a name for himself all the way into that Rip Curl WSL Finals and fulfilling his dream. Morgan Siblick wants to get back on that championship tour, and to do so, He needs to perform through this Challenger Series, but the pure talent there, as you can see, Morgan finishing off there at Rottnest, took the act here to the Surf Ranch, where the man-made miracle was able to slot himself for a nice result there. Did well enough this year into making that Rip Curl WSL Finals, and now Morgan Cibilic is back in the battle of re-qualification. Cibilic up and riding here on the backhand. Big snap, and it's just gonna be one turn for the Australian. We'll see if he betters his score line. He needs to better a 4.9. I'm Kaipo with Bruno and William, the Panda Cardoso, talking you through all of this heat. William, I never did ask you, how did you get the nickname the Panda?
The Panda comes from the movie.
Kung Fu Panda?
Yes.
For real?
Yeah, I was traveling against Pedro Henrique and Robson Santos. We are in the Europe. The movie already show. I think you saw in the flight.
Yeah.
And we rent a small apartment, and I was sleeping in the room, and Robson was I think in the start, and I wake up in the middle of the jet lag and start eat something, and that the King Food had one part of he started eating when he was angry.
Yeah.
And they say, hey, Panda, stop! Like we make a lot of noise and everything, you know. And the next event was, I think, Span and Nuno,
Nuno, the announcer.
Yeah, the announcer. The guys telling to him, and I won the event. And he speak to everyone.
Call you the Panda, and it stuck.
Yes, yeah, it's done.
It's a good.
That's a good story, huh?
I remember, bro, like when you were winning Uluwatu, like in your headset, that's when designer came out with the Panda.
Yeah.
Panda.
The music came out.
Yeah.
So you're using that.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Shout out to Nuno. Huh?
Yeah.
Shout
Such
out
a nice
to Nuno.
character.
Hey, shout out to designer too, man. That's one of my favorite jams, Panda.
Thanks.
You want to get pumped up for a surf? You put that designer jam on.
Thank you.
Edgy Grosjean, he's going to be coming up next with Lucas Silveira and Ramsey Bochayam.
Oh yeah.
What do you think?
It's gonna be a shocker, huh?
It's an important one for Ramsey
Everyone.
Bochayam, yeah.
For everyone.
For Edgy is right there
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Lucas as well.
Lucas is right there too.
Yeah, that.
This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, the big one for sure.
We are always talking about how Lucas has the city surfing kind of style, and he had difficulties, to surf small waves.
He improved a lot.
A lot,
in surf.
yeah. I said to Kaipo, he won 2 nationals this season.
Yes, he trained a lot in the bad waves. He trained a lot in the Praia Mole.
Talking about training, they've been coaching by Leandro Dora, both of them, Ian Gentile and Lucas Silveira.
Okay, and well, it's really helping Ian Gentile. I mean, he dropped down to second right now because the last score for Morgan Cibilic was a 5.93. So Cibilic in the lead, a 5.73 for Ian Gentile. He'll regain that lead. Bruno, he was looking pretty loose on this lap.
Oh, yeah. Full of energy, a lot of speed, nice snap at the top, and then the loose tail slide to finish.
Surfing light but powerful, you know?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
The flow he had between the turns was really nice.
Yeah, I look at Ian Gentile surfing, and he's one that's able to kind of connect the dots, and it really is evident when you have these broken up waves where a lot of people bog in between the different sections and stuff, and Ian just seems to float through them and find the little power pockets through everything.
Especially in the big rides.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In the end, like what he did in Portugal was impressive.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Vicious turn, yeah. He got 3rd place there, huh?
Yeah, semifinal finish over in Portugal, just coming off of that. And that's what's setting him up right now in the top 10 and a chance of qualification. And he needs a good result here and a good result in Haleiwa. And he's in there. And I'd love to see Ian Gentile on the World Tour.
Oh, for sure. He's a tall guy, so technical.
But then again, there's only 10 spots. I'd love to see Lucas Silveira on the World Tour. I'd
There's
love to see
room
Ramsey
for
Bochayam
everybody.
on the World Tour.
Yeah.
I mean, just getting on tour.
It's already a huge challenge. Huh?
But when you be in the tour, like new life start because you made a really big goal in your life, and you need to figure out you are like just another one.
Yeah.
So you need to train more, surf more. You need to adjust your boards. You need to be more physical to train. You know your mental. You know, but had one thing I feel like I had a lot of help me. It was like figure out how the weights gonna work, especially the first and second round, to be not losing the first and second round. I think I just lose in the second round in Tahiti in 2018.
Right.
Because I was like figured out like, hey, I don't want come down. I want qualifying for another year. So until like I was like every single hit, I feel like points every single wave, like how the total.
How do you get there?
How I get it there, you know?
What do you think about now with only half a mid-season cut?
Yeah, crazy. I don't know what's gonna figure out.
You get
if it was
5
there.
events.
Yeah.
You know,
And
by
like,
the time you get to Margaret River,
and you had like 5 big waves.
Yeah,
it's really like.
This is true, right?
Yeah, it's hard.
Because you got Pipeline, you got Sunset, you got Super Tubos, Bells, and then Margaret River.
It's powerful waves, all of them.
And so when you're a rookie these days on the championship tour, you got to come out swinging.
Yes, it's not easy to be in the tour like special waves like that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have
On the beginning,
again, John, Kelly, Gabriel, Italo, all the guys who are already on those events.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna fight again then.
Like what happened with John Shankar.
Yeah.
What do you think about Sunset being back on tour?
I feel like it's a challenge. Sunset waves are really challenge.
Yeah.
Like I was like looking at surfing good, but never get good results.
Yeah,
So-
it's just a wave that you can look at it and it looks easy, but it's so hard once you get out there.
Yeah.
Just to do a bottom turn. Just to put 2 turns together.
Yeah.
All right, Ian Gentile continues to surf through here. Last wave for Gentile, a 5-point ride. He's got this ride to see if he can get that 5.73, Bruno.
Was a nice move, huh?
He and Lucas, they had a, like amazing layback, back, and then oh my
Like
god, I should have won something like that in my noise surfing because they're really good.
Pretty quick here with Gabriel Andre, but just the wave just gave up on him, huh?
Yeah, a little behind the peak, huh?
And there, hey, look at our good luck, the turtle. We call it a honu in Hawaiian. I don't know how to say it. How do you say it in Portuguese?
Tartaruga?
Tartaruga. Of course.
Yeah, in Spanish it's tortuga.
Tortuga, tartaruga. In Hawaiian, we just have a short word, honu.
Honu.
Yeah.
With the H.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Hawaiian, it's a good luck.
Yeah?
The turtle.
Oh.
Yeah. So maybe that's good luck right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
It was right underneath. Look, it's by Ian right now.
Yeah,
So
she was blessed by the Hono.
He's maybe getting blessed by the Hono right
Yeah.
He's currently in second place and just needs to hang on to that. The judges still owe us one more score for Ian Gentile to see if he stays in second. Well, look at what a beautiful shot.
yeah.
Hey, thank you to the truck. Great job over there by our whole truck crew.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful now.
How clear is the water?
Now they're making a postcard.
Yeah,
for us.
yeah.
It's like, come to Saquarema.
Yeah.
Crystal clear water, delicious food, and fun waves. What more do you want?
Yeah.
Ian Gentile goes to the top with that last score, 6.07. So the good luck charm worked for Ian Gentile. Morgan Siblick still just where he needs to be. All he needs to be is in the top 2 to get out of here and gain more valuable points with his run to get back on the championship tour. The wild card, Gabriel Andre, needs a big number, needs a 7.47, and even more of a challenge for the young Brazilian is that he's in 3rd priority right now.
Nobody's has been there in this heat, huh? That far with that high score.
I like when the judges giving like a really good special scores for just one turn. I saw a lot of these events, and that's make like the guys, big guys with big turns happy because it's really hard to find a wave if you only had the one session similar like a air, and you do like a crazy carve. You're gonna
You get
a
the respect for the carve, right? So it's just not only the air.
Yes.
And I think judging has gotten better and better and really tying in that. Let's take a look at our heat recap here and how Ian Gentile got on top. He started off pretty strong.
Yeah, with his style. Look at that, the top turn. Keep the composure. Yeah, how he managed to keep, to complete that move, huh?
Yeah, Morgan Siblick, William, was able to just be consistent, strong rail surfing.
Yeah, he's really nice guy. Like he go quickly, like he had a speed, and his board under his feet looking amazing.
Yeah, Siblick again on the backhand on that sharp eye. Big bang.
Like
Just
William
one
said,
turn.
yeah,
You
one
see
turn.
One turn in the backhand and one lay back in the front
Now,
side. They got a score and they made the hit.
One backside, one front side.
But when you are the middle of the hit, you don't understand that things, you know? Until you had the one big turn, you got the score. Then you figure out, okay, if we do another big one,
Just calm down.
Yeah.
Don't try to put too many turns.
The judges are always sending messages for them, huh?
I mean, it was kind of the ugly time in pro surfing when they were counting turns.
Oh yeah, I remember.
There was
back in the day.
Back in the day, bro. Like there was an ugly time in pro surfing.
And when you need to turn it out the boy.
Yeah.
For the priority.
Yeah.
I got it.
I remember the CT final before the CT came along in 1989. Potts against Dave McCauley at Rio.
Yeah, it was still ASP. It was McCauley.
Potts were doing 2 big turns, and Dave
McCauley was doing 15.
That's it, and he won. And you know what? The public, the audience was mad. They were cheering for Potts. You know,
everybody cheers for Potts. we miss you, Potts. By the way. Oh, that was my travel partner.
Oh,
man,
yeah.
for you.
He's a legend.
Yeah, just one of the legends of surfing, man. Here we go. Ian Gentile rolling in on the whitewater. And Gentile just going to stay out of trouble while there's some cat and mouse going on between Siblick and Gabriel Andre. Ian Gentile knows that he's in the lead. Pretty strong lead for Gentile. And here we go with the cat and mouse. Morgan Siblick with priority. And he's going to let Gabriel go, but Gabriel unable to get that wave, so Siblick continues to pursue Gabriel Andre. This is the game. This is the game of surfing right now. And there's the block.
Yeah.
And here's the turn. Second strong turn, so a little bit of both. Great surfing and, you know, some defense. So now some chance for Gabriel Andre, though now he's got 35 seconds, William, out there all by himself. He's just got to pray for a wave.
I'm going to turn now. Yeah, they had opportunity, but I think it's done. I think it's done. Great run for Gabriel as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be like, I think he was his first challenge event this year. And the hit he had yesterday was like...
He's quite young. 17 is this?
No, he's older.
Yeah, 25.
25,
26,
okay.
Yeah, probably.
It's a nice presentation card.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be the heat. A great showing by the wild card. Learned a lot. A lot of people are getting to know the name Gabriel Andre. I'm sure we're going to see more of him in pro surfing as he's going to make his way down to the beach. This is after the horn, looked like.
After, yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just a nice ride to the beach. But a great showing by Gabriel Andre. More important was the fact that Morgan Siblick and Ian Gentile were able to advance out of this heat. Both of those surfers in the top 10, and they're going to continue to be in that top 10, and they want to just gobble up more points here at the second to the last Challenger Series of the year, which is going to determine that top 10. Again, Kuiper Girl, Bruno, and thank you so much, William Cardoso. We can't wait to see what the next chapter of your pro surfing career is going to be, but thank you for all those entertaining years at the World Surf League.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, WSL, for everything about these 17 years in the row, and good things come. Thank you.
We got more stuff coming. We got a commercial break happening right now, but when we come back, we got more action here from the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're having a good time. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, heat number 6 of the round of 24 out there for the men. Edgar Grosjean in the red jersey, number 23 in the ranks, Lucas Silveira. He's surfer from Rio de Janeiro in the blue, and Ramzi Bukiem on the verge of qualifying, number 14 in the rankings. He'll be in the white jersey. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops, and Maida, we had a couple of waves during the break. Eddie Grosjean with an opener 2.67 here for the surfer in red.
Yeah, he started pretty quick this heat. He really wants to do a good job here. And also this way for Lucas Silveira, a bigger one.
6.17 there for Lucas Silveira, former World Pro Junior champion. That was in Ericeira, Ribeira de Ilhas a few years ago. And here's Ramzi Bukiem, the Moroccan surfer, who already has a 3.4 from that one turn. 26:30 on the clock. Priority is with the surfer in blue, Silveira, the local boy from Rio. And as we were mentioning, number 14 in the rankings, huge heat for Ramzi Bukiem, as well as for Edgar Grosjean, who is in the 20s in the terms of the rankings. And it seems like another person who is on the precipice of qualifying won the last heat. That was Ian Gentile. We're going to get to him in just a bit. As we look out to the horizon, there may be a few waves right here. Priority with the surfer in blue, Silveira. Bukiem out there in the water as well. And let's go down to the glass where Ian Gentile is with Rachel.
Congratulations, Ian Gentile. We all know you are half Hawaiian, half Brazilian. So how are you feeling about competing for the first time in Saquarema?
Yeah, I'm loving it so far. It's been pretty fun every day, and today I got a little smaller, but still really good for the QS.
You advanced 4 positions in the rankings in Ericeira, and now you are on the path to advance even more. So what are the emotions right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty calm. I'm just trying to perform every time I put the jersey on and keep doing my thing.
Nice. So good luck in the next heat. See you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and parabéns, congratulations to Ian Gentile. If he does qualify at the end of the season, he's only going to be the 3rd person from Maui to ever do it. Here's Ramzi, though. Great turn right there with a lot of power. And the Moroccan flowing down the line, and a strong finish, too, for the surfer from Northern Africa. He does surf for the European region, though, has to qualify through Europe. And he's not only looking like one of the favorites to qualify, could even be a winner here. He has said that he loves this wave at Saquarema, and it matches power with power here, Maida.
Yeah, it does. Look, the first maneuver, and I love this second one, like completely turning board, and then another good one. Very powerful, very committed.
Yeah, committed. Yeah, I love that kind of surfing right there. Very similar to a surfer that we have seen from that, part of Europe before. Jeremy Flores, I always felt like he surfed with a sense of urgency and a lot of intensity himself. And Ramzi has been around for a long time, was formerly a young gun when he did surf for Quicksilver. And now without a major sponsor, too, things are complicated for him in terms of finances. He gets a 5.67. So at the moment, the 2nd best wave of the heat so far, but that moves him up into 1st place. And when we talk about not only Morocco as a surfing country, you see the 29-year-old here. He's been around for a long time, same generation of Quicksilver surfers as Leo, Matt Pasquindici, Kanoe Igarashi, among others. But he's been the only person so far that hasn't been able to qualify for the Championship Tour. He still has a few events to do it. He's number 14. But he needs a victory here in Saquarema to kind of secure his spot, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. If he has a victory here, he has 100% chances of qualifying, and really nice view here from Saquarema.
Yeah, it's crazy how windy it is right here where the event site is, and it's glassy there where you see all of the blue water. So a lot more sand, I'd be thinking. It seems like it's deeper on the other side, Maida.
I think so. Actually, I'm not pretty sure if it's glacier down there, because the wind is coming from this side here, and yeah, I don't really think it's classy, but looks like here is way stronger than there.
Yeah, and there's a shore break that's actually quite a good wave after these rocks to the northern part. As we're going to live action here, Lucas Silveira loading the first section, and a strong finish right there for the local surfer. Growing up in the city of Rio, you surf a lot of closeout beach breaks, but this kid has been traveling the world from a very young age. Number 33 in the ranks, 26 years old, former World Pro Junior Champion. I remember meeting him for the first time in Puerto Escondido in 2010, and he's gotten much bigger and much stronger too, Maida.
Yeah, for sure, and he really likes big waves. He's very used to powerful waves. He spends like half a year in Portugal as well. He has a home there in Ericeira, so he loves to surf Pedra Branca. In Ericeira, a very good surfer, powerful. Yeah, and we just saw what he did.
Here goes Egerogia, wrapping it back. The surfer in the red jersey. One more time, a bit more aggressive there. And a fantastic finish there for Eddie. And I know this is a surfer that you've been seeing for a long time, Maida, as he's finishing his way up. And the surfer with a lot of energy, finishing right on the center. Oh my goodness. Watch out for those ankles, young man. It seems like everything's okay, but that was a close call.
Yeah.
And I hope that physically he is fine. Just under 21 minutes to go. As I was saying, this is somebody that you like very much. He's very enthusiastic and has a lot of positive vibes about him, Maida.
Yeah, he does. He's from São Vicente, really close for where I was born. And here we see Hamsi.
Yep, Ramsey just quickening out. He's from Sao Paulo originally then, is that Egerogia?
Yeah, it's São Paulo state, but he's from the coast, like São Vicente. São Vicente is the first city, is where Brazil was discovered here. And look, I really like this turn right there.
And it seemed like this wave just kept on giving opportunity after opportunity as well. This turn right here, despite it being closer to shore, a great one where he just throws the tail. And he went for it all the way, Maida, but oh man.
This looks so bad for me.
It does.
We just saw Kei Kobayashi doing the same. And I thought he had an injured.
Yeah.
Because it was like so heavy.
And props to Kei Kobayashi. He surfed his heart out in that heat too. Here's Lucas, though, the heat leader. A couple of beautiful wraps and a strong finishing maneuver right there for the surfer from Rio. And there haven't been a lot of surfers that have been successful over the last few years from the actual city of Rio de Janeiro. It seemed like the previous generation maybe had a few more surfers from there. You're seeing a lot more surfers from Maricía, Sao Paulo, even Saquarema here, but not necessarily from the city, Maida.
It's true, but you know what? Do you know that Gabriel Medina now runs for Rio de Janeiro, not Maricías anymore?
Right.
So
You told me that yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's not the same when you live there now in comparison to growing up, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. But Lucas, actually, he's from Rio, but he lives also in Florianopolis when he's here in Brazil. So yeah, we don't have like many of them, but now we do have Cauã Costa that is living here for about like 10 years in Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, maybe we will see like the next generation maybe turning this reality.
We very much could, and it's a good point that you bring up in him actually spending a lot of time in Florianopolis. He does so because he trains with Leandro Dora and his son Iago as well, and that's actually, when I met them in Puerto Escondido, they were all together. They were traveling with Leandro basically as a mini coaching camp there in the southern part of Mexico in Oaxaca. And Lucas was one of the few members in there, but you could already see the determination and the focus that he had in order to qualify for the championship tour. Spends a lot of time in Portugal, as you said, and that's actually where he won his World Pro Junior Championship at Ribeira de Ilhas in Ericeira.
Yeah, he really likes, and his surfing really fits to places like Ribeira de Ilhas. And look, this is Ramsey.
Yeah, on the backhand again, already has a 5-6-7. Beautiful opening turn there for the Moroccan. And he just looks in sync with these waves, floating that wave to finish. And I love the passion there from Ramsey. Tall surfer with a lot of power. I actually saw him before his heat. Wasn't looking at anybody in the eyes. He was laser focused. He was ready to go. And guess what? He's bringing the heat in this one.
Yeah, he did. Look, very vertical first maneuver, then a second one, and another one. I love the flow. Yeah.
Love the reaction right there, too. And look at Leo celebrating the big performance there by one of his best friends. They've been traveling the globe together for many, many years. And it would be a beautiful scene to see them together on the CT together, not only as a powerhouse for Europe, but also maybe even fighting for a world championship in years to come.
Yeah, it would be great to see. And you mentioned that he was really focused before the heat. But do you know what he was listening to in
I don't.
Yeah, he was listening to funk, Brazilian funk. Very, very uncommon for European, I think. But he was loving it.
Well, you know who's been down with the funk is Rachel. Where are you at, Rachel?
And at the sponsor village, and look, the sponsors prepared a really special area for you to chill. So today is really sunny, it's hot, so it's the perfect moment for you to come here and get your super cold 51 ice that is right there. People are here cheering and watching the event. They're having so much fun. And yeah, maybe we're gonna stay here for a while.
Yeah, maybe so. But Rachel, I got a question for you.
What?
When's your heat?
When is my heat?
Yeah.
I think it's just tomorrow. Yeah, today I can just relax.
So take your 51 ice, enjoy yourself down the beach, Rachel.
Yeah, obrigado, Rachel. Thank you very much. Great addition to our team. So is you, Maida.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have yourself, Bruno Bocaiuva here on the crew as well. And it's been a fun event so far. 24 are the men that are remaining in the competition. And this man wants to make it into the round of 16. Great finish there by Eddie Grosjean, the surfer from Sao Paulo. 15 minutes to go. Lucas Silveira down to second place. Guess why? Ramsey Bukiam just drops one of the highest waves of the event so far, an 8.33, and he just moves all the way up into first, and for a good reason too. Excellent surfing, deserves an excellent score.
It's true. Yeah, he looks so great on that wave, like so powerful. Yeah, now he is in the lead with priority. So, and this is Edgar Grosjean replay.
So he gets a 4.17 here on this one. Still not enough for second place. He has a 5.23 as his best at the moment. And it seems like they're having a conversation among each other. Lucas and Ramsey. Not something that you see every day out there in the water during the heat.
It's true. What they're talking about, do you think?
Well, there's either two options. They might be talking about how good the wave was right here in 8.33. You see a couple of 8.5s actually there in the score line. You know, and usually it goes a couple of ways. When I competed, you saw people try to intimidate you or try to, you know, get in your head. Could be that. Or they could be having a conversation about something else, maybe a paddle that they didn't like among each other. But it seems like these two guys, pretty good friends. They've competed against each other for quite some time, too.
Yeah, because Lucas was competing in Europe region last year, so they probably compete against each other plenty of times. And yeah, hopefully they're having like a nice chat right there. A friendly, yeah.
Friendly conversation rather than a confrontation. Ramsey Bukiam in the lead, Silveira in second, and Grosjean trying to make a comeback. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Praia de Itaúna at Saquarema. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops, and it's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. So we'll have 2 heats after this one to finish off day number 4 of competition. Ramsey Bukiem in the lead by a large margin. Lucas Silveira, the local boy from Rio, in second. And Edgar Grosjean in third. A quick in and out right there by Ramsey. And he is way out in front, 11 minutes to go. And you see Silveira now with priority out the back. This was during the break. Eddie Grosjean not giving up. Has a very similar style to Mineirinho de Souza. And it seems to me like he's just been catching waves that may be just a bit too small, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. I think he has to wait a little more, wait for a better opportunity to show his surfing, because he knows how to do this here. He just had 3rd place here last week during the Saquarema Surfing Festival, so he needs to pick better his waves. But look now, he went on this one for an air, but he couldn't complete.
Well, he's obviously trying. Just over 10 minutes to go. He's going to have to go back out and try to get something better than a 5.95, basically a 6 or higher. As Silveira also has priority, and he's looking to better a 5-point ride. Bukiem, though, with an 8.33. And let's go down to Rachel on the beach. Where are you at now, Rachel?
I'm still exploring the sponsor village, and I think I found probably the kids' favorite part. That is the surf simulator of Banco do Brasil. It's really fun. It's always, look, how many kids waiting for their time to go.
Hey, Rachel, just asking you about the competition so far. What's been your favorite performance out of the event?
Performance.
Yes.
Been training for so long, you know, it's my big opportunity. So, yeah, I'm super stoked.
Well, we love to hear it, Rachel. Thank you very much. We appreciate your help. And
thank you.
Seems like she's having a great time down there. 9 minutes to go. Ramsey still in first. Grosjean back out in the lineup, Maida. And, you know, what I'm seeing so far, it's been a few minutes since both Ramsey and Lucas have actually caught waves. Might just be playing the patient game right here and playing some defense in these last minutes, knowing how dangerous Edgar is. As you see him having a look at this one, he's paddling for it, won't be able to get into it. But as you were saying, had a great result here last week. He's a surfer that's been competing here for a long time. And the other 2 surfers that are very experienced might not even have to catch a wave before this heat ends. But Lucas actually might be playing some defense right here. He's gonna go on this. Smaller wave on the inside with a good line. Little tap float to start. And it seems like Grosjean kind of phased him into that wave right there. 8 minutes 20 to go. In the long scheme of things, you think it's a mistake?
Yeah, probably, because he was with priority. This wave didn't look so well since the beginning. It was a smaller one, but I mean, the ocean like is not providing so many sets, so probably he thought, oh, I should better catch a wave right now and then come back to the outside and wait for another opportunity.
Yeah, and you normally don't see a lot of surfers that are coached by Leandro Dora make, you know, not necessarily a mistake like this, but a priority decision, like catching a smaller wave. But he also knows the capabilities of Grosjean. They didn't want to let him go in a nice little air section right there.
Yeah, I think so. And sometimes you were with priority for so long, and you turn a little anxious, and yeah, so he decided to go. But now Ramsey is with priority outside, and he has already like an 8.33, an excellent score. So look, Silveira trying to have another opportunity to build some scores.
And he goes to the air right there, isn't able to pull it around. But I like the attempt. Normally don't see him go to the air a lot, so it's a nice little variation of his surfing right there. 7 minutes to go. I remember last year during the debut of the Challenger Series, Lucas Silveira at the U.S. Open of Surfing had a very close heat. I mean, I'm talking razor close with Kanoe Igarashi at his home break. It was really the air game of Igarashi versus the beautiful rail surfing of Lucas Silveira. And last season for the CS at the U.S. Open, it was in a later part of the year. Normally it's in the last few days of July, going into the first week of August. Last year was actually in September. So the sandbars are different, and Kanoa knows that wave better than anybody else. But Lucas brought the heat to him. And I mean, I'm talking to you about one of the best surfers that has been from Huntington Beach before, or that has come out of Huntington Beach. Lucas Silveira tried to win that heat at any possible cost. Speaking of whoever is trying to win it at any possible cost, Ramzi Bukiem, just a quick in and out for him. He already has 7 waves, including this one so far. 6 minutes to go. Priority now with the surfer in red, Edgar Grosjean, and he's still needing close to a 6-point ride, Maeda.
It's true, and now we see like Ramsey made this kind of same of mistake as Lucas. He was with priority and he chose like another excellent wave. So the condition seems kind of tricky right now.
Yeah, and looking at the heat recap here, Lucas Silveira with a quick start, a 6.17, and then was able to back it up with a 5 eventually. But literally in the first minute of the heat, was able to get a good score on the board. But how about the answer back from this gentleman in the white jersey, Ramzi Bukiem, a 5.67 here on the left, Maeda.
Yeah, really nice one. I love this maneuver. So far, one of the beautiful maneuvers here. I saw this fourth day of the competition. Yeah, already.
I know, I'm confused too.
Yeah.
And this was Ramsey's 8.33, one of the highest waves of the event so far, with not only excellent surfing, but great wave selection too. As we love to see the reaction right there from Ramsey. And with just under 5 minutes to go, Silveira still in second, Grosjean in third. He needs a 5.95 or better to move up into second place. Bukiem, though, looking to improve on a 5.67 if he can. He has a 14-point heat total already, which, as of right now, is getting you through most of the heats in this round. But all eyes on the surfer from Sao Paulo in the red jersey. You mentioned he made finals day at the QS 5000 last week. It's a whole new event, though.
Whole new event, different athletes here. And this is Ramsey trying again to better his score.
Well, he just might do that. Great start and an even better finish. As I say that, though, a fall. And you can see his reaction right there with a little bit of a laugh and smile. Wasn't as disappointed, but would have liked to have bettered that 5.67 if he could have. 3:35 on the clock. Normally you don't see Ramsey fall too much, and usually you see him catch, you know, a small amount of waves too. So far in this heat, he does have 8 waves ridden in around 26 minutes. But the surfer in red, and as you were saying, not only a completely different event, now we have the best surfers in the world, not just from South America.
Yeah, it's true. And Edgar now, he has priority. So this wave might be the most important one for him, because he won't have time to catch one wave and then another one probably. So he really needs to choose well this opportunity.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go and needs a 5.95. Very passionate, humble young kid. Loves to surf. Qualified for the Challenger Series in the first year was happening. Won an event in Ecuador to start things off in his QS campaign for the South American region, and eventually people started to know his name and made some heats. Was very impressed by him last season. Requalified for the CS in 2022. But I think what's most impressive about him is that he's very resilient. He doesn't let a loss get to him, but unfortunately the loss here really does put him out of contention to qualify for the CT.
Yeah, probably it will do. But his best scores were like in Edicida and US Open. He made until the round of 16. He was pretty happy with this result in Edicida as well. But yeah, really needing a big result here to go to Haleiwa with some chances.
Basically needs to make the final here to keep his hopes alive. As Lucas had a look right there, a minute 45 to go. Priority still with the surfer in red. And he's looking for this, but don't know if the wave's popping up yet. Here goes Lucas, though, on the left, digging into it, and he's up and riding. Has a strong backhand. Great first turn, drifts the fins. He's looking to better a 5.0. We shall see if he can do that. All eyes on Eddie Grosjean, though. A minute 20, and here he goes. Paddling for this way, he's up and riding, and oh.
Bad wave selection,
Yeah,
Mitch.
maybe a bit of a mistake right there from Edgar. You can see him splash the water. Ramsey now with a look. The heat leader up. Bang. Pop goes the weasel right there for Ramsey. And you can see the smile there after that one big turn. He just looked in control of the heat from the get-go and gonna come in with another impressive heat win. Scores coming through for Lucas Silveira. Won't be enough to replace the 5-point ride. So Ramsey is on the shoreline. He's gonna make his way through to the athletes area. And now Grosjean with a chance. Start things off well, wraps it back, but needs a huge finish here. Maybe getting a double up here on the shore break if this wave actually stands up. And you can see his body language right there, not content with his performance. 10 seconds, we're gonna count the heat down. It seems like it's gonna be Bukiem and Silveira moving through.
Yeah, it looked like this wave didn't offer much. Yeah, probably Edgar is finished by this competition.
And just as stoic as he always is, Lucas Silveira with another impressive performance, moves through. Last score for Grosjean, a 4.1. Not even close to getting that score that he required, but still a decent result. His title hopes to make the CT are out the window, though, as Silveira and Bukiem move through. Number 14 in the ranks, the Moroccan surfer, into the round of 16. And we got a special guest coming up in the next heat. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 7, Leo Fioravanti, Dylan Moffitt, and Kawak Costa about to hit the water. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 7 out there in the water. Somebody who has clinched his spot already on the CT for 2023, Leonardo Fioravanti. Number 1 in the ranks in the red. Dylan Moffitt from Australia, number 6 in the rankings in the blue. And local wildcard Kawak Costa from Brazil in the white. I'm Mitch, Maida. And guess what? We have number 2 on the CS rankings, Molly Picklum, with us. Molly, good afternoon.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be in here, and obviously a super big fan of these surfers in the heat, so I'm excited.
Yeah, Molly, how were the nerves this morning when you were on the precipice of qualifying?
Yeah, I actually wasn't too aware of the situation, but I know that obviously Teresa and Bronte were in the same heat, and I think if one of them lost, I may have qualified. But I'm honestly let them compete because I've done myself pretty bad at this event, and hopefully I can surf my way to the qualification instead of sitting back and letting other people control that situation.
Yeah, and your story's an interesting one too, because last season Caitlin Simmers actually relinquished her spot. You got her spot on the CT, and eventually didn't requalify through the championship tour, but you still had a shot at surfing as a CT surfer. What was it like during the first 5 stops?
Yeah, I feel like it's everything, you know. It's what you dream of to try and make that tour, and yeah, I just put my heart and soul in absolutely everything I do. And I mean, as you see in this event, I wanted that wave so bad that I ended up interfering and blew that. But yeah, I feel like it's definitely a really big process. And last year, coming just short was tough because it's such a big effort through. I know last year was only 5 events, but the whole year, you know, you train every single day and every minute of your day is spent to try and get to that qualification. So,
right. Well,
yeah, it's definitely.
We have kind of the same situation this season too. As we're looking at a few replays here, Molly, you've known this guy for a long time too. You both ride for Red Bull, and Leo looks sharp. That board looking great. It's the one he won at Iseda with.
Yeah, I feel like Leo's surfing just keeps stepping up. He's not at his peak by all means, I feel like. And we're just seeing the new invention of him this year, really. I feel like he's got a new bite and grit in competition, you know.
Well, what in doubt seeing this guy on tour at the end of the season too, your Rip Curl teammate, Dylan Moffitt. Incredible human being, first of all, and then Maida, this kid, you know a lot about in Costa. He's already had 2 heat wins in his first CS.
Yeah, he's really good. You could see how powerful his surfing is. And here we have Leo again.
And Molly, you were saying that it just seems like he's been getting better and better. I agree with you, and he's looking to go back-to-back in terms of wins, too.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Leo. I feel like he brings the energy to around events with his big smile and infectious. Like, his smile is just so big, and he's such a happy guy. So, yeah, I really like Leo, and obviously his surfing is incredible.
Yeah, he's got good energy around him as a tough section at the end, and it's going to take out Costa right there. With 25 minutes to go, Dylan Moffitt with priority. Only has a 3.33. Now let's take a chance to go down to the glass where Ramsey Bukiam is with Rachel.
Ramsey Bukiam is right here again, advancing in first position one more time. The highest score of the day, so no difficulties in this heat for you?
Well, it's hard, huh? Like yesterday. But yeah, I managed to find the little 8-point. It was a small wave too. You know, I was waiting for like a bigger one, but I saw this little double up, and Lucas was gonna go, and I almost let it go, and I decided to go, and it was kind of slow, so I could do like 3 turns and push a little bit. And I'm actually really stoked I took that little left to start, because that kind of put me in the rhythm. I knew it was not going to be a really good one, but it's just to get going and get the nerves out, you know, a little bit. And yeah, I'm happy.
And what about winning against 2 local Brazilians? Does it boost even more your confidence to the rest of the event?
Well, yeah, I mean, Edgar is a good friend of mine. I really like his surfing. He's such a cool guy. So, I mean, it's the competition. Felt a little bad for him, but it's, no, they're all my friends pretty much, you know. Like I told you, I like Brazil. I always had a good relationship with all the Brazilians, and yeah, we're just here competing and trying to do our best, and yeah.
Congratulations, you're reaping. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Felicitación to Ramsey Bukiam. Big heat win for him moving into the round of 16, and that gentleman on his previous wave dropped a 6.7. Molly, it seems like he's just going for bigger and better things each time. I don't know about you, but it seems to me like he has something to prove right now, even though he doesn't.
Yeah, I think he's just grabbing every competition and just wanting to rip the head off of every moment he gets. He's just really, I think, on a roll, and when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. So I think he's just super happy to be out there in the jersey and do his best.
And let's talk about the surfer in blue. He has priority, Dylan Moffitt, number 7 in the ranks, humble, smart, but very shy and reserved kid if you don't know him. What's the camaraderie like between all the Aussies? I see you hanging out together in the athlete zone.
Yeah, first of all, Dylan, I'm such a huge fan. He's such a good guy, and he's a great surfer. I think he's just coming into his shell, like out of his shell, sorry, in the competition area and in these events. And as you see, he's like making heats and doing buzzer beaters, so he's definitely got the talent. And yeah, it's pretty funny, the camaraderie between all the Australians. I think
they're definitely pushing each other in and out of the water, which is always funny, and the banter and everything's hilarious between those boys. But they're honestly like brothers. Like they're sitting there together helping each other make heats. Even if they're in the same heat, they're all like, a bunch of them are telling tips and tricks of how to get through heats, you know, so.
Yeah, and even when they compete against each other, they're still that way, too.
Yeah, I think the boys, they can put it aside and really, here he goes, trying to get down this one.
Dylan Moffitt up and riding, starting things off with a quick tap right there, and maybe mistimed that last section a bit, but he still has 21 minutes and 45 seconds to get back out there. And it's not only noticeable between the men, a lot among the women too. And I think at your 19 years of age, I've been around within the sport since I was 15, 16, so around 12, 13 years now. It wasn't very noticeable with the previous generation like yourself, and now we're seeing it not only among the Australians, but really internationally too. You travel a lot with Katie Simmers as well.
Yeah, I find it interesting that it wasn't very popular back then, but I guess it was like the push of, I don't know, strong characters on tour, and they just wanted to do their thing and win. But I'm all about having fun. We travel travel all year round, and we're with these people for literally more than I am with my own family, So you've got to get along with them, because otherwise, I don't know, you're going to have a pretty average career, I think, with like enjoyment. So yeah, and obviously I'm someone who does get along with a lot of people, and Katie, I find she's just super funny and interesting, and yeah, she's a pretty interesting character, but really fun to be around.
She's the best.
Yeah,
she really
so
is.
Funny.
But it's cool that we get to see this, and I think this is really the best part about having you here in the booth, is that the progression factor between both of you has really elevated women's surfing.
I agree. I think it's so cool. Like, we are really competitive, and then we are also pushing each other in and out of the water again. And I do think it takes two people to, or even more, like all the women are pushing each other. I think that's what's the change in this maybe generation, that we're kind of just stepping up a little bit more and care to, like, we have a bit more competition in us. Like, we want to compete and compete stronger. And yeah, I think it's definitely working in the sense of just pushing each other.
On the CT, I think you maybe had the most impressive single wave that I saw out of the entire tour. It was the one wave at Margaret River when you didn't have any pressure anymore to requalify. You were out of contention, but you dropped a 9 basically just off of one turn. What was it like competing at Margins and getting that score where few people even get excellent scores?
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel like there I was just had my back up against the wall, because I was just taking it for what the heat was, and Tyler put on such a good score against me. So I was like, if I have the section, I'm going to try my hardest. And yeah, that was the product of kind of, she put down really good scores, and then I was just ready to rip.
Yeah, we'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I also have a question for you. Your first heat on the CT was in Pipeline, and the women were already, like, they never compete there as well. So how was it, your first heat there?
Yeah, I actually was quite honoured to take, my rashie, put my rashie on and get out pipe for the opening heat of the women's out there. And yeah, I don't know, I was in awe the whole time. It's such an incredible event, and it's obviously quite intimidating, as we see Dylan.
Yeah, Moffitt up and riding. And we did have, a ginger surfer on the CT a few years ago. That was Mick Campbell, the Ginger Ninja. And we might see one more next season, too, as Dill just tears the head off of the wave right there. And now the local surfer, Kawakosta, big backside rotation right there. And unfortunately, will not be able to ride out of it at the end. 18 minutes to go. Leo still in the lead with a pair of 6s. Moffitt probably going to drop a decent score right here. But a nice little attempt, Molly, on the left for Costa.
Yeah, I get so excited when conditions are like this, like junky and, a bit broken up, because then they get to do these big spinners. Boom. That was sick. Unfortunately, he couldn't ride out. It always stings, I think, when you're not making waves in your heat. It kind of can break the momentum. Dylan.
What about this one?
So flary, Dill. He's always looking to put a little pizzazz into certain turns. Whoa, such a strong finish there.
You know what's kind of crazy about him is that you would see him walking down the street and you wouldn't be thinking that he's a top 10 surfer in the world.
Yeah, you'd probably think he's like a longboarder or a twin fin. Like, he's such a cruisy, mellow guy.
Right.
But no, he's not only competitive, he's a good competitor. Like, he switched on and knows what to do. Leo just looking at a wave here.
Yeah, the heat leader using priority here. He's looking to better a 6.67. Wraps it back well. Love that long drawn out bottom turn. Layback snap in the pocket. And finishes with a throat tail reverse too. This kid looking good. Doesn't necessarily need to be here competing, but he wants more experience at the highest level. And here's Moffitt, goes for the air reverse too. Brings it back 180, but it's gonna be incomplete at the end. You see the facial expression right there after he wasn't able to pull it off. And Molly, I think this is an important question for a lot of people out there. Any preference in competing either at beach breaks or at point breaks most of the time?
It's so hard for me. Here's Dylan's replay. Gets a good opening turn. It's so hard sometimes trying to link these maneuvers together. It's so tricky, unfortunately, coming off there.
They call that last section the alligator's mouth too.
Yeah, that feels very relatable. Leo, you can see the difference between a top tour surfer and some of the challenges. I feel like there's definitely a level to be at, and Leo just showing us exactly what that looks like.
Do you think there's a noticeable gap as we're seeing the stats, 24 years of age, ranked #1, the surfer from Italy? Do you think there's a gap between the competitive experience and maybe the knowledge, or also the skill set?
I would say a bit of both. I think there's definitely 3 big chunks of the pie, and you've got to be high rated in all parts. So I'd say it's a bit of everything. The skill set, though, is, I feel like a lot of people on the challenges is pretty good, their skill set. But competition-wise, everyone's kind of versing new people on new sides of the draw, and it's all a bit new maybe. But yeah, I feel like the challenges is really strong. I was saying to a bunch of our friends, like, it's a proper tour. Like, it feels every heat is hard, you know. So yeah, I think the challenging tour is pretty cool like that.
It's a pre-CT almost, doesn't it?
Proper,
Feel like
yeah.
that?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, like, it's hard, and there's no easy heats. As I think before, when the QS, it was like probably earlier rounds where it was like, oh, you'd be looking to go, oh, I'll get through that one.
What about the competition format, though? You go from 4 people into one-on-one heats, and then on the CT it's either a 3-person heat or man-on-man after that. Feel a big difference with that, or not too much?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit tactical difference. Like, for me in the 4-manner, I try and surf a little bit more, and then here goes Dill.
Yeah, you having a look at this nice little looking double up here. He's going to kick out, though. Go ahead, Molly.
Yeah, definitely. There's a few tactical differences, but other than that, I just always trying to surf my best and get the better waves.
What was it like competing, as Maida actually asked a great question? I hadn't even thought about that. Did it kind of catch you off guard that you had to surf at Pipeline for your first event ever on the CT?
I knew, obviously, my goal is to make the championship tour and be a contender there, so I knew what it was going to take, and I saw Pipe was the first event, so I definitely was expecting that. But in saying that, I was pretty like, wow, this is surreal, you know, out there. Like, it's incredible, and especially too, every single free surf is packed with people. So then to be out there, one of my few times ever surfing Pipe, then with nobody out there, like, it was quite tricky line-up wise and positioning, and yeah, it was an experience, that's for sure.
I read an interview about you, and you said that it felt so loud, everything in the CT. How was it? Talk us through this.
Oh, everything just feels exemplified. Like, oh, here goes Dylan.
Moffitt up and riding on another ride. Has the most waves ridden so far in this heat, and might better his low score by a good margin too. Only looking to improve on a 3.33. His best wave so far, a 5.6, but it's still the Italian Fioravanti with a commanding lead so far, a 6.73 and a 6.7. With surfing like this, gonna be exciting to see him back on the CT for 2023. Rest of the heat after the break.
On the championship tour, the level is high. You have to absolutely rip. Every heat, you have to put up some big scores, and your equipment has to be dialed. You have to be dialed with the conditions. You have to be fully prepared at every event. And I think experience helps a lot. So, hopefully next year I can bring a bit of that into the World Tour. Why do I want to be on the championship tour? It's simple. It's, when I didn't make the cut, I was frustrated. I was frustrated myself. I was angry because that's where I want to be. I grew up watching the best surfers in the world, Kelly, Andy, Mick, being on the World Tour. That's what I want to do. And when I fell off, there was nothing that was going to stop me from getting back on tour.
Preparation and commitment are two things that young gentleman has, and he is qualified already for the World Championship Tour for 2023. Leonardo Fioravanti in the lead of heat number 7 at the moment. The Aussie Dylan Moffat in second, but not if this man has something to say about it. Kawhi Costa, first Challenger Series event ever for him, and the local wild card, wrapping it back a few times. Great bottom turn and a beautiful finish right there as well. At the moment, he's looking for a 7.2. Mitch Maeda and special guest Molly Picklum here in the booth. 10 minutes to go. Molly, Kawhi Costa, easily his best wave right here, but needs the best wave of the heat, a 7.2.
Yeah, you're definitely never safe in these heats, are you? They're always putting up scores. That was a really well surfed wave. Dylan, see what he has.
Here's Moffat up and riding, has a cool casual style, but you never would think that he surfs this aggressively. An incredible combo in a short, compact area, too. And there's your family abroad, I guess you could say, Molly.
Yeah.
Up the Aussies.
All the brothers. Yeah, for sure. They're always down there backing each other. Every single heat.
You even adopted Kehu Butler, too.
Yeah, we get the Kiwis. We've adopted them. For sure. They're a big part of our family.
So looking at the replays here, Dylan Moffat with another incredible wave, Molly.
He just always adds a bit of flair. I'd love it. Bang. Finishing that one off super strong. I'm interested to see where that score goes.
And what you like about this one from the Brazilian Costa?
It's crazy how high the level of surfing is in Brazil. He just connects this wave, finishing it strong as well. Bang.
Yeah, this guy has a lot to prove here, but he's like seems very relaxed at the same time.
He does.
Yeah, and his sister was there cheering for him, Yanka Costa. He serves pretty well as well, and he's pretty young. Look.
Oh my goodness, an incredible finish right there. And there's Yanka.
Yeah.
As you were speaking of her, and well, we have 2 waves that he still needs to be scored, and don't call it a comeback. 8 minutes to go. He drops a 5.87 on his previous ride. And here's Moffat right now, in and out for Dill. 8 minutes to go. Leo still in front with a pair of high 6s. And you mentioned that nobody's safe in these kind of heats here on the CS, but the most impressive thing about it, Molly, we're in the round of 24. The kid in white has won 2 heats so far, and it's his first CS event ever.
That's crazy. What a run. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is the big finish. Boom. Dylan could be in some strife here.
Well, luckily you're here in the booth and not on the beach with everybody else. You'd probably be feeling their emotions right now, as you probably are, but maybe to a minimized version here. 7:20 on the clock, Leo with priority, and there you see the machine, La Máquina, Luca Messinas, the only male surfer from Peru to qualify for the CT. You had a great rookie class yourself, Molly, qualifying with Luana Silva, Sakura, and on the men's side, Messinas and a few others as well. What was it like?
Yeah, I feel like the rookies were a big, powerful bunch, especially on the women's side. We all really, I feel like, have that little clique of not afraid to take on the people we really idolize. And that probably showed a little bit, like standing up and really putting up decent scores against the big guys. But yeah, I feel like friendships for life now. We were in the same scenario, and then obviously a bunch of us got cut together, so we definitely have similar experiences that's made us closer.
Idols become rivals, and as we can see in this heat, looking up to Leo Fioravanti over the last few years, the 25-year-old from Italy, Maida, he's looked unstoppable in this event so far.
Yeah, he seems like really relaxed and having really good fun here in Brazil, always smiling and surfing so sharp, so well.
Well, he's had a couple of sixes so far in this heat, and he's even throwing away a 6-point ride. And your fellow Aussie, Molly, has been able to put up a couple of decent scores in the high fives.
Always cheering on Dill. Really flary conditions out there too with the onshore wind now. So I think it's definitely in Dill's favor in conditions like this.
Well, there has been a situation change, though, as Kawhi Costa on screen gets a couple of high fives and moves him up into second place. Look at how close the scores are between second and third, 11.64 to 11.43. And as of right now, with 5:30 to go, the heat leader still the Italian in red. Moffitt now needs a 5.82 to move up into second place. This kind of situation, Molly, when your back's up against the wall, as we might see a wave here, Moffitt's going to be up and riding. Wraps it back, and this wave really stands up here on this end section once again. Beautiful wrap. I love his patience right there too, but needs a big finish. Goes for the rotor and pulls it off. You can hear the whistles in the background. As with 5 minutes to go, now Costa with the answer back. Great setup turn right there. After the strong carve to start things off, he's going to kick out. Doesn't seem like he's going to improve on one of his fives. You're down to 6 minutes. You have second priority, under pressure, in third place. What's the first thing that's going through your mind right now?
I think the first thing's you want the wave, and you want the wave and obviously the clock to really slow up, but time does run away. And then I think there, when the opportunity comes, it's like exciting. You've got to be excited. Here goes Dylan, the replay. I think this wave was a little bit flatter than what he probably wished, but he, again, stylishly making his way through to the inside. What has he got for us? There you go. Maybe a little bit false, but I mean, these guys are so talented that they can make maneuvers when it's necessary, when there's a high need.
No, and you're absolutely right. You saw the athletes in the background have kind of the same reaction, and it's been this kid that, you know, he's come back from third place, Maida, and so far he's been steady in second.
Yeah, giving like hard time for Dylan in this heat and showing his surfing. He looks pretty confident as well.
So far this season, Molly, you've had, as we get the score for Dylan Moffitt, not enough. It's a 4.63. He's still needing the 5.82. You've had some great results. Snapper Rocks didn't do that well in Sydney.
No, Sydney wasn't too great.
We're not even going to bring that up. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
The victory in Bolito, great result at the Vans US Open. You know, an interesting one in Nediseta, but now here, you know, the early exit, but you're still number 2 in the rankings. Going into Haliv, I actually spoke to Mike Rahal. He said, hey, this happened. It's in the past already. What's your mindset, though? What are you thinking going into the last event?
Yeah, I'm trying not to think of it too much because obviously there's a lot of noise right now and I'm just enjoying Brazil for what it is. Here comes a set. Let's see if anyone gets it. But yeah, I feel like I think it's cool because I can surf my way. Dylan, 2 minutes 30 to go.
You're even more passionate than he is right now.
Go, Dylan.
As he throws the tail, big turn. And almost a little cover up right there on the inside. Still going to need the 5.82, it seems. And not for lack of trying. He's got an incredible air game, too. But, you know, it goes to show you that not only yourself, a lot of other people have the same kind of mindset. And I think one of those gentlemen is the number 7 in the rankings. He's right there to qualify, too. You know, you get 10 on the men's side, 5 on the women's side. It would be exciting for you to share the CT with just this gentleman on screen.
Oh, it'd be incredible. Unfortunately, not making out of that barrel. Yeah, it would be incredible. I think right now for the Australians, it's looking pretty strong. Hopefully, the amount of qualifying people from Australia. So a big chunk of Aussies could hit the tour next year. And I mean, more Australians, the better. You know, we're coming.
You are. It's been a while since we've actually seen a great rookie class on the championship tour from Australia. I want to say really, you know, the best generation of surfing there was always Joel, Mick, and Dean Morrison. But then, you know, you have a couple of kids coming up. Morgan Siblick ended number 5 in the world last season in his rookie year. He's on the verge of requalifying, too. But if you could pick 2 surfers to qualify with you for Oz, both on the men's and women's side, who would they be? I know it's a lot of pressure.
I know, what? That was a crazy question. You saw how many Australians there are. It's hard because they all go hand in hand. Like, everyone enhances everyone's personality, so it's like a big group that works.
Lob's got to be in there, though, right?
Oh, surfing-wise, 100%. And Lobby's so funny, too. Like, but surfing, I'd say Lobby and Morgs.
Because of his attitude.
I could rattle everyone's names off. They're all so good. But, yeah, Lobby would be sick. I think, too, just so disheartening seeing what happened to him at the start of the year, so I'd really like him to requalify. And then the female side, it's kind of just out of Soph and Bronte. Oh, go deal.
Moffitt with a chance here. 20 seconds. Costa's going to let him go. And let's see if Moffitt can make him pay. Great combination so far. And just don't know about the body language right there at the end. Doesn't seem too stoked with it with 10 seconds to go. I mean, your initial reaction, Molly, a 5.82, basically a 6 is what he needs right now.
I don't think so. Based off his body language, he pretty much told me that it's not it.
How crazy is it, though, that Costa gave him the chance right here?
Yeah. I feel like that's this wave, though. There's so many little peaks to be able to just chip in the waves from random spots, so it's hard to cover. But unfortunately, Dylan, I think, knows that that one won't be the score.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're going to lose the young Aussie who, coming into the event, was number 7 in the ranks. But guess who moves through yet again? Number 1 in the world on the Challenger Series, Fioravanti, moving through with the local wildcard, Kawak Costa, the Brazilian who has had a Cinderella story so far in the Corona Saquarema Pro here, presented by Banco Do Brasil. High fives for Leo as he makes his way up the beach. Congratulations to him, and we're going to hear from him in just a little bit. Mitch, Maida, and Molly, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure.
Probably going to see you on the CT next year. I'm saying it already.
Whoa,
Molly Picklam's qualifying. All right, we'll be right back for the last heat of the day, heat number 8 coming up.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro. By TikTok, download the app. By 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Hey, we're back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 8 of the round of 24. 2 more spots in the round of 16. 3 surfers entering the water, 2 advancing. Luca Macinas, Joan Duru, and Shun Murakami out there for the last heat of the day. And Kaipo and Bruno here talking all this action to you. Look at this. Luca Macinis in the red jersey. We know about the strong backhand for this Peruvian. And so nice hook to start for Luca.
Yeah, one more time, relying on his backhander. Just flawless.
Yeah, Luca Macinis trying to make his way back onto the championship tour. Only had half a season because he didn't make that mid-season cut. Started off strong at Pipeline with a quarterfinal finish, but after that, unfortunate for Luca, a string of 17s. Here's a replay, Bruno.
Yeah, nice first turn at the top, a lot of spray, and then a nice carving also. And then a check-up turn, almost a cutback.
And our competitor in the blue jersey, the veteran of the crew here, this is Joan Duroux, representing France. And we know about the strong backhand that Duroux has, but picks up a right-hander that had a little more to give for Joan Duroux.
Yeah, three nice vertical.
Gosh, but you know what? When we look at the scores, I guess it's quality over quantity, because a 5.4 for Luca Macinis, a 5.33 for Joan Duroux. Well, the last heat was won by a guy that's already back on the championship tour. I just got to say, bravo, Fioravanti. And Leo is with Rachel.
Bravo, Fioravanti. He won again. And comparing to the other heats, the previous heats, how fun was this one?
The waves are really fun. It's the swell's a little bit smaller, but it's still there and it's more playful. So I'm really enjoying the waves. I'm enjoying surfing some heats and just putting the time out there.
And what did it mean for you to have other Europeans qualifying for the CT? Because now you are the only one.
For sure, looks like Maxime is doing very well. I'm really, Ramsey Boukham is one of my best friends, and he's doing amazing. He's surfing amazing, so I hope he can go all the way and qualify. And for sure, we need more European surfers on tour, and we need to lift that, bring that level up to where it should be.
So congratulations. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. And Leo Fioravanti, was super disappointed with that mid-year cut, but then he just had the mind change where he's like, look, here's my new mission. I'm going to re-qualify. Came back to the Challenger Series with a fire.
Yeah.
And now he's back on. And I actually think, Bruno, that being away from it and then coming back to it is actually going to bring the 2023 Leo Fioravanti an even stronger surfer when that championship tour starts.
I agree 100%. Yeah, the appreciation stuff, to be back it up and to watch all the contests happening and willing to get back. And the Euro Force is getting stronger again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that surfing being a global sport, this is an example of a global heat. We got South America represented with Peru. We have Joan Duroux representing Europe, and then we have Shun Murakami from Japan.
Yeah.
So again, anywhere where there's breaking waves, it seems right now in 2022, you're going to find a surf community, and that's a beautiful thing as we see more diversity throughout the ranks of both the qualifying series, the Challenger Series, and the Championship Tour.
Absolutely. More colorful the tour becomes, more enjoyable, more culture, more different languages.
Yeah, Leo speaks about 7.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about 7, but Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, English,
yeah.
At least 5.
I'm going to give him 5.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, guys like Kanoa Garashi, Leo Fioravanti, they drink, they
Jeremy Flores back in the day.
Yeah, they speak a ton of languages.
Yeah.
All right, so here we got in the water, we got 5.4, 5.33. That's the opener. A little bit of a breather right now. Again, last heat of the day. Remember, after this, we're going to go through all the highlights, all the big news of the day, and the top 5. That's all going to happen after the conclusion of this heat in the Corona post-show. Also, thank you to our producers, our directors, Felipe, our director, Vasco on the replay, Jill, of all the support crew that we have to bring you live surfing globally. And also congratulations to Milby and Chelsea Shannon, one of our producers, who have just got married, and they're on the honeymoon right now. So Congratulations to the Shannons on the nuptials. This is great, you know. So the family continues to grow here, and it takes a village to bring you all of this viewing. I mean, a lot of people need to appreciate. We have 4 action cams. We got 2 roving cams. We got a locked off cam. We got a drone. We have so many different angles covering all of the action, and it takes a lot of people to bring this broadcast.
Oh, for sure, man. We were talking about just a moment ago with a drone.
Yeah, we're talking to the drone operator, who's doing a wonderful job, and we're on the drone shot right now, as an example. Flying through, and so thank you to all of the crew that make this possible, and thank you also to the city of Saquarema for hosting us, and Sports in Rio de Janeiro, that the Sports Council there for also, how do you say, the governor?
Yeah, Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esportes.
Yeah, thank you. Obrigado. For all of the support. We love coming here, and the support and the events continue to grow here in Brazil. Well, a little quiet time so we can review some of the happenings with our the surfers in our heat. Shun Murakami out there in the white jerseys, 25 years old, really hasn't had a start. He did not do the Australian leg of the Challenger Series, so he's only got 3 results to count on right now. It's the 73rd, a 25th, and a 25th. So Shun Murakami, everything's going to be upside for him because he's just going to be adding to his point total. Chances of qualifying for him, very slim, but this is going to be a learning year for Shun Murakami. Luca Macinas, he's right there, 19, right? 19th on the leaderboard coming in. He got a 5th in the U.S. Open, so that quarterfinal finish is a keeper result. He wants a couple more keeper results here, and he's got 2 more events to do so. And then we have Joan Duru. Joan Duru, the veteran of this crew out there, 33 years old, spent 3 years on the championship tour. And one of the highlights for Joan Duru on that championship tour was a runner-up finish to Italo Ferreira over in Super Tubos.
That's it, in Portugal. Yeah.
A little bit of downtime here. Let's see if we're going to have any takers with this peak coming through. And it is going to be a non-taker, actually. Look like Shun Murakami out of position. The left rolling through here, and it's going to be Luca Macinas. Luca on the backhand glides through that, throws the fins out the back, and the backwash takes him down. So unfortunate there. Early times, he'll maintain his lead. Scratching into this one. This is Joan Duru.
Yeah, he paddles hard for that, huh?
And
that's the reason why.
Searing finishing turn. We've seen it before, Bruno. One big turn sometimes equals a big score.
Yeah, we saw almost a board slide.
Yeah.
From a backside to the left, and now a board slide from a backside to the right.
Yeah, backside disaster style for Joan Duru.
You're right to use some terminology from skateboarding, no?
Of course.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Here, look at backside D. Kata. Pulls it.
I once heard Sean Thompson, the world champion from 1977, saying surfing is all about power and release.
Push and pull.
That's
push and release.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that theory. And it's more evident in some surfers than others. There's like, I just call it slippery surfing sometimes, where you see those surfers that have a ton of release in all their turns, but power too. I think Felipe Toledo is actually one of those examples.
That coil, like.
You have a lot of coil in his turns, right? But he gets that little slidey release sometimes, which he controls and keeps projection through the turn.
Yeah.
And
he glides.
Yeah, he glides through that. And that technique took him all the way to a world title this year. Again, congratulations to Felipe Toledo. We saw it coming, and you made it.
It was brilliant.
Can he go back to back?
Oh,
maybe.
Knowing that the final
is back at Trestles, he can go back.
Oh, there's the French force. You know what? There is the Vichalou, the right next to Alain Rioux. Alain Rioux is one of the coaches of the French Olympic team. Alain Rioux and Frédéric Robin. And the Vichalou at the right is a former model from Brazil, a bodyboarder. Yeah, he's modeling internationally.
And they're all here to support Joan Duru, I'm sure.
Yes, and Ramsey.
And Ramsey Bukhayam.
Yeah.
Oh, vicious opening turn from Macinas. Second one, looks down the line, gets a third one in with good extension. Fourth one, even more extension, really accentuating his turns through the finish. So nice rhythmic surfing from Luca Massinis.
Oh, we didn't see the variation there, but we saw a lot of power flow. It was great, huh? Every bottom turn he made with nice angles. He kept the pace with a lot of speed. The extension, the second half of the move, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, you can see as the wave was getting smaller, he needed to kind of extend his body even more to accentuate that maneuver. But the backhand of Luca Massinis is definitely something beautiful to watch. We're waiting for that score for Luca Massinis. And Shun Murakami on the paddle back out. He caught a wave, one of our crew from Japan. I think it's just going to be a fractional score for Shun Murakami. Not going to really factor into things, but what will factor into things is the last score for Luca Massinis, 6.83 for the Peruvian. So a strong lead, already 12.23 two-wave total. That is a solid two-wave score line, and generally that's going to be enough. There's a look at Shun Murakami.
Yeah.
Quick goofy foot out of Japan. Here we go. He's got a good air game too. We'll see if he's going to use any of that. Murakami. Oh, late there and paid for it.
Yeah. That session looked like the Boca de Jacaré, left version of
the alligator jaws.
The alligator jaw.
You know, and this is, I think, this wave, Bruno, is unforgiving if you don't have good timing on it. This is a good example of how unforgiving it is if you're late.
Yeah.
I mean, you get late and you're not able to get to the bottom and kind of release into some clean water, get away from that backwash, you're going to pay.
Yeah. We're almost facing low tide now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Halfway through the heat at 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Couple of waves breaking. Surfers maintaining the same kind of main peak here.
Yeah.
Swell angle. We're anticipating this. What are we? A little bit more southeast, maybe?
We're still in the south swell, but the direction will be changed for tomorrow.
So I think maybe more lefts tomorrow.
Yeah, a little more southeast swell.
Yeah, and
I
can almost guarantee you, if you're watching and if you want to schedule your day on Sunday, that we will be running tomorrow. So it looks like it. Yeah. So this is the last heat of the day. Luca Massinis is really strong start, but Shun Murakami could be in the game. Luca hanging on. Can he hang on? Advance into the round of 16. We'll find out when we return to the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
You're watching the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil here And we are on the last heat of the day, the last heat of the round, the 24 three-man heats out on the water. Top two advance into the round of 16, where we go to head-to-head, man-on-man competition. It's been a beautiful day, an 8-hour day of surf competition. This is the 16th heat of the day. We start with 8 heat of women's, followed by 8 heat of men's. And we are whittling down the crew, Bruno, in anticipation of finals day, perhaps Monday.
Yes, maybe Monday morning. Maybe at lunchtime, we'll be crowning our champs.
And you can just see this beautiful part of the country, beautiful part of the world, Saquarema. This happened during the break, Bruno.
Yeah, we took off like in a smaller wave, but with a good potential, huh? Nice face, second snap, aiming for the entry, and he did it.
Yeah, and that earned Joan Duru a 6.1. Shun Murakami here. One snap there, but no more potential on that left. Might want to rethink the direction he's going, and that was a 3.47. So situation in the water, Luca Macinas in a strong lead. Joan Duru starting to add to his point total with that last 6.1 on the backhand. Shun Murakami in third place, and Shun needs a big score at the moment. 7.96, third place is eliminated in these heats. Here we go. Joan Duru looking left this time. Duru, double pump off the bottom, snaps off the top, gets a little extended there, goes for the layback hack, and puts that down. Looking to improve upon his low of a 5.332 dynamic turns. A little extended on that first turn, but nice second turn with that layback hack.
Oh yeah, just inside the pocket.
Pocket surfing here. Here's the replay.
Yeah, vertical attack on the first one. Boom, and then that was the best one.
So we'll see what the judges think of that. We're at the 10-minute mark and counting down. Luca Macinas paddling in the red jersey next to Shun Murakami in the white jersey. Macinas with priority right now over Shun Murakami. Macinas with the lead as well, and it's a strong lead. So Luca Macinas, the Peruvian, trying to take control of this heat, and Luca wants to take even more control of this heat because now he's dropped down to second position, given that Joan Duru just dropped a 7.6. So Duru to the lead, Luca Macinas in second in advancing position. Shun Murakami, now his requirement is an excellent score of an 8.76. Again, Murakami needing an excellent 8.76 at the moment. He's going to have to do a couple things. He's going to have to surf excellently, and he's going to have to hope that Luca Macinas utilizes that priority in a bad way.
Yeah. Sean don't have even a first good wave, huh?
Yeah, he needs, you know, he hasn't had a wave that's opened up for him, that has given him, you know, any kind of opportunity for multiple maneuvers. When we look at the 6.83 from Luca Macinas, and we look at the 7.6 and the 6.1 from Joan Duru, those waves offered multiple maneuvers to garner those scores.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's the judges' view of Joan Duru. Again, one judge went as high as 8. One judge low as a 7.5. So we take away the high, we take away the low, we average out the other 3, and that's how we got to that 7.6 for Joan Duru.
And Shun Murakami now is it combo by Duru, huh? Where he needs 8.76 to
8.76. So he needs an excellent score to get into second place in advance.
His mini combo to go second.
Yeah.
His combo to go first.
He's combo to go first. Exactly. So here we go with 8 minutes remaining. The wind's starting to lie down right now as we fly by. Tide has dropped and drained, but some of this draining tide has taken out some of the energy of this swell that's on the decline at the moment.
Yeah. Half tide is always good, huh? Yeah.
Right mid tide, right?
Yeah, mid tide, yeah.
Yeah, that's, you know, so either extremes of the tide, whether you're talking about the high tide that we had kind of in the middle of the day or the low tides in the morning and in the afternoon. As you can see, the shoreline and the wet sand and the high tide line as the ocean starts to recede a little bit as the tide goes out. You see some more of the peaks there as well.
That's it. You can tell by the foam, huh?
Mm-hmm. Hey, anytime you're flying by, you're in surf exploration, what you're looking for on a beach break or
don't we like to do
triangles.
That?
You find those white triangles of foam, that's the peak.
Yeah.
Any kind of angle, but or just find a point there.
Any surfer will relate to that, huh?
Yeah. Well, because we're surfers, Bruno, don't you find we turn into kind of like weathermen too?
Yeah.
We understand the weather. You know, we look at the weather. We probably spend more time paying attention to the weather than your average person because we're invested in what the weather does for us in providing us waves.
Well, you know what? In Rio, the hang gliders and the kite surfers, they normally say, hey, you surfers, you know the east wind and the southwest. Only that. They know more than us, like about weather and stuff because of the wind.
Yeah, and their lives depend on it.
Yeah, that's it. we don't like too much of it.
All the updraft there is pretty. That's a pretty amazing sport, actually.
Yeah.
I just went skydiving for the first time.
Oh, really?
This year, and it was wild.
Where?
I did it. Expedia actually helped me out, and I did an Expedia adventure. We did it in Australia.
Oh, nice.
Murakami throws the air and goes down. So Shun Murakami is going to keep on trying. And you know what? Right now, that was pretty smart of Luca Messina's, seeing that Shun went incomplete on that maneuver, kicking out early. Look at him looking back and making sure that he maintains priority. What went wrong here?
Yeah, I don't know, because the wind is blowing to the face of the left. Sometimes it's good to get the board glued to the feet, huh?
Yeah. Well, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And remember, all the action isn't over right now in 5:30. We're going to see the two surfers who advance into the round of 16, but we have the Corona post-show right after this heat. Here's a recap starting with Joan Deroux.
Oh, yeah, the commanding lead. Nice touch to vertical ones, and the last one was better, huh?
Yeah, put it all together right here. And Luca Messinas as well with a great backhand attack.
That's it. Reminds me a little bit of Jeremy Flores.
Jeremy Flores,
yes,
I see
his
that.
last one, huh?
The extension that he gets on those backhand turns, you can see a little bit of the jazza there. Jeremy Flores, J-Flow. And that was the 683 where he got 4 backhand hooks in there. Joan Deroux.
Forcing the way in, huh? He did a good job.
Yeah, this is the 6.1 for Joan Deroux on the backhand. Nice hook and hanging on through some turbulent water.
Upside down,
here, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far is a 7.6.
Bang, off the top. And then a little layback style.
Live action, and Joan Deroux just speeding away, but has to throw away the mayhem as he's not able to put that one down. A little bit late to the party, late to the lip. He'll remain in the lead position. Here's a replay. We can see what happened.
Yeah, he had a nice first snap. And then did not overcook. He lost control, huh?
Mm-hmm. Sure did. Here we go. Luca Messinas. And he pushes a little too hard there. So maybe a slight opening of the door right now for Shun Murakami. Neither surfers are going to improve upon their scoreline. Shun Murakami again needs an 8.76 and has priority. But first we'll take a look at a replay of Luca Messinas.
Nice first snap. And then he lost control of the board.
3 minutes and 24 seconds for the Japanese surfers to make a comeback. We'll see if he can do exactly that. Shun Murakami is patient, but he needs to put himself in the right place, and he needs the time allotted to do so.
Yeah, the pressure is building up.
This is the pressure.
Yeah.
This is the part right here. You can see Murakami paddling slowly, trying to calm himself, probably trying to keep the heart rate down right now. Get not too excited, because if a good wave comes through, he knows he's going to have to perform excellently.
Yeah, he's maybe saving energy. Now he's been informed by the beach announcer, the requirement.
Joan Deroux on a roll here. This is going to be his best result in a challenger this year. So good feeling for Joan Deroux if he's able to hang on to this lead. Luca Messinas just staying busy.
Yeah, Deroux is keeping his dream alive, huh?
Yeah, I mean he's got some work to do, I think, on the rankings, but
with 20,000 points,
can do it.
Yeah, I know
Anyone
it's hard.
can. Isn't that the beautiful part about it?
That's it.
I mean, we can see a full Cinderella story. You come and you win this one, and then you head on over to Haleiwa and you win that one. You can be way down in the rankings and still make that cut. Again, for the men, we take it to top 10. 3 of those spots have already been taken. And then for the women, we take the top 5, and we've already taken out one of those spots. Congratulations to Macy Callahan.
Oh, yeah.
We
Huge.
announced that yesterday.
Huge
So she's going
props,
to be,
huh?
yeah, she's going to be back on tour.
Yeah. You know, I usually say the World Tour is like a dream factory, you know? You have to keep your dream alive.
Yeah, it's a dream tour. Time closing in on Shun Murakami with 1 minute and 12 seconds on the countdown. And Shun is just looking at Itaona and saying, hey, give me something. Not a lot on the horizon. Joan Duru under the priority of Shun Murakami finds this one and just glides through a couple maneuvers. But again, that inside section gets the best of him.
Yeah, it was a little bit foamy.
No harm, no foul. He'll remain in the lead at the moment. Luca Macinas.
Oh, right for a change, huh?
And just a turn there. 35 seconds. And Shun needs to make it happen right now. Decides to go left. Soft shoulder for a cutback. That's not going to be it.
Yeah.
So that is going to be the end of the run for Shun Murakami. Joan Duru, he knows he's on to the round of 16. He's already taken this wave into the beach. Luca Macinas, he will be on to the round of 16 as well as the countdown sounds. And that is the conclusion for the final heat of the day. Let's see our numbers, because we know Joan Duru and Luca Macinas will advance. Shun Murakami eliminated from competition. And that is going to be it for the round of 24. But that's not it for the program. We got much, much more coming your way after this heat. Remember, the Corona Post Show is going to be on set, and here we go. Corona Post Show. Thank you, Bruno, so much for everything. Let's do this again tomorrow. Always a pleasure. We're going to be back. When we come back, we're going to be coming back with the Corona Post Show, where Mitchell Salazar and I break down all of today's action, along with today's top 5. Stick around for that post show.
to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Welcome to the Corona Post Show here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Day number 4 of competition here on this beautiful stretch of coastline, and it has been a lovely day. The sun came out, the crowds came out, and everybody had a good time, other than the surfers that were eliminated, and we had a few surfers eliminated, 16 women eliminated in that round of 24 for the women, and then in the round of 32 for the women, and 8 men in the round of 24 for the men. I'm Kaipo. This is Mitchell. Thanks for joining me, Mitch.
Yeah, no worries, Kipes. Thanks for hosting the post show here. And yeah, another excellent day. Day number 4. I almost even lost count there after how many heats we've done. But an incredible day of action. The sun came out today. Waves are firing. It was very consistent. And guess what? The beach was packed too, Kipes.
Yeah. I didn't see much of the beach. I was in the booth a lot today. Stay right here. We're doing the homework and bringing the show to you, in which we enjoy. And let's take a look at what we have going on. We're going to talk about, we started the day with the women, and there's a surfer that we want to get back on tour, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She had a great heat. She's so good, they named her 4 times.
Yeah, no, she had one of those standout performances, which I think not only came with her wave selection, but I also think the resilience that she showed after a few falls out there, came back, ended up getting the heat win, and a couple of 6s did do out here at Saquarema, Kipes.
Yeah, Betty Lou got the job done, and let's take a look at that heat with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Sarah Baum, Daniela Rosa, and Zoe McDougall. We'll check out the highlights for that heat. It was an interesting heat. Sarah Baum, she's been very strong. Daniela Rosa, also out there just coming off of a win over at the Saquarema Surf Festival, and of course Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. But it started off with a little controversy here, Mitch.
Yeah, and I think Daniela Rosas didn't realize that in this instance she didn't have better positioning. Maybe she thought the priority had already been established, but a mistake there from the young surfer from Peru. And Sarah Baum capitalized on the opportunity. Kaipo, she had kept the sport on ice up until yesterday, surfed her way to a heat win yesterday afternoon and got 2nd place in this one. But as you said, was this young lady from Haleiwa, Hawaii, that really turned the heat up and was able to get a couple of 6s and eventually move on into the round of 16.
Yeah, actually a 7.5 and a 6.83, 14.33. Right. It was a high heat total for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I believe the highest heat total for that round of 32 for the women. So putting on a show, Betty Lou, and she needs to, because her spot has not been clinched as of yet, but she's on her way. She does a good finish here, and then she's back home in Haleiwa for the final event of the Challenger Series. Here's the numbers: 7.5, 6.83. Betty Lou with a strong showing.
Yeah, and she actually did better her situation, as you were mentioning, got the 7.5 as her last ride. But how about Sarah Baum? She's also moving up in the rankings. She needs 2 big results back-to-back in order to qualify to the CT, would be the lone South African there on the women's side of Kipes.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. We're going to see as we return. It's going to be the women's round of 16, where we go head-to-head matchups in that women's round of 16. Well, last heat of the day, we had Joan Deroux come through, and this has been his best performance so far on the Challenger Series. Joan is with Rachel.
That's right, Joan Deroux. You made it to the quarters in Fernando de Noronha once. Does this wave feels familiar to you?
Yeah, I really like here. I've been coming here from the first QS in 2009, so I have all my routine with the restaurant. They're like my friends. They always welcome me so good, and the food is really good, so I'm really enjoying here.
This was your best result in the Challenger this year. Do you think that training in the beach break is helping you to build results here?
Yeah, it's good. It's similar, the same power as France, and Yeah, I've been trying and not getting the rhythm. Now I'm making some hits, so I'm really stoked.
Yeah, so that was the last heat of the day. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Joanne Duru as we take a look at the beautiful landscape here at Saquarema. Well, Mitch, then we switched on from the women's to the men's round of 24 where we had 3-man heats. And then I was wondering, what's going on? Why is the beach getting so crowded right now? Why is everyone showing up the beach? And then I realized Gabe Medina was in the house.
Yeah, and it was a big heat too. Kei Kobayashi yesterday afternoon had an incredible performance, got him a heat win, and unfortunately for him, he was, bowing out of competition in this one. But Maxime Husino also making it through, number 9 in the rankings. It was a big one out there, Kipes.
It was a must-do for Maxime Husino, who, if he's looking to qualify for the championship tour, he needs still some good results. He's not secured at all. Been 30 years old. He's been doing the QS for over 10 years. This could be his year.
It could be, and looking at the strength of schedule going into the first half of the championship tour in 2023, he comes from beach breaks, originally from Yunnan Island too, has a lot of experience in reef breaks. Wouldn't mind seeing him compete at both Pipeline and the Sunset Beach. Just start things off in 2023, Kipes.
Yeah, well, can't give him the invite yet. He's got some work to do, but he's getting his work done. He's on to day 5 of competition. Let's look at a recap of Gabe Medina, Maxime Husino, and Kei Kobayashi in their matchup.
Yeah, and as you said, Kipes, the beach got packed when this guy paddled out, and then Kei, I thought he had one of the best heat serves his whole year on the Challenger Series. Started off real quick, had a couple of 5s in his scoreline, goes for the big layback right there, the surfer from San Clemente, one of the hardest working surfers on the Challenger Series. Unfortunately for him, it just wasn't enough. This guy looking for a spot to qualify in a big heat, big pressure situation, and he showed up, Kipes. Big 2-turn combo right there.
This was a must-do, and Kei Kobayashi's been really, really informed, but then you got the 3-time world champ, and he is going to put on a show every single time. He wants to tame the beast of Itauna, and he's on his way to do that. Said he wanted to dial in his preparation for events in anticipation for the 2023 championship tour, and I think he's dialed in. Woo, full rotation there for Gabe Medina, and that was a 7.7 for that single maneuver.
And how about Kei, too? Made things interesting right here at the end, went for things and went for broke. I love that layback turn that he really adds to these long right hands.
Watch the conclusion of this is a surfer that wants it, Mitch.
No, he definitely does, and as Masaki would say, Kei, what you doing? And he went for it, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough, but Kobayashi has a lot more to prove, and he'll be back on the CS in 2023, I believe.
Yeah, but it's the Medina show, and we think the Medina show is going to continue here. The crowds love him. Hey, we love the excitement that Gabe Medina is able to bring in heats. And look at that scoreline, 14.132 wave total.
Yeah, and Husino, just as impressive, 6.93 and a 5 in his scoreline. Just enough to beat Kei Kobayashi. But as you were saying, a lot of people, I think it's kind of absurd that they say that Medina doesn't have anything to prove here. I think just the contrary. He has everything to prove here by taming the beast and winning the event at Saquarema.
Well, it's just, I think his mindset was that he kind of had a shocker here at the Oi Rio Pro. And like any world champ, you can look back at Adriel de Souza, when there was something that they felt like was a weakness, they came back and they put work in. And I think that's what Gabe Medina's doing, as well as he's like dialing in his pre-event kind of a training regime so that he makes sure that he peaks at every single event. So some homework being done by the 3-time world champ. On the women's side, we're going to switch back to women because there was a scenario in which today, Molly Picklum and Katie Simmers could have qualified if a couple of ladies did not get through a heat, and that being Teresa Bonvala and Bronte McCauley in their heat. And here's the heat right here, the round of 32 heat 2. There was a lot on the line in this heat, but Teresa and Bronte, they brought the noise, and they did what they needed to do.
So I read the text message wrong this morning. I thought it had to be both of them losing in order for both Molly and Caitlin to qualify. It only needed to be one.
And they both got the job done. And Teresa, let's go to this heat recap right here, because you can see Teresa in this heat really had to make a late charge to get out of this heat and avoid elimination. It was a stacked one.
100%, and it was all Bronte McCauley from the get-go in that heat. Sol Aguirre had a couple of decent scores, but the surfer from Western Australia, Kaipo, had some great surfing at the beginning. Just the one turn right there, that garden her one of her top two. And then Sol, with a beautiful layback right here, was able to make a comeback, put herself in contention. And then Shino Matsuda also had a couple of great waves on the backhand as well, but Bronte's consistency and her work with Glenn Hall really paid off in this heat. And then fortunately for her, you know, she kept her dream alive as Teresa made a huge comeback here, got 2 lefts in a row in the last 3 minutes of the heat Kipes.
Yeah, great surfing, and look at the arc that Teresa Bonvalo was able to provide. Rail game and performing under pressure and getting out of that heat.
Seriously crazy that she was able to get those 2 waves in the last 4 minutes, come from 4th all the way to 1st, take the heat win, and Bronte McCauley was also able to move through. But this is the one wave that moved Teresa up from 4th place into 1st, wrapped it back, and then a strong finish for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, she went out there and earned a 6.5 and a 5.2, 11.7 for 2-wave total for Teresa Bonvalo. And we're going to see her in the round of 16. There's all the numbers from this heat. Pretty tight heat when you look at the spread.
Yeah, and all the way from 1st all the way to 4th. And unfortunately for Sol, had the 5.5, wasn't able to back it up. But I feel for Shino Matsuda. She was in 2nd all heat long, and unfortunately for her, Teresa Bonvalo just had the necessary heat at this given moment in the round of 32.
Well, that was a must win. You know, these two women are under pressure, and the pressure's starting to cook because we're getting to the pointy end right now of the event. We're down to the round of 16 for both the men and the women, so only 16 surfers left on each side.
I personally love it, though. I think the people that have really risen to the top have been the best surfers, the ones that are really desiring to qualify for the championship tour, and those are the people that have not only been in this spot and this situation before, they have that experience and they know what it takes in order to not only get to Haleiwa, but qualify, Kipes.
Yeah, that's the mission, right? This is the path to the championship tour. This is how you're going to do it. So we're getting to the end of the path right now, and things are getting narrower on the path. So such a good time. But now, Mitchell, what time is it?
It's the top 5,
It's
Kaipo.
the top 5. This is my favorite time. I enjoy the top 5. I like to look at, because it's just like you get all today's action just in the final 5. So let's take a look at today's top 5. Top 5 moments today all starts with the young Californian, just 23 years old, Kei Kobayashi, with some clean surfing.
Look, and he surfed his heart out too. Went for the big laybacks, as you see right there. This score came in as the 5.73 for San Clemente's own Kei Kobayashi. He went for the Hail Mary here right at the end, and unfortunately for him, coming out of this turn, had to leapfrog straight on into the sand, but not for lack of trying. Unfortunately, just didn't make it out of that heat.
The never give up attitude. Number 4, Douglas Silva made a last-minute charge, decided to come to Saquarema to compete as a wild card, and he finds himself in the round of 16.
It's kind of crazy. He surfed in the first heat of the event, got the Hail Mary buzzer beater air, and then all of a sudden, he's making a charge into the round of 16. I didn't see this coming, Kaipo, but I'm glad to see a lot of the local surfers not only earning these wild cards, and as you can see there, he's definitely proven that he's Challenger Series worthy too.
Oh, yeah, a couple of double bangers there on the backhand, looking like a wiggly Dantes with the technique and pushing so much power, and he's stoked as he moves on into the round of 16, and the local crowd loves it as well. A lot of local support for this kid. Number 3, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson puts up 2 great waves in her heat.
Well, and guess what? Haleiwa needs to stand up because we're more than likely going to see this lady back on the CT next season. She automatically requalifies if she makes the final here, Kaipo. And she had a 6 in her scoreline, bettered it with the 7.5 here at the end with some beautiful surfing. And that Slater Designs looks great underneath her feet.
Yeah, the technique, the quickness, just the whole package from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and she looks like she's championship tour worthy. Another guy who's championship tour worthy, Chumbinho. Joao Chianca put up a 7.5 and a 7.07 for 14.57 2-wave total. He went to town in his home break.
And probably the most underappreciated surfer in the event too, the local boy, with another great heat total. And the way he was able to dominate from start to finish as well, It was a big heat for him, going up against two Australians, Kalani Ball and Liam O'Brien. Number 18 in the ranks, already made a final this year, looking to make another one right here at home. Ice in my veins.
Ice in my veins. Was that what the celebration was right there? Chumbinho, João Chianca, and it feels so much better when you do it at home in front of your home crowd. Number 1, speaking of home crowd, Gabriel Medina and the Medina mania that surrounds Gabe.
You know, I've seen it in other places of the world, specifically in California, where he's, you know, around big crowds. But here's different. People truly admire and really love this character. And he went out there and performed for his fans. And guess what, Kipes? He's looking as one of the favorites and obviously has the competitive experience to win out here at Saquarema as well.
Yeah, and he could be gobbling up a lot of valuable Challenger Series points with his performance. If he takes a win out here, it'll change some scenarios. But there, that is the flash. That is the flair of the 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. He can take a nothing wave and turn it into something.
Yeah, and guess what? Crying is free. You got to go out there and perform against the best in the world. And if he goes out there and wins, well, you got to prove that you should be able to beat this guy if you're going to make the CT.
Great point. You want to you make the championship tour, you're going to have to go against Gabe Medina, and especially if you make the championship tour from the Challenger Series, you're going to be some of those low seats.
Yes,
so you're going to see Gabe Medina in your first few events very early in the competition draw.
100%, and that's going to happen whether you like it or not. Even if you're the top seed or the low seed that's going to qualify, you're still going to go up against those bigger names once you make it to the CT.
Yeah, this is true. Well, thanks again, Mitch.
Doing it again tomorrow, Kaipo, or what?
We're going to do it again tomorrow. Check it at worldsurfleague.com. Likely we're going to get underway with day number 5 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And right now, we're going to say goodbye, but we got more. Enjoy today's highlights. Aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.